A solar flare turned Blue Star to ash, and I met the end the way I had lived, alone, a shut-in, until the fire swallowed me and my memory stopped. Then I woke in the shoe world with a shelter core in my hand, and a talent called synthesis, a furnace that melts 100 scraps of junk into one thing worth having. The shut-in who couldn't keep a houseplant alive started building a fortress. Punch the like button and ring the subscribe bell so you stay in the loop. Every click moves the needle. But how did I get here? Let me rewind to where it all began. The light screen hovering in front of me welcomed me to a place called the Shoe World and told me, flatly, that I would spend the rest of my life here. It laid out the rules like a tutorial nobody asked for. Find a good spot for my shelter core fast, because a good location would keep me alive longer. The wilderness held mutated creatures, and the resources I needed in equal measure. The world said disasters would keep coming, and once I activated the shelter, it could never be moved. Lose the shelter, lose my standing as a survival lord, lose the world's protection. Simple as that. The test day would arrive in 3 days, and it hoped I was ready. Then the screen dissolved, and a weight settled into my palm out of nowhere, a transparent crystal giving off a soft glow. I stood in the grass with my face doing something stupid, and I wondered out loud whether the world had actually ended. The vanished screen, the crystal in my hand, the things I remembered from before, all of it lined up to tell me the same thing. And I had no choice but to accept it. About a month ago, the Blue Star Federation pushed out an apocalypse warning. The Academy of Sciences calculating that the sun was about to go through a helium flash. The solar wind set to ignite Blue Star and start the countdown on human civilization. The last day arrived in chaos, rioters with their sanity burned out of them, wandering the streets like the dead, shops gutted and smeared with blood and filth, explosions braided into the flames, while the city collapsed into a wasteland. No one kept order anymore. The Federation's top officials had already bolted into space on whatever ships they could throw together, and the rest of us who still had our minds stayed home with our families to wait out the end. I lived alone, so I faced the wall of fire by myself, and that was where the memory stopped. I figured even being yanked into another world beat roasting alive in that oven of a blue star. I looked down at the crystal ball again and let my attention settle on it. It read back to me as a shelter core, rank 0, perfect quality, and it told me to choose a location to place it and form a shelter of 100 square meters, warning me that the starting shelter's disaster resistance and defenses were extremely weak. My mind went straight to that first prompt, and after one quick scan I decided not to slam the thing down where I stood. I told myself the shelter was too important to rush. There was a low hill to my front left, just high enough to let me see, so I ran up it and looked in every direction. Out front lay a thicket of bushes, and past that a mountain range with faint snow on the peaks, which in early autumn meant those mountains had to be enormously high. To either side stretched wilderness, sparse trees and waist-high wild grass running on forever. Behind me a forest spread out like a green ocean, lush and unmeasurable. Off to the right of the wilderness, water glittered, a river coming down out of the mountains toward the forest, far enough away that the fact I could see it at all meant it ran wide. I weighed my two real options. I could build close to where I stood, near the forest and its resources, but that meant low ground and a tree line full of beasts to defend on every side, easy to attack and hard to hold. Or I could go to the mountains by the river, high ground with water right there, building against the rock face so the mountain covered my back, except I had no idea whether the resources up there would dry up on me. Neither choice was clean, and in the end it came down to preference. In the end, I made myself say it plain. Only living got me a late game. This was not a save file I could reload, and I would rather grow slow than gamble my safety. Years of expecting the worst before the apocalypse had trained me for exactly this. I glanced at the sun, judged it near noon, and reminded myself I needed the shelter down before dark, because the wilderness at night was a death sentence. So I set off toward the front right, watching everything as I went. I did not get far before my lungs wanted to quit. I was a homebody, a man whose entire weekly cardio was a single supply run, and now I was sprinting across an alien plane. I stopped at the edge of the bushes, hands on my knees, and admitted to the empty air that running really was not built for humans. The thicket in front of me was choked with crooked trees and overgrown wild grass, and I had no idea what lived inside it. I had clocked earlier that the bushes ran large, but the right edge was close enough to skirt, so I told myself I would take the long way around. Without tools, shoving through that mess sounded thrilling and ended with me lost in feeding the poisonous insects, and my body could not cash that check. After a short rest, I cut right to bypass the thicket and reach the mountains as fast as I could. That was when I spotted something like a wooden box at the bush's edge, and for a second I wondered whether someone else was out here too. I went over to check. It was a wooden box, but only the size of an adult fist, like a case for a watch, and the prompt in front of my eyes told me I had discovered a treasure chest, the wooden kind. I muttered, half to myself, that this was clearly a game world, asking whether that made me a non-player character, and whether these chests were the resources the opening prompt had promised. Grumbling did not stop me from pocketing the loot. The chest was not locked, but no amount of force would pry it open, and I wondered whether I had to kill something for a key. There was nothing for it, so I dropped the wooden chest in my pocket and kept walking, planning to crack it once the shelter was up. This time my run downgraded to a fast walk, My legs would not give me more, and a homebody who could not outrun danger had no business sprinting into it anyway. There was a second reason too. I wanted to sweep for chests on the way, because in more than 10 years of gaming I had learned the refresh rate for early game loot is always highest. I walked for 3 straight hours, longer than I had ever traveled in one go. A man whose idea of a commute was the subway. Tired and parched, but I did turn up a second wooden treasure chest along the way, which took a little of the edge off my mood. I could finally see the foothills and the river under the mountain. Even close, it cost me another half hour to reach the place, a sheer rock face that shot up steep and clean, like something carved out with a giant axe. In front of it stretched a wide flat clearing, only weeds and gravel, perfect for the shelter core. I stepped forward, thought it over, and set the core down about 50 meters from the rock face. The world asked me to confirm activation and to keep my distance, so I backed off obediently with my eyes locked on the crystal. A ghost image of a wooden house bloomed over the core, then thickened into something solid within a few breaths. A real wooden house with its front door facing the forest, and an empty window on either side. Several cracks ran up the walls, fist-wide, climbing from the floor to the roof. I looked at my new home and decided it was leaky on every side. Then the messages landed in my head, one after another. The shelter was established, the survivor panel was unlocked, and with it came the attribute panel, the chat panel, the trade panel, and the crafting panel. I had also received one newbie gift pack. Bare as the place was, having walls around me cut my anxiety in half, because a house is a house. I did not rush to open the panels. I walked the shelter first to read the ground around it, and on the way I had already fixed my directions off the sun and habit. Mountains to the north, forest to the south, river to the east, and a sweep of wilderness to the west of the wooden house. The house sat about 40 meters off the rock face, which meant once I walled it in, that gap became a backyard. The river to the east handled water, and the nearest resource point looked to be the thicket to the southwest, good for wood and wild fruit. The more I circled, the better I felt, mostly because I found no tracks from anything large nearby. Inside, the house was empty, exactly as promised. Holes in the roof let sunlight down in coin-sized spots so the place was not pitch dark, and the floor was still raw grass and gravel and weeds. I found a stick and swept the ground, making sure there were no little surprises like snakes or hedgehogs waiting on me. A house leaky on all sides and pockets cleaner than my own face, truly starting from nothing. I told myself I hoped the system panel handed out some benefits and did not expect me to fix this dump by hand, because my do-it-yourself skills were close to negative and I would almost certainly make the house worse. Opening the panel, I found it split into 5 tabs: attributes, chat, crafting, trade, and items, with a 3-day countdown ticking in the upper corner. When I focused on it, the system told me my newbie protection ran 3 days. 2 days left now, really, and I reminded myself I had that long to learn how to keep myself alive. A sense of urgency dug into me, so I went to the chat panel to see whether I could even talk to other people out here. The page shifted into 3 sections: World Channel, Regional Channel, and Friend Channel, and the system explained the rules. The World Channel allowed 1 message a day stamped with my Immortal Master avatar, Idaho, and true name. The Regional Channel allowed 10 a day with the same stamp, and the Friend Channel ran unlimited. I went into the World Channel first, and it was a flood. Someone crowed that they were not dead, laughing that the end of the world had failed to kill them. Someone else asked, baffled, how they had gone from a spaceship in orbit to standing here. A third voice snapped that the person above them was a traitor to the species, while someone claiming to be an official warned everyone to craft weapons before exploring so the wild beasts did not catch them empty-handed. Most of it ran like that: excitement and panic and complaints. Almost no real information in the wash. What I did manage to pull out was that everyone between 16 and 60 on Blue Star, minus the very old and the very young, had been pulled into the shoe world on identical starting terms. Each of us handed a shelter core. A mass transmigration, the whole species dropped into the same place. I left the World Channel and opened the Regional Channel. It told me there were 997 people present out of 1,000, and I had no idea whether the missing 3 had died or whether the channel had simply never filled. The messages here were a circus. Someone going by Xiaohuo announced that he had transmigrated and was clearly the protagonist, master of his own fate, cackling about it, and I felt my mouth twitch with nothing to say. Yu Yang flatly told everyone to go pee on him and wake him up, since all 5 billion people on Earth had transmigrated, not just him. Jin Hyun, more amused, said you should never interrupt a delusional kid's dream because a person who never went through that phase was never really young. Wang Ro asked whether everyone was alone and where they all were, floating the idea that people in the same area could not be far apart and might gather in one direction, and Yu Song shot that down, pointing out we did not even have a shared sense of which way was which. Then Xiaohuo doubled down, calling himself the protagonist again and posting a photo of a fireball floating in his palm, his so-called ethereal flame. Yu Yang and Wang Ro both swore. Yu Song demanded to know whether he really had an ability, whether he was an actual ability user, which would be incredible. And then Yu Ega cut through all of it with the thing that mattered, telling everyone to open their newbie gift pack. because inside was a stone that could awaken a talent. That stopped me cold. I shut the chat and pulled up my inventory. The newbie gift pack sat there quietly, and the prompt told me the inventory ran 10 slots with no cap on stacking identical items. I focused on the pack. The system asked if I wanted to open it, and I told it to open. It congratulated me on 7 dry rations, 7 mineral waters, 1 flintstone, and 1 talent awakening stone. The rations and water mattered to me, but my eyes went straight to the stone, which read as rank none, perfect quality, described as the last gift from the Will of Blue Star, able to awaken a Blue Star human's talent at a 50% success rate. A 50% failure rate struck me as deeply unkind to anyone born unlucky, and I am exactly that kind of person, because every time I rolled the gacha back home I was never quite cursed, but never quite blessed either. Still, the cut had to come sooner or later. I refused to believe my luck was still rotten even after transmigration, and I scrubbed my filthy hands clean on my shirt while praying that Mother Blue Star would look out for me. When the system asked if I wanted to use the stone, I told it to use it. The talent awakening stone bloomed with a soft white light and wrapped my whole body in it, gentle and enveloping, warm enough that for a second it felt like being folded back into my mother's arms. While I was still drowning in that feeling, a golden light welled up out of my chest and spread across me the same way, and the white and the gold slowly merged before both shrank down into my mind. The system told me the awakening had succeeded. My hand went to my neck on its own, and all I pulled out was a bare red string. The pendant that had hung on it was gone. I had been an orphan since I was 13. My parents worked an archaeological team, always traveling together, and on the way back from one dig, the plane went down with over 100 people aboard and no survivors. With no family to take me, I ended up at the Tomato Orphanage, and the size of that blow turned me quiet and withdrawn, used to being alone and unwilling to mix with anyone. After I grew up, I simply stayed home and stopped going out, lucky to still have a few online friends to talk to. The pendant on that string had been a birthday gift from my father, the last thing he ever gave me, something he had turned up on a dig himself, no bigger than a peanut and shaped like a little jade cauldron, beautifully made. The system pulled me back out of the memory by congratulating me on awakening the talent called synthesis. It read as rank 1, quality none, described as the product of Blue Star's will fused with some unknown origin rule, its awakening conditions stringent, the talent unique and impossible to replicate. The ability let me summon a synthesis furnace, take 1 item as the main material and 2 to 9 as auxiliary materials, and fuse them into something new. I noted that it was a unique talent and felt a little surprised. I had no read on how strong it was yet, but going by every novel I had ever lived inside, a one-of-a-kind talent was standard issue for protagonists, the thing people called a golden finger. And the knowledge sitting in my mind told me my original talent had not been synthesis at all. The cauldron pendant and the stone had combined to twist it into this. After the awakening, I simply knew how to use it, knew the new item could come out as an upgrade of the originals, or mutate into something else entirely, with a stubbornly high element of randomness baked in. It was a shoe world gacha machine basically, and I hoped the pool was generous. I smiled at that, because the pendant had not vanished so much as changed shape to keep helping me. The catch was that I was flat broke with nothing to feed the furnace. I tucked everything from the gift pack into my inventory and opened the attribute panel, which split into a personal side and a shelter side. My personal stats came back as rank 0, physique 4, spirit 6, perception 5, energy 0, no skills talent synthesis, with the note that an average adult sat at 5. So I was ordinary across the board, my physique actually below a normal adult's, which tracked, since I barely moved, lived on a wrecked sleep schedule, and ate garbage. The single bright spot was spirit running above average, which I chose to credit to a lifetime of late-night gaming and novels. Staying up late, it turned out, was also a form of cultivation. I switched to the shelter side. It listed the place as rank 0, a dilapidated wooden house it bluntly told me could not protect me, with no facilities and a completely barren interior, and an upgrade bar reading 0 out of 100 wood, 0 out of 10 stone, 0 out of 1 iron. The panel fed me the basics on its own. Building structures needed blueprints and materials. Blueprints came out of chests, materials got gathered in the wild, and anything dropped into the inventory converted into standard units. I gave the system a mental thumbs up because I am genuinely terrible at building houses, and I was thrilled the shoe world ran like a game I already knew how to play. The trade panel was locked until the shelter hit rank 1, so I left it. The crafting panel let me make things, but only 4 for now, the rest gated behind a workbench I had not built. It offered a stone knife for 1 stone, a stone axe for 1 stone and 1 wood, a stone pickaxe for the same, and a workbench for 2 wood and 2 stone. Upgrading the shelter and crafting anything both came down to materials, so I decided to eat something and then go to work, aiming to patch the house up that very day. I pulled a 1-liter bottle of mineral water from my inventory, drank half in long gulps, ate a portion of dry rations, and put the rest of the water back before getting up to head out for wood and stone. The second I stood, 2 little boxes dropped to the floor, the wooden chests I had picked up earlier. The system asked whether I wanted to open them, and the answer was obvious, because being this destitute meant anything I scrounged was a win, so I told it to open them all. It congratulated me on 10 bread, 10 mineral water, 20 wood, 20 stone, and 1 fence blueprint. A blueprint got my attention, so I checked it. The fence read as rank 0, common quality, a defensive structure for the shelter that could block enemy attacks, costing 1 wood per meter to build. Walling a real yard would run at least 100 meters, well past what I could afford, so I shelved it for later. With the new materials, I had everything for a stone axe, a stone pickaxe, and a workbench. I went for the axe first since I needed a tool to chop wood. Opening the crafting panel, confirming the build, and watching the system congratulate me on 1 stone axe. The axe dropped onto the floor at about arm's length, a wrist-thick wooden handle topped with a head polished from some unknown stone, smooth and sharp. The system tagged it common quality, called it a brand new axe for chopping wood, and informed me I was now the most dashing guy in primitive society. I picked it up, speechless at how mischievous the system's riders were, and swung it a few times. It felt good. The thing was finally made, far better than anything I could have ground out by hand, where I would have ended up exhausted and still empty-handed. With a real logging tool, I planned to fell trees and stockpile enough to upgrade the shelter as soon as possible. I headed southwest toward the thicket where I had passed some small trees earlier, the kind of forest edge with limited danger, ideal for collecting wood. After rushing the distance, I rolled up my sleeves, picked up the stone axe, and started chopping, the thudding ringing out across the wilderness. It took roughly 10 minutes of steady swinging to drop 1 small tree, and after I fed it into my inventory, it yielded 3 units of wood. I groaned at how tired I already was, because I had not expected logging to wreck me like this. The tree had not even been large, and dropping it had nearly broken me, since I had never chopped wood in my life and had no idea how to put my weight behind a swing, so I just hammered away on raw strength. I did not let myself sulk about it, though. I chopped, I rested, I chopped again, working until the sun was almost down, and by the end I had pulled 24 units of wood out of trees I had felled. My form was garbage, my hands had blistered, and my arms hung sore and useless, but the inventory meant I could carry it all home, which I never could have done by hand. The walk back stayed quiet. Maybe it was still the newbie window, but I met no beasts at all. Never mind the mutated creatures the system kept threatening me with. By the time I reached the shelter, only a sliver of light hung in the sky. The newbie prompt had promised that during a 3-day protection, beasts would ignore the shelter and leave me alone at night. So even in a dump like this, I was safe after dark, and the big hole in the roof let in just enough light to keep the inside from going pitch black. While I could still see, I wanted to build the workbench and find out what I could make. I opened the crafting panel, confirmed the workbench with 2 wood and 2 stone, and watched a ghost structure take shape near the front door before the materials on the floor melted away and the bench solidified. The system told me the workbench was up. I stepped over and focused on it, and a transparent panel floated open. The left side listed what it could make right now, and scrolling through it I found the basic daily stuff. Wooden beds, and tables and stools and buckets. A furniture factory, I decided. Beyond the furniture there were wooden utensils, but no torches, no bedding, nothing like that. Closing the panel, I noticed the bench was strewn with woodworking tools. Files and hand planes and saws, most of which I could not even name and had never touched. It did not matter, because the system told me the bench could produce either automatically or by hand, and automatic production only made common quality items in rigid standard sizes. I pulled up the wooden bed and confirmed it, telling myself I could survive without a sleeping partner but not without a bed. The system listed it as 2 wood in roughly a fifth of an hour, and I confirmed, then stopped there, because wood was precious and had to go to the shelter. I took out rations and water, leaned against the wall, and ate while I opened the chat and scrolled the world channel, where to my surprise, some people had started posting real survival notes. One survivor going by Ji Yang had written up his own observations and guesses to help everyone. He figured the 3-day window was meant to let us adapt, and that after it closed we would meet the mutated creatures, so everyone should rush their shelter upgrades unless they had pulled a gold mine out of their gift pack. He had searched a couple of kilometers around himself and found no one, which told him the world was huge and survivors were spread thin. Each of us coping alone for now, the saving grace being that wild resources ran fairly abundant and chests turned up. He reminded everyone that trading stayed locked until the first shelter upgrade, that wild animals were scarce and large ones absent, almost certainly a newbie period mercy, and that since Blue Star had been destroyed and the shoe world had chosen to save us, we clearly held some value and would not be spent carelessly, so the priority stayed personal survival. He closed by saying survival was hard, dropped a batch of wilderness tips, and asked everyone to share what they learned and pull each other through. The replies were warm, a wave of thanks and people posting their hauls for the day, and I left my own thanks under it, because the tips genuinely helped. The thing that lit me up most was a note that I did not even need to fell trees for wood, that if I just gathered enough branches and leaves into the inventory, the system would auto-convert them into a unit, which would save my stamina and my time both. I marveled that there really were geniuses among the netizens, and jotted it down to try in the morning. I opened the regional channel and found it still scrolling, though the loud voices from earlier had gone quiet, probably out of message quota. Most of the history was begging or bragging about awakened abilities, but Yu Aguk had forwarded several of the World Channel's survival posts. looking like a warm-hearted big brother. Once I had eaten my fill, I got up and walked to the workbench, where the bed had long since finished, a single about 1.4 meters long, plenty for my height. I dragged it to the north wall away from the door, stretched, set the stone axe at the head of the bed, rubbed my aching arms and thighs, and leaned back, drifting into thought until sleepiness took me under. I dreamed my dead parents reunited with me in this world, the three of us building a grand shelter and living happy. Dawn crept over the horizon. Ever since my parents died, I had slept badly every night, waking in the dark, never resting deep, but the rush of transmigrating into the apocalypse, stacked on top of pure exhaustion, gave me a long-lost dead sleep, and when I woke, a lot of the old gloom had lifted off me. The light in the house was still dim, so I fumbled out of bed, handled my morning business, ate bread and drank water, and followed yesterday's path back toward the thicket to collect more wood. I worked out as I walked that I was still short 61 units of wood and one of iron to upgrade. Wood was easy, iron was the problem, so I planned to explore in the afternoon and hunt for some. Back at yesterday's logging spot, I skipped the axe entirely this time, gathering leaves and shrub branches into a pile and shoving them into the inventory, and the system handed me one wood for it. The trick from the forum was real, and I beamed, because that solved my wood worries for good. Half the day vanished in a blink. I wiped the sweat off and checked my inventory, which showed 115 wood, 30 wild fruit, and 20 plant fiber, the fruit and fiber both byproducts of brushing branches into the system. The wild fruit was brutally sour, with a genuinely moving taste, but I kept it anyway for the vitamins. I had no plan to keep brushing wood that afternoon. Branch rubbing would never give me iron, and without iron the shelter stayed where it was, so I meant to follow the mountains west and explore instead. Back at the shelter under the noon sun, I ate a quick meal, then clicked the workbench to craft a stone knife from one stone, and a moment later it appeared, a system blueprint about 30 centimeters long, smooth, and already sharpened. I needed it for the new ground that afternoon, since my axe had chopped so much it was chipped near to ruin. Then I took the knife and set out west along the foot of the mountains, eyes raking the ground the whole way, because chests were tiny and easy to walk straight past. About 2 kilometers out, I hit a pile of gravel and fed it to the inventory for 14 stone. Gathering really was easier than grinding, just less predictable, since I never knew what would come out. 3 more kilometers on, I found a small grove ahead, sparse and low, and figured I would check it for fruit, since the gift packs only handed out dry rations and fruit could trade for something decent. The second I entered the grove, though, a metal glint in the grass under a tree caught my eye. A bronze treasure chest, if I was not mistaken. I lit up, telling myself I was about to get rich, and stepped forward, reaching eagerly for the bronze box. Then my whole body lurched sideways on its own. A triangular head whipped past my hand right as I fell, the back of my hand brushing wet, slippery scales. If I had not been even a little careful, if my peripheral vision had not caught it first, I would have been sitting somewhere figuring out how many bowls of the underworld's forgetting soup I owed. I rolled, propped myself up, and stood with my face gone gray, staring down at a snake coiled on the ground, about 50 centimeters long, big triangular head, mouth open and fangs bared, its whole body sheathed in fine emerald scales. A bamboo viper, plainly, lunging out of the grass to bite me. I pegged it as a bush assassin and took a breath to steady myself. I lowered my center of gravity, gripped my tang sword, and eased toward the viper with everything I had locked onto it. Before it could whip its tail and strike, I swung the sword down hard, and the stone blade caught the snake and flung it through the air on raw force. I let the sword go, snatched my stone axe from the inventory, and brought it down on the snake's head with both hands. A second blow, a third, until the head was pulp. I told it to see whether it was dead now, whether it still wanted to bite me, which bled off the leftover fear. Leaning in to look, I realized that Stone Tang's sword was for show. My hardest swing had barely scratched the scales. If I had hesitated instead of switching to the axe, the outcome would have been ugly. Calmer now, I dropped the dead snake into my inventory, muttering that it was still meat after all. I had no taste for snake, but plenty of people did, so I could trade it. I picked the sword back up, but I had learned my lesson and did not reach straight for the chest. I cut a long branch and poked through the grass first, the old trick of beating the grass to startle the snake. And only after I had confirmed there was no second surprise did I bend down and collect the bronze chest. The chat had taught me yesterday that 2 chest types showed up so far, wooden and bronze. Wooden ones held basic materials, food, water. Nobody who found a bronze chest had said what came out of it, but quality like that meant the contents had to be good. I told myself to open it, since I could not wait to get home. This was my first bronze chest and I was too curious to hold out, because waiting to crack it back at the shelter took the kind of self-control that frankly belonged to a different caliber of person. A faint blue light spilled out of it, and as the glow faded I saw 3 orbs of light inside, the chest carrying a real sense of ritual. I took the right one, and the image inside looked like a tang sword, so I crushed the orb and a tang sword dropped into my hand. It read as rank 0, normal quality, forged from fine iron and 100-folded, the system asking whether this was not a divine artifact for the newbie village. I ran a hand over it, genuinely fond of it. Few men dislike a good sword, and I declared this one my main weapon from now on. I crushed the next orb, and out came a sheet of cowhide paper covered in scribbles I could not read, which turned out to be a torch blueprint, normal quality, a lighting tool that dispelled darkness, and was essential for night travel, costing 1 wood and 1 plant fiber or cloth per torch. I thought that over and decided it was good, since the night before I had not dared use my flint for fear of burning the house down, and lighting a bonfire from scratch was harder than anyone who has never tried it would believe. Once the trade channel opened, torches could be a flagship product, because I lacked light and so did everyone else. If torches sold, I figured I would not have to break my back chopping trees, because being the capitalist beat being the laborer every time. The only snag was raw materials. Plant fiber alone would not let me make many, so I would have to lean on trade. The last orb gave up a scroll, an arrow tower. Normal quality, a defensive building that could fire wooden or stone arrows on its own, or hold defenders up top, protecting the shelter, costing 100 wood, 100 stone, and 1 iron. I was thrilled and stuck at once, because with an arrow tower the shelter would get far safer, but I could not begin to afford it and had to upgrade the house first, so it went on the shelf next to the fence. My inventory was actually full now. Food and water at 14 each, 1 flint 115 wood, 30 stone 20 plant fiber, 1 stone axe, 1 stone tang sword, the arrow tower and the torch blueprint, with the wild fruit back at the shelter and the real tang sword in my hand. Since the light held, I combed the forest within 1,000 meters, still 1 unit of iron short of my upgrade. My luck must have spent itself on the bronze chest. I wandered over 2 hours and turned up only 15 wood and 10 wild fruit, not even a shadow of another chest. The shelter would not upgrade today, and maybe I would try the mountain tomorrow. The disappointment was real, but the frustration was worse, because I have a streak of compulsiveness, and this was a download stuck at 99.99%, the paper ready and the bar refusing to fill. After one more fruitless sweep, I trudged back to the shelter and slipped inside before sunset. The sky hung with a few red clouds that dressed the house in crimson. I set down the stone sword and axe, then spent 1 wood at the workbench on a wooden bucket and carried it east toward the river, telling myself that even a single man did not have to stink every single day. I had sweated through 2 days of labor, and I gave off a sour smell that needed to go. The river ran about 40 meters wide, clear and slow, with no fish or shrimp anywhere in it. I probed the bank with a stick for solid footing, tested the depth near the edge at about 1 meter, and with no one around for kilometers, I stripped down and took a cold shower on the pebbles, tossing my clothes into the water to rinse the worst of it out. I figured I was lucky there were no fish, or I would have lost real face if any floated belly up. Mid-self-deprecation, my eye caught the corner of a wooden box poking out from under some pebbles a little way off. My pulse jumped. I went over, pushed the stones aside, and there sat a wooden treasure chest, and I had a feeling this one would deliver. I reached out and opened it, and the system congratulated me on 20 wood, 20 stone, and 5 iron block. I laughed out loud, all the frustration washing straight out of me. I packed the materials, grabbed the bucket, and hurried back at more than double my outbound speed, telling myself to upgrade the shelter immediately, right now. Inside the house, I dumped out 100 wood, 10 stone, and 1 iron. The system confirmed the materials were enough and asked me to step out, and I walked into the clearing in front of the door. The shelter threw off a blinding white light, and after a few breaths, it pulled back to reveal a wooden house made completely new. The prompts rolled in. The upgrade had succeeded. The trade function was unlocked along with personal collection and personal exploration. Trade only worked inside the shelter, never the wilderness. To sell, I placed items in my inventory and the system handled the transfer after a deal, and anything I bought sat in system storage until I withdrew it. At the shelter, I looked over the brand new wooden house. The shelter now read as rank 1, a basic wooden house shelter with weak defenses. The system warning me the weather was dry and to watch for fire. It listed the workbench as a facility, and the next upgrade at 200 wood, 200 stone, 10 iron, and 2 glass. The cracks that used to run through the walls were gone. Windows had appeared on the east and west sides. The roof hole was sealed, and the floor had turned to stone slabs. The walls were thick and solid now, and when I knocked, the sound came back deep instead of thin. Inside, the house split into 3 parts. The entry was a square space with all my odds and ends piled in the center, which I figured worked as a warehouse, or I could drop a table there as a buffer zone so if a beast broke in I had room to maneuver around it. It should have been a living room, but with no one for kilometers, I had no guests to entertain. A wooden door to the right of the entrance opened onto the workshop, the workbench set under the window so I could watch outside while I worked. Past the hall, the innermost rectangular room held my bed, and I named it the bedroom. Glad it sat deepest and safest. Whether I became a capitalist came down to the trade system, so I checked it first. The panel split in 2. The left side was the market, shops opened by other survivors, the goods running from ants and butterflies on the small end to tables and chairs on the large. I browsed briefly, then looked at my personal shop on the right, where survivors could list an item, set a unit price, and let the system handle delivery after a sale. So I could not abuse the shop as extra storage, and I should not list too many kinds of goods, or they would eat my inventory slots. I had hoped to find a loophole, but for now there was none. Next, I tested the new gathering and probing. I took out the viper and probed it, and it read as a bamboo pit viper. Rank 0, common grade, a fanged venomous snake good at hiding and highly toxic. Then I told the system to gather, and it gave me 1 snake meat, 1 snake skin, and 1 snake venom, all common. This was practically a divine skill for beginners. Probing meant I would not miss treasures or eat something poisonous, and disintegration solved the fact that I had no idea how to dress an animal myself. I sat on the edge of the bed, opened the chat and ate rations while I read, and the second I hit the regional channel the system told me its speech limit was gone, no longer capped by daily count. The shoe world was strong-arming everyone into upgrading, and upgrading turned you from a temp into a full employee. The channel ran loud. One survivor whined that he used to level up in 10 minutes in a game, and had now chopped trees all day without enough wood. Another was nearly out of water and begging for some. Someone with a whole lake refused to share and barked at him to upgrade instead. And a third complained that some people had begged for water and food 7 or 8 times without ever going out. People bowed to the so-called big shots, several of them still 1 iron short of upgrading, and the consensus was that iron was the bottleneck for everyone. That iron was like the rarest character in a holiday lottery event, and I was just glad my luck had finally turned. I lurked a long while with no useful information, then opened the trade channel to read prices. Time was short, so most listings were useless personal junk. Nose rings and necklaces priced cheap, with clothes starting at hundreds of units of wood, which made sense because anyone holding a knife or a gun was never going to sell it. Even iron blocks rarely showed up. Only easily gathered materials with no clear use yet got listed. The scarcest things for survival should have been food and water, but the gift pack handing both out had killed the windfall for waterside shelters. 1 liter of water still traded for 3 wood. A little profit, but hauling water back to the shelter to sell barely beat logging or mining, so it was hard-earned money at best. And with so many people sitting on water, I wondered whether they were drowning in the stuff. Food ran higher, 1 unit going for 8 to 10 units of basic resources, since chests were the main source and supply was shaky, so everyone hoarded and prices climbed. Even that was with the gift pack cushioning things, or food would have hit 1 for 100 long ago. I would not sell food until I had a stable source, and I wanted to buy some if I could. I saw only 2 blueprints, a scabbard and a trash can, both useless and both wearing absurd prices, and medicine and bedding ran rare and expensive. Hundreds of units up to 500 prices early survivors could not possibly meet. The whole market was wildly inflated, but seeing it told me exactly what to do. I opened my personal shop and listed 1 wild fruit for 5 plant fiber or cotton, describing it as edible, sweet, and sour, good for vitamins and filling enough to count as food. Telling buyers not to miss it. Lighting tools were scarce and pricey, so the torch business was viable, and while food prices ran high, it was a good moment to flip wild fruit into raw material. The private messages came fast, some offering wood, some wanting to add me as a friend and talk feelings, some haggling. I was being shameless, trading fruit even a pig would refuse for 5 units of resources, but the high food prices made it impossible to resist. Then a genuinely useful message landed. Soil wrote that she had 45 units of cotton and wanted to trade them for 10 wild fruit, ready to deal on the spot. Her avatar a sharp-faced, short-haired woman with a confident set to her. I thought it over. The odds of pulling 45 cotton from a chest were low, which meant she probably had a wild cotton field near her shelter, and a stable cotton supply was worth a slightly worse price to me. I replied that food prices were rising, cotton was not very useful yet, and my 5-unit rate was already cheap. She came back direct, pointing out that since I was buying cotton in bulk, I clearly had the blueprints for it, that her field could supply me steadily, and that since she needed me to buy it as much as I needed it, she would not back out. I told her if she kept supplying me tomorrow, the price could be negotiated, and she agreed, only asking for other resources the next day. Wood or stone, wood 1 for 1, stone 1 for 2. I weighed the small risk and agreed, and the trade closed fast, the system logging the loss of 10 wild fruit and the gain of 45 cotton. On the other end, in a wooden house identical to mine, the short-haired woman in sportswear was pleased. With the wild fruit, she had finally rounded out her own upgrade materials and could craft and list right away. She was soil. There really was a wild cotton field by her shelter, but no stone nearby, and she had only scraped together her upgrade by luck, through several chests, one of which gave her a blueprint, a herbal cold remedy tea that prevented influenza and boosted immunity, costing 1 isatis root and 1 wild fruit. She had pulled the isatis root from a chest but could not find wild fruit anywhere close, which was exactly why she had traded with me. She thought to herself that she had found a channel for buying cotton, and if it held, she would not have to live and die on chest luck for her supplies anymore. With the cotton in my inventory, I glanced at the trade shop and listed the snake meat for 10 cotton. Since I did not eat, snake and food prices were high. Then I went to the workshop and used the torch blueprint, a flash of white light swallowing the paper and dropping a torch option at the top of the bench's list. I loaded the materials, selected synthesis, and the torch came out. Common quality. A simple lighting tool the system called a divine artifact for going out at night. Windproof and hard to put out. Good for 2 hours of burn. It ran about a meter long with a 6 centimeter shaft, very sturdy. I scraped its head against the stone, and it caught with a soft pop, no flint needed. I decided even a small torch counted as black technology, very satisfied. Because the simpler and more effective a thing was, the more it was worth. The snake meat and wild fruit had all sold, leaving me 49 wood and 214 units of plant fiber and cotton combined. So I queued 49 torches to test the waters and listed them all half an hour later. I priced each at 5 wood, describing them as a lighting divine artifact with built-in ignition, usable as a fire starter, burning 2 hours, asking buyers why they would head into the wilderness without one, noting limited stock, first come first served, one per person. Most survivors still had no light, and modern people used to bright cities struggled in the dark, so torches should move fast. The purchase limit was deliberate. Torches were consumables with repeat business ahead, so I wanted as many people as possible to see them and become regulars. And once my shop had a reputation, selling everything else would take care of itself, the same way it worked with live streaming back on Blue Star, where reputation was wealth. Over in the World Channel, people were already asking who was selling torches and how the thing was even made. Others answered that with that kind of build, it had to be a system product. Someone called for an identification of the lucky pull. Someone else gloated that they had grabbed the last one and it worked great. And another lamented that even after transmigration survival came down to fast fingers, the wave got buried under other chatter fast. I was a little stunned because I had meant to go drive traffic and they had already sold out. The search demand for lighting was clearly enormous. The system logged the loss of 49 torches and a gain of 245 wood, and I laughed because business really did beat labor, this being the primitive accumulation of capital. With 165 cotton still on hand, I called it a golden window and queued all of it into torches. 2 hours later, 165 torches were done, and during the wait I treated myself to a set of tables, chairs, and cabinets for 10 wood. Looking at the torches blanketing the floor, I decided not to trade for wood this round, since I had enough, and went after stone instead for the next upgrade, listing 50 torches at 5 stone each, and keeping the rest. Tomorrow was the last day of the newbie period, and survivors would likely put out good items to prep for the trial. The torches sold out fast again and netted me 250 stone. With 80 wood, 290 stone, 4 iron, and a wall of torches in reserve, the next shelter upgrade was almost in reach. I lay down on the bed in my clothes and scrolled messages until my eyes unfocused, the torch burning out and dropping the house into darkness, the forced lights out hauling a heavy sleepiness over me until I was snoring. The next morning, the second I opened my eyes, the panel popped up on its own, the system telling me this was the final day of newbie protection, and advising every survivor to push hard on their upgrades, with chest refresh quantity and wild material refresh both increased. 2 big notices first thing cleared my fog instantly, and when I opened the chat, the topics were all about it. People hoped to find a few more chests, and others were spooked that yet another upgrade reminder meant the danger was no small thing. One survivor panicked that he had not gone out in 2 days, and asked whether he had to now. Another moaned that going out was exhausting, and offered to send a mournful song in tribute, and a few snorted that there really were idiots hiding in their shelters, who deserved what was coming. I was in no mood to keep reading, because every minute counted in early survival. I washed, ate bread, and emptied my inventory to leave things home, telling myself I was making a big push today, the goal being another shelter upgrade. Reaching for my stone knife and stone axe, I paused, because I had a tang sword now and the stone knife was dead weight to me. Unsellable, but a waste to toss. If I listed a stone knife and stone axe on the trade channel, people would call me insane, but the old habit of thrift made me reluctant to throw them out, so I decided to try my synthesis furnace, since this was just recycling junk and the outcome did not matter either way. I focused and summoned the synthesis furnace out of my sea of consciousness, and it came as 10 spatial grids, 9 auxiliary slots arranged in a ring around a central main slot. I dropped materials in one by one. With the stone axe as the main material, and the stone knife plus 5 stone as auxiliary, the furnace read 100% success rate and a 1% mutation rate. When I swapped the stone for wood and iron, the success rate fell hard and the mutation rate climbed, so for a first attempt I chose the safe plan and started it. The next second something flowed out of my mind into the furnace. The furnace glowed blue, and in under 2 minutes a stone axe dropped into my hand. It read as grade 0, fine quality, a high quality stone axe with an added sharpness attribute. Sharpness up 30%. Every nick was gone, the whole thing looked brand new, and blue light flickered across it now and then. Synthesizing with the same materials counted as an enhancement, the main material lifting from white common to blue fine. This ability was creation itself, and I was floored by it. The fine quality axe was not worth much, but the principle behind it was enormous, because other materials would have a far brighter future. The shame was that it was not infinite synthesis, where I could have gone into contract manufacturing. During the synthesis I had felt something drain out of my mind, and the panel now showed my mental energy down from 6 to 5, current rather than max, which meant each synthesis cost 1 point, capping me at 6 per day. I had no idea yet how fast it recovered, or whether the cost was flat per item. But with 1 point gone, I already felt a little drowsy, and pushing further would cost me the whole day outside. My ability clearly wanted abundant resources, and I had none yet, so chests came first. I pocketed the new axe, took my tang sword, and went out. The day already packed, plant fiber from the thicket in the morning for torch material, chests in the afternoon. At the thicket, I pulled the fine-quality stone axe and swung at a random small tree. Dropping it in a few strokes, the logging speed nearly tripled. I had badly underestimated the value of a fine-quality axe. The experiment had gone beautifully. By the time the morning was done, I was soaked through, salt staining my clothes as the sweat dried and soaked them again. But my haul put me in a great mood. 260 wood, 80 plant fiber, 10 wild fruit. Every drop of effort had bought something, and gaining all of it with my own hands was its own kind of high. I found a shady spot, ate rations and water in small sips, and reminded myself I would not be heading home for lunch, since I had planned to spend the whole day out and the tasks were heavy. I stretched, still tired but young enough to recover fast, and I noticed I felt more charged the more I worked, like some hidden attribute had switched on. I trudged a kilometer south, and the first resource point came into view, an apple tree heavy with fruit standing alone in the grass, a tree that absolutely had not been there my first day. I wondered whether that was time acceleration or instant teleportation, but my hands were already moving as I cast appraisal. It read as a red Fuji apple tree, common, crisp and tender and sweet sour, superior in color, aroma, and taste. My mouth watered, apples suddenly very appealing, but I did not lunge for them. I cleared the grass with my tang sword to flush out anything hiding, confirmed it was safe, and then picked all 31 apples, devouring them as I went, my eyes fixed on the tree. After a moment, I laid my hand on it and told the system to collect, the tree vanishing on the spot and leaving a deep pit, the system handing me 1 apple tree seed. It actually worked, which surprised me, since I had never been able to collect a tree directly while logging. Maybe it was because the apple tree was a resource point, though I had too little to go on for a real conclusion, and bushes only collected after I cut them down, never whole. I appraised the seed, which read as Tier 0, common, plantable, and propagatable, a common tree seed that yielded sweet fruit. Just a seed when I had half hoped for some spirit fruit, so I shook my head, finished the apple in my hand, and kept walking. I walked another hour and saw nothing but grass, not even half a chest, and the long dry stretch wound me tight with irritation. Then faintly, I caught a smell. Food. Roasted meat. I pushed through the grass after it, and what I found was a Kwanjud roast duck, the system rhapsodizing about world-famous Beijing roast duck, skin crisp, and meat tender and melting in the mouth, golden and mouth-watering. A freshly roasted duck, sealed in a glowing orb with steam and fragrance leaking out, a famous brand I had heard of, but never tasted. My mouth flooded. I shattered the orb on impulse, tore off a piece and bit in, hissing at the heat, the taste genuinely good. No wonder it cost what it cost. My freshly rebuilt worldview shattered all over again, and I gave up trying to figure out whether this was a game of gods or a virtual world. Speechless or not, the meat was delicious, and after 2 days of dry rations and labor, even plain roasted meat would have tasted incredible. I made myself stop at the one piece though, storing the rest of the duck to see whether I could trade it for something good. Tidying up, I looked around and realized this was where I had found my very first chest, a genuine blessed land. The sky said I was out of time for the forest, so I would search nearby, since the roast duck told me the odds of more resources here ran high. There was also the snake problem, because the forest probably hid vipers, and I was still in summer quick-drying clothes that a fang would punch through like paper, so I turned and searched east instead. Before long, I spotted 3 big trees over 2 meters tall, clustered together like a family, and what mattered was the bronze chest sitting in the stump of the middle one. My eyes lit up, but I did not rush, because the day before some busybodies had compiled stats showing that survivors who hit bronze chests tended to hit danger too. The inference being that bronze chests came with guardians. Sure enough, as I crept closer, I found a beehive the size of a human head, tucked behind the leaves, hornets wheeling around the chest. I appraised it. Yellow-footed hornet, Tier 0, common, fond of nesting high, vengeful, poisonous, fiercely territorial, not recommended to provoke. I looked at the hive, then the chest, and frankly did not know what to do. To reach the chest, I had to climb or fell the tree. In either way, I had to deal with the swarm, and I could not bet the hornets would just let me walk off with their treasure. The Tang sword was useless here, since I could not turn into a peerless swordsman and cut them all out of the air, and I had a long stick, but childhood had taught me that poking a hive was a one-way ticket to disaster. After a long stare, the answer came to me, and I told myself I had it. I ran back to the bushes, remembering a patch of mugwort near the roast duck, because the old dean at the orphanage used to smoke insects out with it. I cut mugwort with my tang sword, gathered some branches, and hauled it all back to the grove. Reading the wind as northwesterly, I quietly stacked the mugwort and branches upwind, ran clear, lit a stick off my flint, then crept back and slowly set the pile burning. As thick smoke rose, I retreated and watched from a distance, an old childish thrill rising in me, the same one I used to get torching bird nests as a kid. I told the hive to see whether it would die now. The smoke rolled toward the hive, and the hornets that boiled out in fury far outnumbered what I had seen before. But as fierce as they were, they had no answer for smoke. The Tang sword had been helpless against the swarm, and now the situation was flipped. There is a cold truth about fire, that most lives it takes are smothered, not burned. And the same held for the hive. The hornets dropping like rain in short order, some flying straight into the flames and bursting with little pops. I smiled, smug, and told myself it was time for the finishing blow. I crept to the base of the tree, looked up, and saw the swarm badly thinned, so I raised the long stick, found the angle, knocked the hive down, flicked it into the fire, and bolted, my movements quick and clean. 10 meters out I looked back, more hornets flaring up out of the burning hive with those popping sounds, and I waited until none came out before stepping in to fish the hive from the fire. As I did, a system prompt sounded, congratulating me on winning the battle and earning 1 battle chest. A battle chest was new to me, but a chest was always good, and I could ask the system about it now, a feature unlocked after the shelter upgrade, though it would refuse anything past my permission. It told me a battle chest came from defeating a stronger opponent with a weaker force, or winning against superior numbers, in personal combat or territorial warfare. I pressed on what territorial warfare meant, my ears pricking at the words war and territory, but the system shut me down for insufficient permission. I was disappointed, not angry, because the day before I had already burned through plenty of questions. Why Blue Star was destroyed, what exactly the shoe world was. All of them rejected, until I had mostly stopped caring. I put the battle chest away and used collect on the hive, which gave me 200 grams of honey and 1 hornet queen corpse, elite grade. No wonder the system had called it defeating the strong with the weak, since the hornet queen was a blue elite, and I beamed, because battle still came down to brains. Then I felled the tree, harvested the bronze chest, and stared at the 2 chests side by side before telling them to open. I opened the bronze chest first, and it gave me 1 wind chaser bow, blue, 1 wound medicine, white, and 1 small round shield, blueprint. The battle chest gave me 1 blood ganoderma, blue, and 1 skill book for the mystic void blade technique. A cultivation technique, equipment, and blueprints. A genuinely bountiful haul, and I packed it all away to study at home. Since daylight was for searching, I admitted I should have opened them back home, because I had been impulsive. I walked east to the river, then north along it, working mostly within 200 meters of the Hasio area. Whether my luck was just exceptional today, or the shoe world was simply handing out materials, I found 3 more wooden chests plus a solar power bank, and I made it back to the shelter with a full load before nightfall. I dropped my things and went straight to the workbench to cue 80 torches from the plant fiber, then sat at the wooden table, lit a torch, and started sorting the day's haul under its flickering yellow light, beginning with the 3 wooden chests. They gave me 150 wood, 100 stone, and 15 iron, all basic materials, which was fine since the newbie benefits were clearly targeted, and any survivor brave enough to go out and lucky enough to find chests could upgrade past rank 1. I stacked the basics in the corner and went through the afternoon's real prizes one at a time. The Windchaser bow read as rank 1, excellent, arrow velocity up 30%, a 1-meter compound bow with a 300-meter range, named for chasing the wind. The wound medicine read as rank 0, common, treating blade and axe wounds and bruises, relieving pain and stopping bleeding, and essential for life on the road. The small round shield blueprint read as rank 0, common, 2 wood and 1 iron to build. The blood ganoderma read as rank 0, excellent, permanently raising physique by 2, an extraordinary plant 10 years old, sweet tasting, regulating the body and healing hidden injuries. The mystic void blade technique read as rank 1, excellent, attack speed up 30%, a basic blade technique from the Wudong sect of another world. Its moves grand and unpredictable, granting another 2 physique at major achievement. The system spelled out the quality system too. Item quality ran 5 tiers, white common, blue excellent, orange rare, red perfect, and gold mythical, carrying 0, 1, 2, and 3 extra attributes respectively, with mythical items rolling a random number. Crucially, an item's extra attributes only worked on creatures of equal or lower rank than the item, so a rank 2 human practicing the mystic void blade technique would get no attack speed bonus from it. The blood ganoderma and the blade technique stopped my breath, because like every kid I had grown up with a martial arts dream, and here it sat within reach, the shoe world offering individual transcendence and a real shot at eternal life. I muttered that it was incredible, that I could not even imagine how wonderful the future world would be, and after a while I pulled myself together. The blood ganoderma raised physique, so I would obviously eat it myself, the only question being whether to use it now or save it for higher attributes. I decided only the living had a future, and I would not let my effort feed someone else. So I broke off a small piece and put it in my mouth to savor. The taste was unexpectedly good, sweet rather than the bitterness I had braced for, and since I had been searching all afternoon and was starving, I started eating it in big bites, telling myself a full 2-point gain was worth it. In under 3 minutes, the whole thing was in my stomach. I wondered why there was no reaction. Right before a surge of warmth rolled out of my stomach and flooded my whole body. My skin went red, my bloodline surged, swelling uncomfortably under my skin, and my heart dropped. because I had clearly eaten too much. I told myself not to panic and to think calmly. Taking a breath, I forced myself steady, and inspiration hit. So I grabbed the skill book off the table. The moment it opened, a white light poured a flood of information into my mind, and I felt myself become a stranger practicing the mystic void blade technique day after day, year after year. In the real world, I stood up without meaning to, drew my tang sword, and ran the technique along the images in my head. Once, twice, 3 times, more times than I could count. When I came back to myself, I felt clean and refreshed, every ache and swelling gone, my body full of strength. I grinned at the blessing in disguise, feeling like I could take on 10 men. I called up the attribute panel. It read Physique 6, Spirit 6, Perception 5, Energy 0, Skills now listing the Mystic Void Blade technique at 76% proficiency. Talent synthesis, the panel noting average adult attributes set at 5 and skill ranks ran beginner, proficient, master, major, achievement, control. The blade technique had already cleared beginner and entered proficient at 76%. I ran a hand over the tang sword and a familiarity rose on its own. How to hold the blade, how to put my weight into it. All of it instinct now, far past my earlier hack and slash. My physique had only climbed 2 points, but my strength and agility felt doubled, my body lighter, the little homebody belly gone, and a hint of abs faintly there. I told myself I would not be afraid when the newbie period ended. Happy about it, since the system's constant reminders had genuinely stacked the pressure on me. The system told me the 80 torches were done. I walked over, swept them into my inventory, and started prepping the day's trades. I could sell 180 torches and keep a dozen for myself, plus 10 wild fruit, 30 apples, and the roast duck, all tradable in the small round shield, which I had just remembered I could make. I had 19 iron blocks, 10 earmarked for the upgrade, leaving 9 for round shields, so I fed the blueprint into the bench and queued the craft, each shield running 5 minutes on automatic, 9 taking 3/4 of an hour. With production set, I opened the chat to check the news. The world channel was already roaring. Most survivors had found chests and upgraded today. And even with the regional channel's limits lifted, the world channel stayed the loudest and the richest. With information, people chatting, people spamming, plenty showing off their hauls. Xiao Huo posted an apprentice staff, rank 1, excellent, fire damage up 30%. The system asking whether he needed a magic broom, and I remembered him. The fireball show off from my own area on day 1. Others followed with their own finds. A dimensional ring, excellent, holding a 3 cubic meter space that could not store living things, and an Oath of Brotherhood scroll, excellent, letting 2 survivors swear brotherhood and merge their shelters into one. People cried out about how many lucky souls there were, bowing to the big shots, lamenting that they had not even found a bronze chest yet, asking the big shots whether they needed a minion. Then Ga Amin spoke up, introducing himself as a former senior official of HB province. He said that given how hard survival had become, he had reached out to former government workers and armed police to found a survivor alliance, called the GA Alliance, where resources would be pooled and shared to guarantee people's survival. He was recruiting survivors with special items, crafting scrolls and large stockpiles, promised a clear division of labor, and closed on a wish for everyone to live well. It went off like a starting gun, a flood of similar recruitment posts following. The Eagle Alliance, the Freedom Society, the Brotherhood Alliance, the Skull Society. I noted a former official stepping up to build an alliance, and felt nothing about it. I was already used to living alone, and even after transmigrating I felt I could survive just fine on my own. And more than that, I had no interest in being led. A free-spirited shut-in for whom working under anyone was a thing that would not happen this life or the next. I scrolled the world channel a while longer, but it kept curdling into alliance recruitment, drowning out anything useful. And I noted that as the protection period ended, fear was setting in and all sorts of unsavory types were crawling out. I switched to the regional channel and found the mood there charged, because an alliance had formed in my own area too, called the Blood Fiend Alliance, led by a scar-faced man named Zhang Pio. He was hard recruiting in the channel, promising that anyone who obeyed his orders would eat and drink well, and stay safe. Then Xiao Huo, the ability user, could not take it, calling everyone fools, calling Zhang Pio a villain and a thug who would never keep his word, saying only people unafraid of death should join. Zhang Pio fired back, telling the kid not to slander people, daring him to guarantee everyone's survival resources himself, accusing him of malicious intent for attacking others, while offering nothing. And a chorus of followers piled on, praising Chief Zhang's selfless devotion and branding Xiao Hu a selfish coward, who had power, but would not help the weak. In moments, Xiao Huo was being condemned by 1,000 voices at once. In a wooden cabin somewhere in an unnamed forest, a burly man with a fleshy face sprawled across a solid wood bed, a scar running from the corner of his mouth down past his ear, muscles bulging with power. This was Zhang Pio. He sneered to himself that a beardless brat thought he could wreck the plan, certain a couple of moves would break the kid. He toyed with a round stone, unbothered, because over the years he had seen too many people like Xiao Ho, all talk of justice and morality, useless in practice, clueless about what ordinary people actually needed. Public opinion could be packaged and exploited, Zhang Pio said, turning to the person kneeling by the bed. Someone really was kneeling there. Finn, wearing gold-rimmed glasses with one cracked lens, who scrambled to answer that no kid could compare to Chief Jang, that they could handle him without Jang lifting a finger. Jang Pyo chuckled and asked why someone so clever had failed to finish his task that day. Watching the man flustered, then told him that since it was the first time he would let it slide, but he had better make up the shortfall tomorrow. His smile faded as he warned the man not to blame him for being strict, since a poor shelter could not afford idlers, and the bespectacled man trembled harder, as if a beast were staring him down, stammering that he understood and guaranteed he would finish tomorrow, thanking the chief again and again. Jang Pyo told him to get to work, got up and walked to the window, where several people sat around a bonfire outside. This shelter somehow housing more than two. In the regional channel, the pile-on against Xiaohuo kept going, though a few people, Yu Yang and Yue Guk among them, the ones I had seen before, tried to tell everyone to calm down, only for their handful of voices to vanish under the flood. Xiaohuo himself sat blank at a wooden table, a fireball flickering and swelling and shrinking in his palm, its light washing his face green and pale by turns. A kid around 20 who gritted his teeth and demanded to know whether they were all idiots. How anyone could think Jang Pyo was a good man. Unable to bear the insults any longer, he hurled the fireball out the window, and over the boom of the blast he shouted that Jang Pyo had better never let him catch sight of him, swearing he would beat him to death. The verbal war ended on his parting line of "just you wait." Once he logged off and stopped replying, the Bloodfiend Alliance owned the channel completely, riding its new infamy to recruit aggressively. Members swore that anyone who joined got a self-defense treasure from Chief Jang, preached that humans were social animals who needed unity, and called for brothers and sisters to come. I watched the whole thing and did not buy Jang Pyo's grand promises for a second, because there are no saints in this world. There had to be an ulterior motive, the same as any pyramid scheme. Brothers and sisters eating and sleeping side by side until it turned out to be about money the whole time. Even spotting the rot, I would never call it out the way Xiao Hu had, because the people who joined the Bloodfiend Alliance and pinned their hopes on a stranger simply could not be woken up. Playing the bleeding heart was a bad move. I only wondered how Jang Pyo planned to keep his promise, how he meant to control people who had joined from a distance, and what that self-defense treasure actually was. I was not alone in that. Plenty of clear-headed people had the same doubts, and until they were answered, no one wanted to poke Jang Pyo. Watching the regional channel fall into lockstep, I closed the panel and walked into the workshop. The small round shields were done, reading as Tier 0, white quality, a wooden arm shield 90 centimeters across. The system informing me that with a shield in one hand and a blade in the other, I was the most dashing blade and shield soldier alive. I slid one onto my left arm and drew the Tang sword in my right, and a certain aura came off it on its own. I still needed armor, so I would check the trade channel, though I doubted my odds, since everyone lacked defensive gear. A quick search turned up another producer selling one torch for 8 wood, and I clicked my tongue, noting I was not the only lucky one, though that seller had sold out instantly too, clearly short on raw material. Torch prices rising was normal, since midnight would end the protection period, and an extra light source at night bought peace of mind. Among basics, iron blocks were climbing, probably because some survivors were prepping a Tier 2 upgrade. After reading the prices, I stopped hesitating and listed 180 torches at 8 wood or 6 stone or 1 iron block each, noting in the remarks that I would reply to other offers by private message when I saw them, and that I was also buying glass, priced by message. I had no choice because I had combed the channel and not one person was selling glass. Then I messaged Usoil, asking how much cotton she had pulled today and whether she wanted to trade. She was browsing the channel and replied at once that she had 120 cotton and that another survivor had just contacted her, though she had not sold. I asked whether their price was low, and she said not really, but she had promised me and would not break her word, adding that she wanted a long-term ally, and that the day before, seeing my one-person torch limit, she had figured I was kind-hearted. She had misread the limit as generosity, but I let it stand. I decided this woman I had never met was solid, direct and decisive, and able to see my good points, so a smile pulled at my mouth as I replied that I wanted a long-term partner too, for complementary resources. I proposed we set each day's price off the current basic material rates, and that for today I would buy cotton at 3 wood or 2 stone per unit and take all 120. I had thought it through carefully before offering. The cost ran a little high, but the torch business had a few good days left and needed a steady raw material source, and sharing the profit kept it alive. On top of that, I planned to carve out time to practice the Mystic Void Blade technique, which meant squeezing my plant fiber gathering, making a reliable supplier worth more than ever. Usoil was more than happy with the offer, well above what she had expected, since she had honestly been testing me not just as a cotton buyer but as a potential long-term ally. She replied that she would take the deal and needed 120 wood and 160 stone, and sent the order, which I checked and accepted, the system handing me 120 cotton. After that I thought a moment and sent Usoil another offer. 1 small round shield for 1 wood, telling her in the remarks that it was for her own protection, my investment in her. Back on Blue Star, I had carried a large inheritance, and I had kept most of it by handing wealth to others in exchange for their help. Having learned early that relationships built purely on feeling were unreliable and that appropriate investment was necessary, that you should never prize money too highly, because people were the real key. I wanted to hold on to the supplier, and a small investment would both raise Yu Soil's odds of survival and earn her gratitude. If I had misjudged her, I did not much care, since reading a person clearly for the price of one shield was cheap. In her own house, Yu Soil, in sportswear, wore a complicated expression. No one had ever looked out for her like that growing up. Her parents treating her as a money drain and pouring all their love into her younger brother, until she sometimes doubted she was even their child. And after university, her looks and figure had brought harassment and gossip instead of real friends, everyone carrying an angle. My concern struck her as a small flicker of warmth and kindness. She accepted the trade, saying she would skip the pleasantries and just thank me, telling herself she had not picked the wrong partner. The deal closed, and I did not dwell on it, just took the next step, since whatever the outcome it was not worth fussing over, and I had plenty left to do. A system tone sounded, and I opened the panel to find someone had tagged me in the regional channel. It was Jang Pio of the Bloodfiend Alliance, saying that many people in our area lacked torches, and since we shared an area we should help each other through the hard times. His proposal was that he would front me 50 units of torch material now. I would trade the finished torches to him immediately, and he would hand over the rest of the material tomorrow. A crowd of survivors piled in below, praising Chief Jang for his concern. They said that once protection ended, a self-defense torch would do everyone good, that they too would chip in material so Chief Jang did not carry the whole cost, and that whoever needed torches should hand their material to Chief Jang to coordinate. Since I was only running a tool bench, they framed it as no real effort and a way to contribute to the group, and several called on me to come out and say something. I almost laughed in pure anger, because they were trying to morally blackmail me. By their logic, I would waste my time and front the materials too, the whole pack of them planning to freeload. Then Jang Pio posted again, thanking everyone for their trust, and telling me no one expected me to work for nothing. He said I should join the Bloodfiend Alliance, take the post of Vice Alliance Leader, and earn extra Alliance contribution rewards for making torches. His people crowed that I was making a huge profit and rising to the top of an alliance over 500 strong, while others played it coy, insisting Brother Jin was not that shallow and would never hold a favor over them. The Bloodfiend members spanned the channel, while uninvolved survivors stirred the pot too, since if it worked they got free torches, and if it failed they lost nothing. A cold sneer crossed my face, because now I understood exactly how Xiao Huo had felt. These people were not foolish, they were malicious. I had wanted nothing to do with them, but with the Bloodfiend Alliance controlling the narrative and busybodies stoking it, the regional channel had no room for my wishes or my voice, and more survivors kept tagging me, too many to ignore. I told them flatly that if they wanted torches they could buy them in the trade channel, that I had neither the time nor the interest to play games. I asked what kind of low-class outfit the Bloodfiend Alliance thought it was to recruit me, and advised everyone that people had to rely on themselves, since leaning on despicable means only led to ruin sooner or later. Then I closed the regional channel without reading the replies, knowing nothing good would follow. A system alert chimed and I frowned, thinking it was endless, but it was a private message. Wang Jian greeted me as Brother Jin, said we were in the same area, and mentioned that Xiao Huo was his classmate. My interest stirred and I asked what he needed. He said the regional channel was a mess with the Bloodfiend Alliance controlling everything, basically useless, and that he and Xiao Huo had formed a small chat group for trading resources, nothing organizational, asking whether I wanted in. His avatar was a handsome young man around 20. I did not agree outright, asking instead how the group was formed and who was in it. He said he had found the item while scavenging outside that day, that besides him and Xiao Ho there were 3 others, all reliable, each with a specialty, and he attached the item's description, a small chat group that created a private group in the chat channel, gathering like-minded friends up to a maximum of 10. I told him to add me, since I had no reason to refuse, could just leave if it went badly, and genuinely wanted a few survivors to trade resources with. Wang Jihyun welcomed me to the group. Xiao Ho grumbled that it was another new person. Yu Eguk welcomed me by name, and Yu Yang welcomed me too, immediately asking whether I was an ability user. I frowned, wondering whether it was that intimate right out of the gate, no different from sending revealing photos the moment you joined a group. Wang Jihyun told me not to mind him, that Yu Yang was the only one in the group who had not awakened and asked every newcomer the same thing. My frown eased, and I said no. I had no abilities, because the worst move is to talk too openly with new acquaintances, and even with people I knew I would not expose my synthesis talent, a unique talent being far too significant to flash around. Yu Yang declared me a true comrade, and crowed that we were now brothers from different parents, and I had nothing to say, because the man really was an idiot. Wang Jian introduced the rest. Xiao Huo, whom I had seen before, wielded fireball and fought hard, with no special products near his territory, so he would trade hunted meat. Yu Yang had an open-pit iron mine by his territory, the man to see for iron blocks. Yu Eguk was a retired soldier with a strength burst ability and coal and stone resources. Last was Song Aru, a doctor with an ability called Heart of Nature she had not quite figured out yet, who held a vine armor blueprint and could trade vine armor. Iron, coal, meat, stone, vine armor. I was genuinely happy with the spread of resources in the group. Wang Ji-yun added that his own ability was Eagle Eye, handy for hunting supplies in the wild, and asked me to introduce myself. I played myself down, saying I had a river nearby so water was plentiful, and 2 blueprints, one for torches and one for small round shields, and I sent the shield's description to the group. Yu Yang immediately begged to trade for one, swearing he would give me everything he had. Wang Jian said the group favored mutual help, that good things could be traded internally first at market price, no deep discount needed, and Yue Guk agreed, saying I should just charge market rate and they would do the same, consuming good items inside the group first, and listing only the surplus. I had planned to sell 1 shield for 5 iron blocks or 50 wood on the open market, so I told them my usual rate was 5 iron, but Yu Yang could have 1 for 4, my welcome gift for joining. Yu Yang thanked me, the trade closed, and after that Yue Guk took 1 for 5 coal, Wang Jian and Xiao Kuo each for 4 iron, and Song Aru for vine armor, every one of them taking a shield. They had traded their day's hauls before I joined, since protection was ending and everyone was slammed, so after a round of brisk deals they went offline without idle chatter, which suited me, because I had plenty to do. I went to the bench and queued 120 torches, then opened the trade channel to check sales. Successful transaction messages popped up the second it loaded. Every listed torch sold with a wall of buy requests still behind them. One survivor asked me to notify him before listing next time. Another offered to call me boss for a single torch. And a third sent a selfie and asked whether I thought she was pretty. I studied the picture calmly and replied to all of them that more torches were coming soon. Beyond the buy requests sat the usual alliance recruitment, moral coercion, or sugar-coated bait, and I ignored all of it. I withdrew my earnings, 800 wood and 480 stone. No iron blocks or glass, since iron was still climbing and no one would spend glass on torches. That put me at 953 wood and 705 stone, and with the 120 torches about to list, my basics would clear 1,000 soon, so I planned to produce a batch of small round shields after the torches and trade them for iron or glass. I paged through the sales listings, and the variety really had improved. There was a Yiwu small desk lamp, rank 0, common. A household desk lamp the system joked meant mom no longer had to worry about my homework. Battery life 8 of 12 hours, the seller wanting self-defense items only and no other inquiries. I messaged to ask whether the lamp only ran 8 hours and how to recharge it once it died, but the seller did not answer right away, probably away from the channel, so I kept reading. There were iron swords for sale, blueprint or ability made I could not tell, since weapons always sold if there was a surplus. Then a genuinely good item, a personal water purifier blueprint, rank 0, common, the system warning that anyone who did not want to get sick had to either boil their water or own a purifier, the seller asking for other blueprints or weapons, highest bidder taking it. I was not the only one who saw it. Survivors crowded the comments, marveling that someone was actually selling a blueprint, begging for the source. One fool asking whether a water purifier was even useful, since rivers and lakes were everywhere. Another snapping back that you could not just drink river water raw. A man named Richard from the American Alliance offered a long knife for it. Others bid 10 food, 20 iron blocks and 2 glass, or 15 food, 5 torches, a bow and arrow set, and a core position in the Summer Alliance. Buyers swarmed it, because blueprints were like old technologies. Each won a golden goose, especially for the alliances. I envied the good items in those bids, the glass most of all, and I tried to bid myself, but I probably had no shot, because I could not part with my wind chaser bow or tang sword, and the small round shield alone was not enough. I could see it plainly now. The alliance is throwing huge amounts of resources at high quality goods, while a lone survivor simply could not compete, partly because the market held too few good items, and survivors were not fools, hoarding things they might not need now but would later, refusing to sell blueprints or extraordinary weapons unless they absolutely had to. Then the lamp seller finally replied that they only traded for self-defense weapons and would not haggle, and I told them I had a shield. They said 1 shield was not enough and to add 10 iron. I shook my head and pushed back, pointing out their lamp only ran 8 hours before it became trash, while my shield lasted forever, that with a shield and a wooden spear a person could handle most dangers. So they were the one who should be making up the difference to me. The bench only carried 2 weapons right now, a wooden spear and a stone knife. After some haggling, the seller reluctantly offered the shield straight up. No extra price, take it or leave it. And I told them deal without hesitation. The system handed me 1 Yiwu small desk lamp, and I took it out at once and switched it on, the white light filling the house far brighter than any torch. Best of all, the lamp cost nothing to run, and I had a solar power bank, which meant the little desk lamp was not a one-time thing for me at all. I walked to the workbench and traded 25 torches to Wang Jihan and his group for 25 units of iron block, then dumped the other 95 torches into my inventory and listed them on the trading channel. I priced each torch at 1 iron block apiece and pinned a note asking anyone holding glass to message me, since glass was the one thing I still needed. With 47 iron blocks now sitting in storage, I lined up the workbench to turn them all into small round shields, and once that production order was set, I found myself with a stretch of empty time on my hands. The smart play was obvious to me, so I decided to gather a few materials and finally put the synthesis furnace through its paces. I already had a target in mind from scrolling the trading channel earlier. Hunting for bargains there was never going to work for me. Not when the survivors were full of clever people running every kind of alliance. So even if a loophole opened up, it would never come around to a shut-in like me. Better to stop chasing deals and actually understand my own talent. I picked up 5 serpent skins off the channel for 5 units of stone, then summoned the synthesis furnace and set the main material as a small round shield with serpent skin as the auxiliary, which together came out to exactly 6 inputs. The furnace read back a synthesis success rate of 81% and a mutation rate of 77%. That mutation number jumped out at me, far higher than anything I'd seen before, and I filed away a guess that mismatched material textures might be what drove mutation up. I held the hypothesis loosely and triggered the furnace, and the next instant it tore a chunk of mental energy straight out of my skull. My head went swimming and the fatigue doubled, the orange light flickering across the furnace for the better part of a quarter hour before a shield finally dropped onto the table with a heavy clack. I fixed my eyes on it and read the panel. It was a serpent skin shield, tier 1, rare quality, and it carried 2 attributes, raising my block success rate by 60% and adding 1 point to my physique on top of that. The description even cracked a joke at me, asking where on earth I dug up serpent skin this smooth and sturdy. Rare quality, 2 attributes, on my very first real attempt, and I had to ask the system straight out how quality even worked. It laid the ladder out for me cleanly enough, each tier of an item splitting into common white, fine blue, rare orange, perfect red, and mythical gold, with common carrying no extra attributes, fine carrying 1, rare carrying 2, perfect carrying 3, and mythical capped at nothing at all. 2 attributes on the first real try. The goddess of luck had genuinely kissed me this time. I'd pulled an orange item that would stay useful all the way through tier 1, and the synthesis furnace was starting to feel less like a talent and more like a divine artifact dropped into my lap. The face of the shield was leather worked with a serpent pattern that gave off a strange, exquisite beauty, and the moment I strapped it on, the extra point of physique made itself known. The Tang sword in my grip suddenly riding light. That one success did more for my nerve than anything had since I arrived, so I went back to the channel and spent a pile of wood snapping up a handful of useless blue items, just to feed the furnace again. The first thing out was a wedding bed 3-piece set, tier 0, fine quality, attribute listed as improving sleep quality by 30%, with a description that asked whether I'd marry someone in poverty or in poverty. The main material had been a set of miniature playhouse toys, and the furnace had simply scaled the toys up into real furniture, so the thing could turn fake into real. I'd expected a box of nice dolls and gotten a working bed instead, and I tossed the 3-piece set onto the mattress with a grin and told myself to run it one more time. I dug out the queen bee corpse I'd harvested earlier in the day, along with the odds and ends I'd just bought, and fed the furnace a white beehive as the main material with a blue queen bee, 6 blue ants, 1 blue banyan seed, and 1 blue butterfly corpse as auxiliary. The panel offered me an 80% success rate and a 60% mutation rate, and asked if I wanted to continue, so I confirmed it, and the same brutal drain hit me at once, no gentler than the shield had been. My brain turned to lead, a stinging ache and a crushing drowsiness arriving in the same breath. And when I called up my panel, I saw only a sliver of mental energy left. This single synthesis had eaten 2 whole points, and the orange glow across the furnace told me, if I was reading it right, that another rare item was on the way. After that, I kept nodding off like a kid dozing through a lecture, pinching myself awake just to outlast the wait, because there was no way I was missing the reveal. A full hour of that misery passed before the equipment finally surfaced. The panel named it a Goo King Bee box, tier 2, rare quality, with 2 attributes, a bee lure that pulled enormous attraction over bee swarms, and a flat +1 to the rank of any queen bee inside it. The description told me the box was a swarm fighting arena, that once 1,000 bees gathered I could switch on a breeding mode where survivors fought until a winner rose to become queen, and that if the queen ever fell in battle, the whole mode had to start over. A tier 2 orange item, strategic grade equipment no question. It controlled bee swarms in open combat, and the second I imagined feeding it a horde of poisonous bees, my exhausted brain actually cleared a few degrees out of sheer greed. If I ever got my hands on a tier 1 swarm, I didn't even dare let the thought finish. I grinned, slid the bee box into my inventory, and forced myself up to list every finished small round shield on the workbench. 47 of them, each going for 6 iron blocks or 1 glass, capped at 1 per person. The listing done, I had nothing left in the tank, so I staggered to the bed and pitched face first into the covers, swearing to myself that I would never again be this reckless with the furnace. That was the last thought I had before the dark took me. Pounding hit the wooden door, a heavy battering and a long scraping shriek that dragged me straight up out of sleep. My skull was splitting, but I pushed through the sting and got to my feet, and a few deep breaths cleared the fog enough to think. I hadn't even taken off my rattan armor before crashing, so I pulled the Tang sword, strapped on the serpent skin shield, and crept toward the door on my toes. It was still night beyond the walls, only the faintest light outside, and through the window I caught the shape of a leopard, a full 2 meters of it, the thing slamming and clawing at my door. As if it felt me there, it swung its head around, and the two of us locked eyes through the glass. The panel labeled it a hungry leopard, tier 0, elite grade, attribute beast roar, and the description told me it had been sealed away by some mysterious force for 3 days, that it was ravenous, that on finding me it had already made its choice, and it asked, flatly, what mine would be. The roar that came next rooted me to the floor, and the leopard kicked off its hind legs and launched straight at the window, that gaping maw nearly closing over my head before instinct snapped me out of it. I shoved off the wooden wall and threw myself backward, crashing flat onto the floor with my spine taking the brunt of it, then rolled and hauled myself upright, eyes searching. The window was shattered, but the leopard hadn't come through. Barely. I spat out a mouthful of bloody foam, having bitten clean through my own tongue in the fright, and for once I was grateful for the pain, because that bite was the only reason I wasn't already a headless knight. The beast reacted insanely fast. One glance and it had me pegged. I muttered as much to myself, mostly just to push back the taste of imminent death, since my heart was still hammering against my ribs. It stayed silent out there, but I knew it hadn't gone anywhere. It had simply chosen me. The thing was cunning, willing to swallow its hunger rather than throw itself blind through the broken window, and I understood why. My main hall was crammed wall to wall with supplies, and any leopard that came charging in here would lose half its agility to the clutter, so it waited me out instead. The standoff stretched long and quiet, and I realized the math was wrong for me. Outside, the leopard's advantage was simply too large, so I had to invite it in. Calm returning, I smeared snake venom across my blade and strode to the door, pulling the iron blocks out of the doorway and into my inventory before I hauled the door wide and snapped back fast. The leopard padded into view, slow and deliberate, settling at the threshold, coiled and ready. I shouted for it to come, dropping low behind the serpent skin shield, gripping the tang sword, baiting it forward. Then I crept toward it myself, and when 2 meters separated us, I lunged. The leopard flinched back half a step, then drove off its hind legs and leaped. I was already braced in a bow stance, the serpent skin shield catching its incoming claws, and the collision rang out huge and threw me backward off my feet. I let the momentum feed my blade instead of fighting it, the Mystic Void blade technique flowing into 2 quick strikes that opened gashes across the leopard's back. Blood ran from the wounds, but the thing howled and kept swinging as though its spine carried no sensation at all. We traded several fast exchanges, me blocking with the shield between strokes of the technique, and when we broke apart, the leopard wore 7 wounds, while I wore 2 claw marks that had torn through my rattan armor and split the skin beneath. I gave ground, rebuilding the gap between us, and told myself the equipment edge was real, that I could take this. Pulled back into the distance, the leopard and I went still, facing each other across the wrecked room. I was waiting, and the thing I was waiting on was the venom. The leopard had figured out by now that its prey was too tough to bite, too slippery to pin, and impossible to simply leave. A moment later, I caught the first tell, its movements warping ever so slightly, and I forced myself to stay patient through a flood of relief, until I saw its whole body start to sway. Only then did I close in and let the sword technique loose. The leopard's reaction speed collapsed, while my own strokes ran smoother with every repetition, and inside a handful of moves I'd cut most of the way through its head. As the fight died, my mind unclenched, and the exhaustion crashed back in on top of me. I waved the gathering skill across the leopard, and it dissolved, leaving the room a disaster behind it, and the system tallied 1 blue beast hide, 1 blue fang, and 5 white portions of meat. Then it congratulated me, telling me I had cleared the first trial at a perfect rating and earned a silver treasure chest, and a chest shimmered into being in a wash of white light. I set the chest aside and opened the chat channel, telling myself out loud that the mental drain had nearly cost me my life, and that I had to learn the lesson for good. Ignoring the 99 plus private messages stacked up, I turned to the system notifications, and they did not lighten the mood. The novice protection period was officially over. The seals had lifted off plants, animals, weather, and mutated creatures all at once. A fixed monthly trial would land at the end of every month, with the test being a beast siege, the countdown already sitting at 27 days, and random trials would surface throughout the survival period without warning. On top of all that, an acid rain trial was detected with a countdown of 7 days. I read it all the way through with my face going grim, sat with it a long while, then opened the new little group everyone had formed. Xiaohuo led off as breathless as ever, declaring that in ancient times, Wu Song fought a tiger, and that today Xiaohu had slaughtered one, complete with a photo of himself grinning over a tiger corpse. Yu Yang fired back that of course the protagonist's combat power was off the charts, then complained that his own trial had been a black-backed wolf, while Wang Jihun said his had been a hyena and asked Uncle Yu what he'd drawn. Yu Aguk answered that his was a python and floated the theory that the trials scaled to combat power, and Song Aru agreed it was likely, admitting she'd faced a wolf so weak it almost gave her a heart attack anyway. That last bit surprised me, since the doctor had barely spoken before, but the lingering fear and the rush had clearly loosened her up. Yu Yang wailed that his combat power was even worse than Sister Aru's, then asked where I'd gotten to, and I told them I'd just wrapped mine, a leopard. Yu Aguk praised the strength as extraordinary and pointed out that everyone in our group had passed, which he called worth celebrating, and Yu Yang noted that the headcount in the world channel had cratered. Against the easy relieved warmth in our little group, the world and regional channels were one long wail. Calls for help and cries for rescue spammed the screen without pause. Person after person who'd passed the trial but come out of it badly hurt. People begged for wound medicine and swore they'd repay it, traded away supplies for it. One survivor crying that after barely escaping the apocalypse he refused to die in this world too, while another shrugged off a lost arm and said he'd see everyone in 18 years. If you charted the price of injury medicine, it would have been a single towering green candle. Doses kept hitting the trade channel and getting snatched the instant they appeared. Supply nowhere near demand, because after only 3 days, how much medicine could anyone possibly be sitting on? They called it a trial, but it was an elimination, a cruel one, sweeping away anyone with a weak body or an unwillingness to face reality. Medicine was scarce and profit came first, so the injured dragged out their most prized possessions just to barter for it, crafting blueprints, attribute equipment, rare materials. I browsed the wreckage myself and turned up a blueprint fast, a backpack blueprint listed for injury medicine. And when I checked it, the thing was genuinely practical. I told the seller I had some trauma medicine, that mine worked on external wounds and lacerations especially, and asked what kind of injury he had. He answered at once that it was a beast claw, clearly having been waiting on a reply. So I told him to check the attributes and trade if he was satisfied. No haggling on my end. The medicine was worth far less than the blueprint, but this was a special moment, and with the Alliance's hoarding wealth, every delay risked complications, so the seller fired off the trade request the second he'd read the description, just as eager to move before anything went wrong. I came away with a backpack blueprint that built a common backpack out of one beast hide and 2 ropes, and I was thoroughly pleased, having saved a man's life and pocketed a blueprint in one stroke. A clean win on both sides. My own scrapes had already scabbed and weren't serious, and with no more medicine to spare, I pulled myself off the trade channel. First I collected the harvest from the small round shields, 240 iron blocks and 7 glass, which left my shelter upgrade at dawn. It was pitch black outside and there could still be beasts prowling, so I had no intention of standing exposed for an upgrade in the dark when waiting a few hours cost me nothing. With the time to kill, I opened a regional channel, where the population had dropped by nearly 300, just over 700 souls left in the whole area, which meant a quarter of us hadn't survived the trial. The channel had basically become the Bloodfiend Alliance's personal megaphone, members urging everyone not to take risks and to use the life-saving artifact Chief Jang had handed out, praising Chief Jang's flawless character against all those selfish people. The few scattered voices cursing the Bloodfiend Alliance for being a deceptive leech got drowned instantly under the flood of rebuttals. I wondered what this life-saving artifact actually was, but information was thin, so I shelved the question. Then I remembered the chests still waiting, and that mattered more. A red light flared as the silver treasure chest cracked open, and I reached for the orb on the right, and crushed it first, turning up 200 kilograms of flour, described as high-quality Kitai flour, pure white and fine, chewy and fragrant with wheat. Flour wasn't a thrill, but it was deeply practical. Since landing in the shoe world, I'd eaten nothing but dry rations every single day, and I wanted noodles. I wanted steamed buns, because as a northerner, going days without either left me feeling like I hadn't eaten at all. Grain was hard currency here besides, the kind of thing nobody ever held too much of, since survivors had no way to farm yet and ate only what they gathered or pulled from chests. Down the road there might be hunting, but the refined food of the old world was going to be a long time coming, and just picturing noodles and steamed buns put a longing ache in the corner of my mouth. I stored the flour and crushed the next orb, which gave me a diamond breathing method, rank 1, perfect quality, carrying 3 attributes. The first, body strengthening, let cultivation permanently raise physique. The second, immunity to evil, grant of heavy resistance to charm and control skills. And the third, Vajra Body, was an active skill that wrapped a full protective shield around the body when triggered. The description called it an introductory foundation building method for Buddhist disciples from another world, a solid base for whatever cultivation came later, with an entry requirement of a basic physique of 8 or higher. A cultivation method, and a defensive one at that. This was an absurd stroke of luck, a technique that strengthened my body forever, hardened my mind against control, and threw in a shield on top. A genuine lifesaver. The leopard's roar still rang faintly in my ears, and I knew that with this cultivated situations like it would stop being a problem at all. When I played games, I always picked the tanks, thick-skinned and damage-resistant, never the fragile micro-heavy carries, on the simple logic that you can only deal damage if you stay alive. But my physique sat at 6 right now, and the serpent skin shield's bonus point didn't count toward the basic stat, which meant I was too short of even qualifying for the method. So it went into my inventory as a last resort for later, and I caught myself half wishing for a handful of transcendent fruits to close the gap. The final orb gave me a charcoal blueprint, rank 0, fine quality attribute, long-lasting combustion, the description insisting that everyone loves grilling. It struck me as fairly useless, the weather still far too hot for me to want to stand over a grill, and I had zero mood for barbecue, so I shook my head and casually slotted the blueprint into the workbench. With everything tallied, exhaustion rolled back over me, my overdrawn mental energy still nowhere near recovered, and the fight on top of it leaving me wrung out. I told myself to sleep and upgrade the shelter early, then pulled the iron blocks out again to barricade the wooden door, set the Tang sword beside me, and lay down without bothering to shed the rattan armor. Dawn came pale, and the rising sun hadn't yet reached into the wooden house, leaving the inside dim. Still thick with sleep, I shoved the bedroom door open and a gust of wind cut straight through me, the shiver snapping the last of the drowsiness loose. It was cold, and I wondered whether autumn was already moving in, since we'd arrived in late summer and the novice period had kept the weather mild. But the moment that protection ended, the morning breeze had picked up a real chill. Out of pure habit, I opened the chat channel, because 3 days is supposedly all it takes to form a habit, and I'd already locked in the routine of checking the group first thing. The past few mornings I'd eaten while watching other survivors talk, and even on quiet days there was always fresh entertainment. But today was different, because pinned to the very top of the world channel sat a familiar name. Ji Yang had posted a long summary, opening on a somber note about the compatriots lost in the previous day's ordeal, and urging everyone not to sink into grief with more trials still ahead. He laid out his findings in order. First, with the novice protection over, the Shu world had unsealed the wild beasts, and where his shelter had been surrounded by nothing the night before, a pre-dawn scout of roughly a 1-kilometer radius had turned up rabbits, squirrels, wild dogs, goats, alongside lions, tigers, and black bears, animals that should never share the same ground. He suspected they'd come from Blue Star same as us, and that we'd compete with them to forge a brand new food chain, our one saving grace being the shelters. So he warned everyone again to take care venturing out. Second, the system had released climate control. Autumn had arrived, and from the current temperature, the winter here was going to be brutal, harsher than anything in the south, or even the northern reaches of Blue Star, so everyone needed to stockpile warmth and food in advance. Third and most urgent, an acid rain trial was coming in 7 days, and judging by the difficulty of the last trial, it would not be gentle. So he told us to store water, food, and weapons now, since prolonged acid rain meant famine and the animals would grow desperate. He closed with good news, that a level 2 shelter was built of stone with heating like a fireplace, that level 3 should be better still, and that upgrading was the key to survival, signing off with a wish that everyone help each other and live. The replies beneath it praised Teacher Guy as a wilderness survival expert with real experience. One person confessing he'd set out to chop wood that morning, only to be chased home by a wild boar. Another calling the help genuinely touching. Then it soured fast, the thread sliding from gratitude into sniping. Someone scoffing that, of course, it all came down to upgrading the shelter, and everyone already knew that. Someone else threatening to teach him a lesson on his parents' behalf. The whole thing curdling into personal attacks. A few people were honestly confused about how a single message got pinned across the entire world channel, until a helpful soul explained it was a world loudspeaker, an item that pinned your post to the world channel for a full day and made you the headline. That cleared it up for me. I hunted for anything else useful, found nothing, and noticed I'd run through the last of my dry rations, which settled it. It was time to upgrade the shelter. The level 2 upgrade wanted 200 wood, 200 stone, 10 iron, and 2 glass, and my inventory held 859 wood, 700 stone, 335 iron, and 7 glass, so I confirmed it on the spot. The system accepted, flagged my materials as sufficient, and then asked whether I wanted to additionally enhance the shelter's facilities, rolling out a menu like a developer hawking real estate. A bedroom with flooring, a double bed, and reserved outlets for 50 wood and 5 iron. A living room with a fireplace, solid wood furniture, wooden flooring, and outlets for 50 wood, 50 stone, and 5 iron. A kitchen with iron cookware, a stove, and reserved water and power for 50 stone and 5 iron. A workshop that improved the workbench and unlocked higher quality crafting from other materials for 50 wood, 50 stone, and 5 iron. A storage with 2-dimensional shelves holding 20 items each for 50 wood and 50 stone. A bathroom with a shower and a rooftop stone water tank for 50 stone and 2 glass. Each was optional, and the system warned that adding any of them later would cost more, so it told me to choose carefully. I stared at the menu, honestly dumbfounded at where the system had picked up this hustle, because a plain upgrade was apparently a bare shell, and if I wanted to actually live well, I'd have to pay extra for the renovations. Somehow that made the whole world feel a little more down to earth. I told it to confirm everything, because some of those rooms might not be urgent, but I had 4 blueprints in hand, which meant I had money. And if the system bothered prompting these facilities, they surely had real uses. The shelter swallowed itself in white light the way it had before, the materials on the ground draining steadily, and after roughly 10 minutes a brand new stone house stood in front of me. It ran about 200 square meters, double its old footprint, built entirely from green stone with no seam anywhere on the exterior. As though carved from one solid block, a square stone water tank fused seamlessly onto the roof, and the windows shielded by an iron bar mesh that ordinary beasts would never shatter. Inside, wooden flooring ran through both the living room and bedroom, the living room fully furnished, My old table and chairs transformed and resized to fit the space. A fireplace covering some 3 square meters set in the center, with pipes routed through the stone walls to carry its heat into every room. The kitchen held a stove, an iron pot, and a full spread of tableware and cookware, so I could finally eat something hot, and the supplies that had been scattered everywhere were now sorted neatly onto the storage shelves. At the workbench, the crafting panel had picked up 2 new weapons beyond the daily necessities: a wooden-handled iron blade taking 2 iron and 1 wood, and a wooden-handled iron spear taking 1 iron and 1 wood. I realized the system was steering survivors to develop and to fight, treating us as something other than entertainment, because if it just wanted a show, it would rather watch us scrape at the edge of death than hand us conditions this good. I turned the intention over for a while, then let it drop, because there was simply too little to go on, and for now all I could do was keep pushing forward and stay alive. I figured I'd check the level 3 requirements while I was at it, in case I had the materials to change straight into it, and pulled up the shelter panel. Level 3 wanted 500 wood, 500 stone, 50 iron, 20 glass, plus 1 defensive structure, 1 altar, and 1 resource structure. Defensive structures included fences, arrow towers, tamed beasts, and protective shields. Resource structures included mines, farmland, salt fields, and medicinal fields. As for the altar, the system offered no explanation whatsoever. I had the defensive side covered, with fence and arrow tower blueprints already pulled from earlier chests, but I lacked the core altar and any resource structure, and a sweep of the trade channel turned up nothing related, so I could only wait. I didn't build the fence or arrow tower right away either, because even with resources to spare, I needed to reserve wood and stone for torches and small round shields. And I suspected a fence's defense might not even match the stone walls of the level 2 shelter anyway. Only once the shelter business felt settled did I remember I'd never answered a message from the night before. Yu Soyul had reached out, lucky in her own trial. The attacking beast, a starved and injured one the system had weakened over 3 days, so she'd handled it without much trouble. She'd written to warn me that with so many beasts loose outside now, collecting cotton might be hard today. That didn't surprise me, the wilderness genuinely dangerous after 3 days of starving predators. And I told her not to push it, to do only what she safely could, then added that I'd hit level 2 and could now craft iron blades and wooden-handled iron spears, and asked what she needed so I could trade some over. She was touched, clearly not having expected me to skip the blame and instead think about arming her, and she told me she'd send the materials herself, since she couldn't accept the weapons if I ate the cost. I didn't argue, because being a decent person has limits, and going too generous only turns into a burden for the other person. The materials came through, 5 wood and 5 iron, along with her note that her ability suited ranged weapons and that she wanted 5 spears to throw. I got it, headed back to the workshop, knocked out 5 wooden-handled iron spears, traded them over, reminded her to message me the instant she hit any danger, and closed the chat. That done, I queued a production run of 200 small round shields on the workbench. While hunting for upgrade materials, I'd noticed plenty of people already selling wooden-handled iron blades and spears, and torches besides, which told me a lot of blueprints had dropped after the trial, and that torch profit wouldn't last. I'd expected the decline, just not this fast, but the shields still moved at a fat margin and wouldn't dent my income for a while. With the workbench on automatic, I decided to stay in today, since the past 2 days of Beast Riot had left the wild too risky, and instead used the time to drill the Mystic Voidblade technique and push its proficiency toward mastery as quickly as I could. So I went to the open ground out front and started training. I drilled the Mystic Voidblade technique outside the shelter for an entire morning, hauling it up to 88% proficiency and feeling the shape of it settle deeper into my hands. Beasts moved near the shelter while I worked, but maybe because my patch of ground was remote and the vegetation thin, most of them streamed past toward the river to the east. I weighed hunting the ones coming to drink, then let it go since the riverbank was too open and the animals too alert, and my long-range game was mediocre. I owned a decent bow but had never trained archery and had no time to start now, not when just mastering the blade technique was an open question of how long it would take to reach major achievement. Time to eat. My stomach was growling, the morning's dry rations long since burned through by the high-intensity drilling, so I went back in and checked the kitchen stores first. 10 servings of dry rations, 10 bottles of water, 10 wild fruits, 30 apples, 200 grams of honey, 1 roasted duck, 5 leopard steaks, and the 200 kilograms of flour. Plenty of variety but thin on quantity, enough to coast for a while yet nowhere near enough for winter. I needed to stockpile more, meat above all, because the flour would hold a while but cultivation demanded I eat heavily, both to push my physique up fast and to keep from grinding my body down. And after Ji Yang's warning, the food prices on the trade channel had already started climbing today. I pulled out the roasted duck to reheat while I molded over. I'd meant to barter the duck for a blueprint or some high-grade material, but the survivors weren't fools, nobody willing to trade even a useless blueprint for it. And I wasn't short on basics anyway, so I decided to just eat the thing today and replace what cultivation had drained. Reheated, it fell short of the first time, but next to dry rations there was simply no contest. Soon I was leaned back in the wooden chair, letting out a satisfied burp and picking my teeth with a sliver of wood. Shaking my head at myself, because my appetite had ballooned. My old self could never have put away a whole roasted duck, and I asked myself whether drilling the blade technique was really this consuming. I felt like my stomach digested food the instant it landed, my whole body crying out for fuel. What I didn't know was that the blade technique wasn't the culprit at all, but the energy fruit I'd eaten earlier, still not fully digested, working away in the background while I trained, which was the real reason the drilling had gone so fast. The food problem had turned urgent. I hadn't planned to go out today, but the math no longer worked, because another afternoon of cultivation would chew through the last of the leopard meat and leave me empty by tomorrow. So I made up my mind to risk it. And rather than rest, I went to the 200 small round shields I'd finished that morning, splitting them into 2 orders of 100 each, one going for 20 wood apiece and one for 4 iron blocks apiece. Stone was fine for now, but most of my blueprints ran on wood and iron, and those 2 materials were what I needed for primitive accumulation. With the chores cleared, I dropped the Goo King Bee box into my inventory, shut the door, and set off west along the foot of the mountain. This wasn't like the old outings where I could sprint flat out. The protection period long gone, and beasts no longer rare, so I had to walk while constantly reading my surroundings, my pace dragging because of it. A full half-hour passed before I found a gentle slope I could climb into the range behind. Looking up from the base, the slope ran under a forest of dense, lush green, shrubs crowding thick beneath the canopy, and I hesitated a moment because a forest, on some level, just means danger. I'd have to face it sooner or later, though, since I needed to source my own meat and couldn't leave a resource this critical to the unstable mercy of the trade channel. So after a beat, I steadied my face and let my figure slip into the trees. The deeper I went, the thicker the growth. Elms and poplars mostly, tall and straight. The high canopy choking off most of the light, so only scattered patches fell to the floor. Branches and dead grass had built into a deep layer of humus, my footprints sinking into it. The forest oddly quiet with few bird calls, every twig I cracked underfoot, landing loud in the hush. It struck me as strange that there weren't more animals, since I'd been in a while and seen only a few birds and squirrels, almost nothing large. Not that I minded, since hunting wasn't even the point today, and fewer animals just meant less fighting, though I kept every step careful all the same, half-braced for a beast to come hurtling out of the shadows. Then a swarm's hum reached me from a distance and my face lit, the sound coming from the right. I changed course and hurried toward it, and after circling a few big trees I found exactly what I'd hoped, a knot of horned bees pouring in and out of a tree hollow. This was the whole reason I'd come, to restock gladiators for the Goo King Bee box. The horned bees had yellow heads, fine-haired black thoraxes, and yellow and black striped conical abdomens tipped with 3 venomous stingers, which earned them the nickname Three-Eyed Needles. I crept toward the hive and stopped about 2 meters off, because horned bees are vicious, and getting any closer risked a strike that would turn the whole hive's hatred onto me. I set the Goo King Bee box on the ground, poured all 200 grams of my honey inside as bait, laid my hand on it, concentrated, and triggered its special ability to crank swarm attraction up by 60%. Then I retreated fast and brought out the windchaser bow I'd never used, knocking an arrow with a tip that wasn't metal at all but a cotton ball soaked in peppermint oil I prepared before leaving. I breathed deep, drew, sighted on the hollow, and loosed on the exhale, and the arrow grazed the trunk perfectly and buried itself in the grass behind the hollow. A flush of embarrassment crawled up my face, since I'd been aiming for the hollow itself, and I laughed at myself, grateful nobody had been around to see it. I knocked again, corrected the angle, and this time the arrow flew clean into the hollow, the peppermint scent flooding the space inside. A cloud of bees boiled out moments later, droning around the hollow, plainly agitated, and then they noticed the bee box not far off. The box pulsed orange, and the swarm drifted toward it as if their minds had simply switched off, filing inside one after another, because the pull of a Tier 2 rare box was something Tier 0 common horned bees had no chance of resisting. 10 minutes on, no more bees flew out of the hollow, and everyone outside had vanished into the box. So I got up, walked over with the high-quality stone axe I hadn't touched in ages, and dropped the big tree in a few swings. The felled trunk laid the hive bare, sitting flat across the top of the hollow like a hat, not a single bee escaping the dense combs, so I leaned in and cut it open with my tang sword, to find a plump queen inside. My box was in breeding mode and would produce its own queens, so I had no use for this one, and once she was dealt with, I gathered the hive for 500 grams of honey. As the gathering finished, a wooden treasure chest rose out of the hollow, so killing could drop chests, and I nodded at the discovery, the system clearly bent on encouraging combat hunting. I tapped it open to find 10 dry rations, 1 common pair of hiking boots, and 1 bee cultivation method. I grabbed the book hopefully only to deflate it once, because it was just an ordinary how-to manual, not the skill book I'd wanted, and it even carried a suggested retail price of 9.91 printed on the back. I tossed it into my inventory, laced on the new hiking boots and ditched my worn-out sneakers, then went to check the box, which now held over 8,000 horned bees and had automatically rolled into breeding mode to filter out a queen, a process that would run a full 24 hours. I'd get to meet the new queen tomorrow, and I caught myself genuinely curious about her attributes. I picked up the box, since the live creatures inside meant it couldn't sit in my inventory long, gathered 6 wood off the felled tree, and kept climbing toward the mountainside. The objective done, and the day still young, so I figured I'd keep looking. With the Goo King Bee box in one hand and the Tang sword in the other, I moved on. Even without the serpent skin shield, my physique still sat at 6, already above the adult average, so despite rarely walking mountain trails, I wasn't tired and had stamina to burn. A plump wild rabbit darted past up ahead, paused at the sight of me, then bolted toward the front left, and I badly wanted spicy rabbit head but had no way to get it. Both hands full and no time to draw and shoot. Even if I'd had the time, my archery being what it was, my odds of tagging a moving rabbit weren't much better than winning the lottery. My gaze trailed the bouncing rabbit anyway, and that was how I caught a flash of vivid color and wandered over to find a patch of bright red wild mushrooms, light red and brick red and orange red, standing out hard against the green. These had to be poisonous, going by the old online rule that the gaudier a mushroom the deadlier it is. But I didn't give up on them and ran my detection skill across the patch. The panel read them back as red umbrella mushrooms, common quality, edible, nutrient-rich, delicious, a rare delicacy. Genuinely edible. I had to remind myself again that this was the Shoe World and not Blue Star, that I couldn't read anything here through Old World experience. Then I set the bee box down, squatted and started picking. Terrified of grabbing the wrong one, I scanned each mushroom before I touched it, better safe than sorry, and came away with 56 red umbrella mushrooms. In good spirits, I searched uphill another half hour for meager returns, and just as I was about to head down and call it, a loud crash boomed out roughly 500 meters to my left and rear. My body went taut, and my face hard. I scanned around, found a big tree, climbed it fast, lashed the Goo King Bee box up among the branches and hit it, then dropped back down, drew the serpent skin shield, and moved toward the sound to see what it was. 500 meters wasn't far even through the obstructing forest, and I closed the gap quickly, the heavy panting of a beast reaching me as I neared. So I bent into a half crouch and slipped behind a banyan as thick as 3 men linking arms, peeking carefully ahead. A brown mountain boar over 2 meters long came into view, slabbed and fat, bristles standing up like pine needles, panting hard as it patrolled an open clearing, centered on a half-withered elm. The elm bore a fresh crack from an impact, so the crash I'd heard had to be the boar ramming it. Scanning the trees beyond, I found the boar wasn't alone. A mountain cat crouched on a branch to my left, its eyes locked on the same elm, a stout body about 1.5 meters long with long limbs, a short thick tail, reddish-brown fur scattered with dark spots. And overhead a dark shadow swept and circled, a brown goshawk fixed on the ground, fainting downward again and again. Every one of them was staring at that half-withered elm. No, not the elm, the red fruits hanging in it. I corrected myself after watching long enough to spot the small red fruits tucked in the branches I'd kept overlooking. They looked like a good thing, but it was too far to make out exactly what, and the fact that 3 beasts were squaring off over them only sharpened my interest, because I wanted a slice of that pie too. I worked out how to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, my eyes shifting over the 3 beasts' positions, then slowly backed off, and once I judged myself clear of their senses, I broke into a backward run. After more than 50 meters, I cut right, swung a wide half circle, and came around to the far side from where I'd started, easing in to hide behind a large tree not far from the half-withered elm. I wasn't going to grab the fruit head on. A lone mountain cat I'd have fancied my chances against, but I'd write off the mountain boar entirely, because I'd heard that in the mountains boars and black bears are predators of the same caliber, and my small frame wasn't in the same weight class. Next to the boar, I was a squishy assassin, and a low agility one at that. Once the Mystic Voidblade technique hit major achievement, I could maybe go 50-50 with it, though I wasn't sure of even that. The standoff dragged on between all parties until a sudden fruity aroma bloomed in the air, so the red fruits hadn't been right. No wonder none of them had moved to pick them. As the scent spread, the mood turned serious, the beasts visibly tightening, eyes boring into the fruit, the goshawk breaking off its circling to land atop the tree nearest the elm. On my side, poised and ready. Now 4 parties held 4 corners. I sat opposite the mountain boar across the elm, the mountain cat on a tree to my right, the goshawk on the treetop to my left, all of us waiting on the same instant of ripening. Not ripe yet, but the smell was incredible. I squatted behind my tree with my legs gone half numb, pulled in a deep breath of that rich fruity aroma, and felt my whole spirit jolt awake, every cell in me craving it like mad, my own eyes starting to redden a little. The second the thought finished, the boar surged forward and charged the elm, the cat and goshawk diving after it. Though their aims diverged, the cat and goshawk lunging straight for the fruit while the boar slammed into the trunk. The boar had moved first and moved fast, crashing into the elm in a blink. The already cracked trunk took the second blow and snapped. The boar's whole body pressed against it, its several tons driving the fall faster. In that moment, the cat and goshawk, both grabbing for the fruit, crossed paths, and the goshawk suddenly beat upward, its talons raking 3 bloody lines across the cat's back, the force pinning the cat to the ground while the bird rode the momentum back toward the fruit. 2 arrows hissed through the air then, flying dead above the red fruits, square along the goshawk's only path to them. They were mine, of course. I'd checked earlier that my position held no beasts, and the boar's first ram had been aimed this way, so I'd bet that the first impact wasn't just to scare off the others, but to set up the second one that would break the elm. By hammering the same crack, the boar could steer which way the tree fell, and I'd already learned the hard way that the animals of the shoe world are cunning and can't be treated as fools, which was exactly why I'd hidden from the boar and circled here, so it would never sense a human nearby. The boar could dominate on the ground, but to claim the fruit it had to drop the tree. Otherwise it could never wrest it from the goshawk, and I gambled it would topple the elm in my direction. I gambled right. The tree was coming my way. I saw the elm falling toward me, and the cat and goshawk both lunging for the fruit, so I knocked and drew and loosed 2 fast arrows above the red fruits to block the goshawk, then snapped the wind chaser bow away, pulled the serpent skin shield, and sprinted flat out for the fruit. On the far side, the goshawk did dodge the fast arrows and missed its grab, forced to peel up into the sky and circle around. By then I was already under the red fruits, shielding my head, and I shoved off a tree trunk, leaped and snatched at the fruit with my right hand. The instant my fingers closed on the branch holding it, my 7 points of physique, the shield's bonus included, fired all at once, and a hard pull broke the arm-thick branch clean off. I gathered it and dropped it into my inventory the moment it was mine. No time to spare for system props. Because right then a dark shape was already tearing toward me at full speed from the front. Plainly the boar, its prize stolen, and still hanging in midair I could already make out its bloodshot eyes. Those savage eyes fixed dead on me. Midair, I braced the shield with my left arm, drew my right hand back against it, then drove the shield down hard into the charging boar's skull. A muffled thud, and I was flung backward, landing several meters off in an open patch. My face twitched as I scrambled up and ran, sprinting backward and changing direction constantly. Behind me, the enraged boar, stunned by the head-on collision, stalled its charge, and by the time it came to and looked up, I was already bolting. It shook its head, roared in fury, and came after me like a tank on powerful strides. On the other side, the mountain cat that had been slammed down recovered too, and seeing me intercept the prize, it fell in close behind the boar, chasing me even as the 3 deep bone-deep gashes on its back warped its usually fluid movements. The goshawk overhead refused to quit either, but I deliberately picked the densest foliage, giving it no opening to dive, and after several of my direction changes it gave up the chase, never daring to land on the ground. The boar tore after me without slowing for anything, plowing straight through large trees, but it was still flesh and blood, and after a few collisions it couldn't sustain the high-speed pursuit. I kept cutting direction and ducking into thick stands of trees to break its line. Ran maybe 10 minutes until the booming of struck trees finally peeled away from my heading, and after a while longer I judged I'd shaken it and slowed to a stop, leaning against a big trunk, heaving for breath to claw back my physique. I'd never in my life run that fast that long, weaving and cutting through forest the whole way, and only now did I feel my lungs about to burst. I steadied my breathing, registered that I was clear, and let my spirit unclench, and the instant I did a piercing pain shot from my left arm straight into my brain, and turned my face green. I tested it, pinching the arm gingerly. I muttered that it probably wasn't broken but maybe fractured, and that it hurt like hell, grimacing even as I couldn't keep the grin off my face. Snatching food clean out of the mouths of 3 beasts had left me wildly stimulated, and I genuinely loved that surge of excitement. A soft click beside my ear cut the thought dead. My face went serious and I whipped around to find a figure already pressed close behind me. The mountain cat from the tree, the click coming from a branch it had stepped on and snapped. To track me from that far really did earn it the name of a jungle predator, and a flicker of surprise crossed my eyes even as my hands moved fast, the right drawing the tang sword, the left forcing the serpent skin shield up through the pane. Watching the cat approach, I saw the 3 deep gashes across its back, the fur around them matted red. No wonder it had made a sound. It was hurt too, and not lightly, since with its usual agility it never would have cracked a branch. By rights, with wounds that bad, it should have hidden away to heal rather than risk meeting another predator. Greed was the only thing driving it to chase me wounded, its mistake. I stared at the cat and saw it had no immediate intent to attack, which made me anxious, because I didn't want to fight here worried a drawn-out clash would draw other animals. If the cat then slipped away I wouldn't be able to escape, and I especially feared the boar arriving on the noise, since it would surely come for me first and I was in no shape to deal with it. If it wouldn't attack, I'd have to force it to. A flash of inspiration crossed my mind, so I pulled the red fruit out, flashed it in front of the cat, and shoved it back. But the fruity scent had already spread around me. The cat's eyes went red, and it couldn't hold back, pouncing hard, and that was exactly what I'd been waiting for. I shouted and sidestepped, the tang sword in my right hand sweeping the Mystic Void Blade technique in a grand, powerful arc that came down precisely on the cat's back wound. Injuries stacked on injuries, the cat let out a mournful cry and dropped under the heavy blow, unable to rise after several tries. And when I stepped in I saw it wailing, its back a bloody ruin, the stark white of its spine snapped in two. My 7 points of physique fell short of the boar's, but it was more than enough to overpower the cat. So without hesitation I swung again and ended its suffering. I wasn't especially thrilled by the win. The fight had cost me little, but it gave me a clearer read on my own strength. And with a grim face, I waved the gathering skill across the cat for 1 white damaged beast hide, 2 blue fangs, and 3 blue meat steaks. A wooden treasure chest surfaced nearby at the same time, but I didn't open it, just dropped it straight into my inventory, because I needed to move, the commotion and the blood smell likely to pull in other predators. And injured as I was, I couldn't afford to end up like this cat. I read the direction carefully, followed the path the boar had bulldozed back to where I'd taken the red fruit, then traced my own markers up to the Goo King Bee box lashed in the tree. I stowed the Tang sword, took down the box, checked my bearings, and started fast down the mountain without searching further. On the way down, I crossed more sounds and resource points, but I held off, planning to come back better prepared, the trees blurring past as I reached the foot of the mountain safely. No more detours, I told myself. An injured man had no business wandering, and I needed to get back to the shelter fast. I made it back with daylight still to spare. I set the Goo King Bee box by the living room door and sat at the wooden table, and only then did my strung-tight nerves finally loosen, the soreness all through my body making me wince. Looking at my left arm, I remembered something, opened the chat channel, and sent a private message asking whether Dr. Song was there because I needed to consult her. Song Aru was the only doctor I could think to reach in the small group. No reply came after a while, so I figured she was busy and hadn't seen it, and rather than fret, I settled down and opened the trade channel to check how the small round shields had sold, only for a flood of notifications to spill out. Every listed shield had moved, netting me 2,000 wood and 400 iron blocks. The private requests, though, ran bizarre. One man offered a set of his original underwear for a shield. Another had only 2 iron blocks and asked me to lend him one on credit, swearing he'd pay it back. A third introduced himself as the leader of some alliance with nearly 20,000 survivors, sincerely inviting me to join and dangling the post of 1,000-man commander based on my abilities, asking me to consider it seriously. Yet another gripped that my shield was too expensive, that the materials were close to a wooden-handled iron blade, and the pricing was exploitative. The math didn't back him, though. A blade ran 1 wood and 2 iron, and with 1 iron block trading for 5 wood, that put its cost around 11 wood against a typical selling price of 15, while my shield took 1 wood and 1 iron, a cost of 6, which I'd priced at 20 for better than double the margin. I ignored every complaint, because lots of people were selling blades now, and almost nobody was selling shields. And scarcity makes value, so I was only matching the going rate the other shield sellers charged anyway. With the tally done, I closed the trade channel and pulled out the red fruit I'd risked my arm to steal. Now for the prize reveal. I was bursting with anticipation, having held off checking it earlier precisely because I'd been too keyed up and needed to calm down, half afraid the excitement would be more than my heart could take. A light screen surfaced and named it an orange-red mistletoe fruit. Rank 0, rare quality, attributes that slightly raised physique and slightly raised spiritual potential. Described as a rare mistletoe that strengthens muscle and bone, protects the liver, fortifies the kidneys, greatly benefiting both body and spirit, with a consumption limit of 10 fruits at the same rank. A supernatural fruit. My face went hot, and I finally couldn't hold the excitement in and shouted out loud, "Worth the arm." The orange-red mistletoe fruit wasn't as good as the super ability fruit I'd found before, the one that flat out added a full attribute point, but it came in numbers, 16 of them in total. I tucked the red fruit carefully into my inventory, and only then did I relax. I couldn't eat them now, because from experience consuming them while drilling the Mystic Voidblade technique let me absorb them fast and pushed my proficiency along with it. Then I brought out my last haul, the wooden treasure chest from the Dead Mountain Cat, and opened it to 24 normal servings of braised beef noodles, 1 raincoat, and 1 cumin. The noodles were a whole case of instant noodles, Red Elephant brand, and I rated them the most valuable thing I'd opened. High-quality food far beyond dry rations and bread, high-calorie, easy to eat, and genuinely good. Perfect for a wilderness survivor. The seasoning packets were a fortune in their own right, holding salt, powdered sugar, MSG, and star anise powder because in an unindustrialized shoe world spices ran more expensive than gold. I hadn't tasted salt in days, having meant to buy some on the trade channel tonight, just making do through the lean stretch. The raincoat and cumin were merely average, the coat probably no match for the coming acid rain and the cumin short on uses, so I told myself to stash the raincoat in the warehouse and drop the cumin in the kitchen for grilling meat later. Just as I stepped out of the kitchen, a private message chimed, and I opened it to find Song Aru had replied, saying she'd just gotten back to her shelter and asking what was wrong. In a wooden house somewhere, a beautiful woman with a ponytail tidied up while she answered, the gentle, composed air of a leading actress about her, a rattan armor thrown over a white shirt streaked with grime, visible through the gaps, black slim-fit trousers below making her legs look long and straight. Just returned from the wild, Song Aru wore a puzzled look, since she and I had never spoken privately and she had no idea why I'd come to her. I told her I'd gone out searching for supplies that afternoon, and hurt my arm by accident, that Wang Jihyun had mentioned she was a doctor. so I'd hoped for her help. She answered without hesitation that it was no trouble, and asked me to send a photo of the injury so she could take a look first. I told her I'd been holding the shield when the mountain boar hit it, and that my arm was red and swollen, and sent the picture. She studied it carefully, surprised that I'd come back in one piece after provoking a boar at all, then told me the problem looked minor, and to gently press around the swelling and describe how it felt. I followed her instructions, pressed lightly, and reported back, and she concluded that it probably wasn't a fracture, but possibly a bone crack, though without x-rays there was no confirming it further. That eased me a little, since I'd suspected as much myself, and a professional's word settled my nerves. Then she warned me not to take a bone crack lightly, to avoid lifting heavy things with my left hand for now, and to avoid fighting because another injury would only make it worse. My heart just settled, climbed right back up at those two carefuls. No heavy lifting with my left hand, and no fighting would absolutely raise my survival difficulty, possibly costing me my current lead, dropping me behind the pack, maybe getting me eliminated outright. My face went dark as storm clouds before a downpour. I cursed, not having expected a bone crack to be this serious, and figured my only move was to hit the trade channel later and overpay for medicine. Even as I thought it, I knew the channel almost certainly had none left, since the Dawn trial had wrecked so many people, and the wound medicine was long bought out, and whatever scraps remained would be priced past what any survivor could stomach. On the other side, Song Aru sat poised at her wooden table, a hint of hesitation on her delicate face, her gaze drifting blankly to her hands. In her slender fingers rested a small transparent bottle, red liquid swirling gently inside. She wondered whether to give it to me, since she had only this one bottle and would have to wait for the flower of life to bloom again before she could make more, and she bit her lip lightly, thinking a long while before she made up her mind. She decided to give it, telling herself I was an acquaintance after all, that not knowing would have been one thing, but knowing she couldn't simply watch me get eliminated. For all the deaths and births she'd seen in the hospital, she still ached over every critically ill patient and always wanted to help them, even a little, and that kindness was why her colleagues and patients had loved her, why she'd stayed at the hospital on the day of the apocalypse, caring for the people in their beds. I was frowning, hunting for a solution, my left arm wound worse for my survival than losing the arm outright, when a trade request landed. I came back to myself, frowned at it, then my eyes went wide and my face filled with disbelief. The item was named Life Water, rank 0, rare quality, attributes that instantly healed minor injuries and raised severe injury recovery speed by 60%, with a description swearing I hadn't misread it, that this little red bottle was rare and precious, its materials costly and its craft complex. Wound medicine, the instant recovery kind. I had plenty of items, but this was the first life-saving artifact of its sort I'd ever seen, and with this bottle it was like holding an extra life. Song Aru told me to take it, to heal first and return something to her later, and just to apply it externally to the arm. To be honest, in that moment I was genuinely moved. Since my parents passed, this was the first time anyone had helped me expecting nothing back, handing me something this precious. I thanked her and didn't refuse, because I needed the life water now and I'd remembered the kindness. But I didn't simply take it either. Others might want nothing in return, but I couldn't be ungrateful, not when this had saved half my life. So I sent a trade request of my own, offering 6 orange-red mistletoe fruits for the 1 life water. Each person could only eat 10 of the fruits, and I'd meant to barter the leftover 6 for good items anyway. Song Aru saw the new request and clicked agree without even checking what the fruit was. After the trade closed, she finally looked at the orange-red mistletoe fruit in her hand and read its attributes. And she gasped, because the preciousness of those 6 fruits was no less than the life waters. And for most survivors, their value ran higher still. Better yet, with these 6 fruits, a blueprint she'd kept on ice could finally be used. She told me the fruit was very precious, worth more than the life water, that she'd taken advantage of me and accepted it anyway, and that she had many potion blueprints. So if I ever turned up medicinal herbs or plant seeds, I should pass them along and we'd split the yield evenly after cultivation. I agreed at once and asked whether potion blueprints were crafted at a workbench, and she said no, that she had a special building, an alchemy table, and that she'd heard there were alchemy furnaces and talisman rooms too. I'd honestly known nothing about these special buildings, nor had I seen elixirs or talismans on the trade channel, and I couldn't tell whether the output was just too low to leave the maker's hands, or whether nobody had learned them at all, though from Song Aru's situation it had to be the former. I thought of an apple tree seed I'd picked up earlier and never used, so I traded it straight over to her. We chatted a while longer and swapped some information before closing the windows. And then I needed to heal fast, because my arm hurt badly enough to give me a headache. I picked up the life water and spread it carefully and evenly across my left arm. As the potion soaked into my skin, a tingling itch spread out from the arm, fierce enough for a moment that I wanted to chop the limb off. Then a wave of warmth pressed through skin to bone, until both the itch and the heat faded and the pain and irritation felt like an illusion that had never been real. I tested a fist experimentally, no pain at all, then pressed hard on the spot that had been injured. It didn't hurt in the slightest, truly healed, and I couldn't help beaming. Today had been a close call, but I'd gotten through it, and I told myself to be more careful from here, to stop overestimating myself, and to stockpile some healing medicine. Thinking of medicine pulled me back to the life water, except Song Aru's flower of life wouldn't bloom for another half month, and short on materials besides. I couldn't make any at all. Arm fully recovered, I let the worry drop, because I still had plenty to do. I got up, pushed open the shelter's main door and stepped onto the open ground out front, circling the building first. The shelter ran about 50 meters long and 40 wide, and I planned to wall it off completely with a fence. I wanted to leave a 20-meter gap between the fence and the shelter for a yard, handy for planting later, and to leave more room to the north, roughly 45 meters, running the fence right up to the base of the mountain wall. I deliberated a long time before settling on this layout, since I had to reserve space for late-stage shelter upgrades and for farming. Range decided, I went back inside, walked to the center of the living room, focused my mind, and summoned the shelter core, because facility blueprints had to be used at the core. The core rose slowly to chest height, and I set the fence blueprint above it and concentrated to confirm its use. The blueprint flashed into white light and melted into the core, and then a virtual image appeared in front of me, a three-dimensional aerial view of my shelter with the surrounding terrain laid out clearly. The system asked me to select the fence's construction range, so I followed my plan, willing the boundary into place and confirming it. And then it asked me to confirm the fence's height and thickness. From the prompt, I gathered a normal fence was 1 meter tall and 1 layer thick, but extra wood could raise it to 2 meters and 2 layers, so I told it to increase both. The system priced the chosen range at 1,200 wood, and asked me to confirm construction. I confirmed. 1,200 wood vanished from my warehouse, and white light bloomed across 3 directions around the shelter at once. A long fence rising bottom to top, and after about 10 minutes the light dissipated. I stepped out to find my shelter, now completely ringed by a 2-meter fence, dark brown, and a closer look showed it 20 centimeters thick with 10-centimeter gaps between the planks I could see through. This was basically a wooden wall, and my sense of security shot through the roof, the only catch being the main gate. The 2-meter gate gave me plenty of safety, but its lock was like an ancient city gate's, a 20-centimeter slab of wood that had to be shoved open by hand, and once I closed it, I could only get out by climbing the wall, then climb back over to get in. The flaws didn't outweigh the virtues, I told myself, repeating it twice for good measure. Worth noting, architectural blueprints were single-use, either learned from manual building or handed straight to the system to construct, the blueprint vanishing either way, and building again meant supplying a fresh one. After admiring the fence, I went back in, summoned the core again, set the arrow tower blueprint on top, and confirmed construction. The same virtual aerial view appeared, and following my design I placed the arrow tower in the southwest, to the right of the fence gate. With the location set, the system asked for 100 wood, 100 stone, and 1 iron block, and I confirmed. This build went fast, the arrow tower seeming to accelerate its own time once the white light hit, forming up from nothing, bottom to top. I walked over once it finished. The arrow tower sat on a 3 by 3 meter square stone base, its body wood, about 3 meters tall, with a staircase up to a platform for shooting outward and an automatic firing port at the top, so that once filled with wood, it would loose arrows at anything inside 200 meters on its own. The panel listed it as an arrow tower, rank 0, normal quality, an automatic defense structure that converted each unit of wood into 1 wooden arrow and fired every 30 seconds at enemies within range. No enemies around to test it, but the thing was a money pit, 1 wood per single arrow, and even so I loaded 65 wood into it, which left me at 700 wood and 150 stone, dropped back to middle-class status. With these 2 defensive structures I could finally sleep soundly. Time to celebrate the day with some barbecue. I figured I'd make the charcoal myself, since I had meat and a bottle of cumin, and only needed salt and a grill, so I had the tool bench produce 1 unit of charcoal, then open the trade channel to hunt for the rest. The items turned up fast, though salt was steep, a small bottle going for 4 iron, equal to a small round shield or 20 wood. How extravagant, I could barely afford salt, but I spent the 4 iron blocks anyway, because if I could improve my life I would, and my body couldn't handle going without salt. The grill ran far cheaper, a stainless steel 1 for 2 iron, and from the comments it had sat listed 2 full days with no takers, since most people had no use for it yet. So I grabbed it while it was cheap. Everything ready, I went to the kitchen, took out the earlier leopard steak, set up the grill, laid my fresh charcoal on it, lit it with flint, and put the steak on, and in no time it sizzled and dripped fat. I was eagerly watching the meat cook when the system chimed with a new message. I'd set a do not disturb block, so a prompt getting through usually meant a close friend, and when I opened the chat it was Yu Soil. She wrote that she'd collected 50 cotton that afternoon and would send it over now. In her own wooden house, her pink sportswear was caked dull with mud, because while gathering cotton she'd been ambushed by a jackal, only her own vigilance saving her, rolling clear of its bites when she sensed the danger, and then dropping it from range with the wooden-handled iron spear I'd traded her. Her message surprised me a little, since I'd been out today and knew firsthand how dangerous it was, so I hadn't expected her to be bold enough to venture out at all. Still, I answered quickly, asking whether she wanted wood, stone, or iron ore, since plenty of people had unlocked torch blueprints, and torches now ran 4 wood apiece on the market, which put 1 cotton at roughly 1 wood. She was glad I'd settle in iron ore, because while 1 iron ore equaled 5 wood, reversing the exchange usually carried a premium, and she dropped the politeness and told me straight that she still needed iron ore for her own upgrade. That suited me fine, since I knew Soil had a blunt streak and I liked making friends with blunt people. I listed 10 iron ore and 1 roasted meat for her 50 cotton, and told her she was in luck, that I was grilling meat right then so a portion was hers, and not to be shy because we were partners. She stared at the dialogue, her eyes going a little red, because thoughtful care like that would move anyone, let alone Soyul, who'd lacked affection her whole life, the unintentional gesture landing all the deeper for it. After a silence she agreed and pulled out the hot roasted meat, her hands warm and her heart warm too, a blush spreading crimson across her cheeks. We didn't end the chat after the trade, but kept talking, though it was mostly me asking and her answering, and I learned that Soyul's gender-biased parents had never liked her, that she'd been scolded constantly and had to scrape together her own high school tuition working odd jobs. A hard road. When the talk turned to shelters, I heard her sat in a grassland of waist-high grass, that she'd only cleared the vegetation right around it these past days, and couldn't yet push deeper into the field. She, in turn, heard about my narrow escapes today, and though I told it from the angle of an adventurer who'd pulled off a clean interception, it didn't stop her from grasping how dangerous it had been. She went quiet a moment, then sent me a trade request, listing a blue Juga repeating crossbow for 1 wood, telling me to keep the crossbow since I had more forest around me and more danger than her place, and that she'd be fine with her iron spear. I looked at the request, honestly bewildered. What was going on today? Why were so many people suddenly worried about me? I'd lived 24 years on Blue Star and never met anyone who cared this much except my parents. Today I'd met 2. I studied the panel, half understanding, half not, feeling I'd somehow touched Soil's heart without knowing what I'd done, since before this it had clearly just been ordinary trading. But the more I turned it over, the more something stirred in me, so I went to the workbench and made 20 arrows from 5 wood and 5 iron ore, a rank 2 workbench being able to produce ordinary arrows after scanning a bow or crossbow. Back at the grill, I sent the request back to her. On her end, watching the request sit unaccepted, Soil couldn't help growing anxious, wondering if she'd done something wrong. And when she suddenly saw it returned, she got flustered and fired off a message, insisting she was serious, that I was in more danger and needed the repeating crossbow more, that her place was safe. I told her not to worry, that I knew, that nowhere here was safe and I'd re-edited the request, and to just accept it. The new request offered my blue wind chaser bow and 20 arrows for her blue Juga repeating crossbow. She didn't know how to respond, but figured I must have thought it through, so she agreed, and I received the wind chaser bow back along with the arrows. Then she hurried to ask why I'd swapped a rank 1 bow for her rank 0 crossbow, when I should have kept it. The wind chaser bow read as rank 1, excellent quality, attribute that raised initial arrow velocity by 30%, described as a compound bow 1 meter long, with a 300 meter range, named wind chaser because it could chase the wind. I played with the crossbow in my hand and told her, smiling, that I didn't know how to use a bow, that I'd tried today and couldn't even get a shot off, that a crossbow suited me better, and that with her long-range ability the bow was perfect for her, simple as that. She declined a few more times, but I shot every refusal down, and in the end she had to accept. She was in a good mood, not because she'd traded a rank 0 item for a rank 1, but because she'd helped me and I'd helped her. 2 acts of kindness traded back and forth. We talked a while more, and after I walked her through the rank 2 shelter experience, she had her own upgrade to handle, so we both hung up. Meanwhile, I ate roasted meat, my second piece now since my appetite had grown so much, and checked the Juga repeating crossbow's attributes. It read as rank 0, excellent quality, attribute of magazine capacity raised to 15, described as a single-person version improved by many hands, a lightweight body with immense power, a 20-meter range and 10-meter maximum power range, the enlarged magazine currently holding 15 rounds. The crossbow could shore up my mid-range gap, easy to operate and capable of continuous fire, and I caught myself wishing I could fit it with a scope. A small regret since I had neither the craftsmanship nor anyone who could modify it. Satisfied, I put it away and made 30 bolts for 3 wood and 3 iron ore, 15 loaded into the magazine and 15 stored in my inventory. With that done, I calmly ate my steak and ran another trade over to Songaru, which she accepted politely after some hesitation. Then I cleaned up the grill, went to the workbench, and queued 2 manufacturing tasks, since a rank 2 workbench could run 2 at once. 50 torches and 300 small round shields. With automatic production set, a glance told me the torches would finish soon and the shields by early morning. Everything arranged, I went to the bathroom and took a cold shower with the water left in the wooden bucket, reminding myself, mind drifting as I washed, that I'd forgotten to fill the rooftop water tank today and needed to fetch water tomorrow. Men shower fast, and the moment I stepped out a cold draft hit me, so I shivered and hurried back to the bedroom to burrow under the covers, then opened the chat channel to unwind, wanting after a busy day to see what entertainment the other survivors had on offer. Someone was complaining that a cute little beast had camped at his door all day, so he couldn't get out to find food and was starving. The replies wasted no time roasting him. One telling him to just eat meat since there was meat outside. Another telling him to eat bread when there was no meat instead of starving himself. A third suggested the thing was probably guarding him because it was hungry too, and that he should make a contribution so neither of them would go hungry. I laughed out loud reading it, since the survivors were clearly adapting to this place and finding the room to play around again. I chimed in that I'd gone out today, that there were quite a lot of wild animals about, and that hunting had a chance to drop a treasure chest. When someone asked doubtful whether every animal dropped one, I confirmed it was true and that I dug up a rabbit nest today and pulled a wooden chest. Then I added that the shoe world encouraged going out, that both gathering and hunting paid rewards, that you just had to carry weapons, and that plenty of level 2 players were selling cost-effective iron knives and iron spears on the trade channel right now. I nodded along to the channel myself, because the shoe world was starting to feel like a company to me. Work hard as required and you wouldn't be cut. Do well and your quality of life climbed, and anyone who ignored its reminders would eventually be eliminated. Just as I was studying the survivor's shifting state of mind, a system notice popped, telling me a private reply had come in on one of my old buy orders. That caught my interest fast, because what I'd been seeking on those orders was glass, blueprints in anything excellent quality or higher, all of it things I needed. The message was from Wang Ro, who greeted me as a big shot, said we were in the same area, and he'd seen my buy order, that he'd gotten a blueprint today and wanted to trade it for some supplies. I had an impression of this Wang Ro, his avatar a clean-cut man in gold-rimmed glasses, probably under 30, fairly active in the regional channel on day one, though I'd stopped watching that channel since, and hadn't seen him speak again. I told him I remembered him, and asked what blueprint it was and what he wanted for it. He laid it out plainly, that he'd been suckered in by the Blood Fiend Alliance's recruitment, that after joining all supplies had to be handed over, that they assigned daily tasks and withheld food if you failed them. During the protection period he could gather resources to clear the tasks, but with so many beasts outside now it had become impossible. He went on that he'd risked going out today and found a chest with a blueprint inside, that he had no intention of handing it to the Blood Fiend Alliance, that he wanted to barter for items and leave them, but that everyone else in the regional channel was too afraid of the Blood Fiend Alliance to trade with him. He'd seen me face the Blood Fiend Alliance down in the group, so he knew I wasn't scared, which was why he'd come to me for food and weapons. And then he sent the blueprint's description. It was a common wooden recliner blueprint, a lifestyle item that supposedly greatly improved quality of life, suited to sunny lawns and outdoor camping and relaxation. Crafted from 2 wood, reading it, I judged the recliner even more useless than the charcoal blueprint, because how many people would want a lounge chair to relax in at a time like this? The reason nobody else would trade for it probably wasn't only fear of the Blood Fiend Alliance, but mainly that the blueprint was junk, and I could picture Wang Ro's excitement opening the chest and seeing a blueprint, then his despair when he read what it was. One unlucky kid, and not the only one, since a batch of useless goods had been hitting the market lately, including a rickshaw blueprint I had seen listed forever with no buyers. At least the recliner beat a rickshaw, and the real question was what he wanted in exchange, so I cut to it and asked him directly. Wang Ro had been waiting anxiously, afraid I'd refuse outright and leave him no reason to approach me again, since even this useless blueprint had taken a lot of persuading to be issued. He answered that for food he just needed enough for one day, and for items he wanted a small round shield and a spear, since he still had to go out and fight tomorrow. I thought it over and offered 5 servings of dry rations, 1 small round shield, and 1 wooden-handled iron spear, and asked if that was fair. He agreed at once that it worked, then told me in advance that he'd left the Blood Fiend Alliance today, and they'd said they would blacklist him, so trading with me might displease them. I had no idea how the Blood Fiend Alliance meant to blacklist a survivor thousands of miles off, and I didn't much care whether they were displeased, since they were already displeased with me. So I told him not to worry about it, that I was simply making a trade, and the Blood Fiend Alliance's mood was no concern of mine. He thanked me and said he'd send the request, and the listing came through, his common recliner blueprint for 5 dry rations, 1 small round shield, and 1 wooden-handled iron spear. I told him to wait a moment while I prepared the spear, crawled out of my sleeping bag, went to the workshop to store the 50 finished torches, produced a wooden-handled iron spear, and once the goods were ready I confirmed the trade and took in the recliner blueprint. Wang Ro thanked me again and asked to add me as a friend, promising to trade me anything good he turned up and to help me gather intelligence on the Blood Fiend Alliance, and to come to me for advice if anything arose. I didn't refuse, because while I didn't care about the Blood Fiend Alliance, our relationship with them was strained, and I'd never turn away someone volunteering to collect information that might prove useful one day. After agreeing, Wang Ro humbly asked for some wilderness survival pointers, and I had to admit his eloquence and emotional intelligence were excellent, smooth in conversation, quick to back off the instant he sensed I'd lost interest in talking. The kind of person it was genuinely hard to dislike. Once I'd hung up with him, I went looking for Wang Jian, asking him what the Blood Fiend Alliance's situation was now since I'd stopped watching the regional channel. because I wanted to understand their operating model, and only he and Yu Yang were reasonably well informed on that sort of thing. Wang Jihyun said he wasn't clear on the specifics, only that the Blood Fiend Alliance currently recruited through internal referrals, that joining meant handing over your supplies for unified allocation and receiving a self-defense item in return, which got revoked if you failed the daily tasks. I asked what the self-defense item was, whether it was a weapon, and he said he wasn't sure, that those who joined signed a contract notarized by the Shu World so they couldn't leak information, but that it probably wasn't a weapon, since a weapon wouldn't carry that much pull. I asked whether anyone had ever left the Alliance, and he said very few, because with all their supplies surrendered they couldn't survive after leaving, and they couldn't reveal anything about the Alliance afterward either. At that my heart stirred, a sense that I'd overlooked something I couldn't quite name. Yu Yang put in that the Blood Fiend Alliance was so mysterious that plenty of supply-short survivors in the regional channel had already joined. Xiao Huo jumped in heated as ever, calling them an evil organization, saying he'd known that Zhang Pyo before, that those people wouldn't listen to him and would get what was coming to them. He was worked up because none of them believed him, believing that scoundrel instead, and Yu Aguk told him to calm down, that he just couldn't hold his temper, that the regional channel only had to poke him and he lit up. From all of it, I gathered Xiao Huo was still throwing himself at the Blood Fiend Alliance in the regional channel over and over, losing every time and going right back in, endlessly tangled with them. After chatting a while longer in the small group without prying loose any more inside information, I exited the chat. I put all 50 torches up for sale at 3 wood apiece, then settled back into bed and decided to draw a card before sleeping, since synthesis ate mental energy and using it before bed meant it would all recover by the next day. Propped against the headboard, I opened the trading channel with a thought, set the filter to blue items, and arranged the list from cheapest to most expensive. 4 cheap materials stood out as good test fodder for the furnace. There was an electric toothbrush that the description deadpan was a toothbrush with no electricity, and a worn stone that ran hot all on its own like a hand warmer. Premium black iron wood the channel rated as hard as raw iron, and good for both building and weaponsmithing, and an ice crystal pulled from permafrost that drank heat to keep a room cool. The catch on the crystal was that after a full day of absorbing, it had to be parked below freezing to recharge before I could use it again. I spent 44 units of iron block, and bought 1 toothbrush, 5 warm stones, 9 units of black iron wood, and 6 ice crystals, then rubbed my hands together and decided it was time for the lottery, starting small just to warm up. I summoned the synthesis furnace and fed it a crossbow bolt as the main material, with 3 blue fangs the leopards and civets had dropped as auxiliary. The furnace read back a 70% success rate and a 20% mutation rate, and without a second thought I confirmed it. Out came a single fang armor-piercing arrow, blue quality, and my luck was apparently in for the night. A clean hit on the very first try. I checked it over with a grin, and the panel told me it was a tier 0, premium arrow built to punch through armor defense. This was a keeper, a real trump card, the kind of thing that would chew through scaled beasts and armored people once I started running into them. I tucked the armor-piercing arrow away and set up the second synthesis straight away, this time using the electric toothbrush as the main material. Wood and stone as auxiliary both crawled in under 40%, but iron blocks pushed the rate up to 70, so I locked in 5 iron blocks and confirmed. The furnace tore a surge of mental energy out of me. A puff of black smoke curled off the top, and my heart skipped a beat. The furnace fed the bad news straight into my head. The synthesis had failed, but a second message followed right behind it. The residue had been absorbed and my talent upgrade progress had ticked up by 0.1%. More information kept rolling in as I sat there, and I finally understood the shape of the thing. The combined will of the Shu World and Blue Star had fused the synthesis furnace into my soul and turned it into my talent skill, and it sat now in a state that was half matter, half spirit. As my own ability, it could grow by swallowing spiritual material through synthesis, and it grew whether the synthesis succeeded or failed. I'd finally learned how to level my talent. I already knew from the chat channel that talents could be upgraded, but the survivors agreed that everyone's method was different, that 2 people both holding strength enhancement might still have to climb entirely separate ladders to upgrade it. Knowing the method was one thing, but the progress bar was so thin I didn't bother giving it any special weight yet. Next, I lined up something that actually mattered, partly to test a hunch about my talent. The hunch was simple, that if a synthesis didn't mutate, the result would almost certainly be an enhanced version of the main material. I picked the repeating crossbow as the main material, with ice crystal and black iron wood as auxiliary, and after grinding through ratio after ratio I landed on 4 units of ice crystal and 5 units of black iron wood for the best success rate and the lowest mutation. The furnace offered me 85% success against 20% mutation, and I stared at it nervously and confirmed. As it ripped the mental energy out, my mind went blank, and a wave of drowsiness crashed over me so hard I nearly folded onto the table. I pinched my thigh and used the pain to beat back the sleep, my face screwing up even as joy broke through it, because the furnace had flared orange and the system told me it was a success. An ice pattern repeating crossbow now sat where the old one had been. Orange quality, tier 0, and I read its panel hungry. It carried a magazine of 15 and an ice arrow skill, a frozen shot that bled 50% off an enemy's movement speed, with the freeze chargeable 5 times before it needed recharging, or a spell below freezing to recover. The description said an unknown ability had processed and enchanted the crossbow into this. I picked it up and turned it over, the body gone dark black and laced with deep blue patterns. The wood swapped out for black iron wood, so the whole thing felt heavy and substantial and cool against my palm. This was incredible. An extra skill, ice arrow, a genuine magic item, and proof my hunch had been right, that synthesis enhanced the main material so long as the mutation rate stayed low. As long as I kept the odds in my favor, there'd be no nightmare scenario where my weapon turned into a pillow on me. I'd meant to run one more to start mapping out the rules behind mutation, but the crossbow alone had eaten 2 whole points of mental energy, and I was finished. Too drained to summon the furnace again. I'd saved the mutation research for another night. I dropped back into bed and was asleep before I finished the thought. The night passed without incident. Before dawn, I was already in the courtyard with my tang sword, the sleep having done me a world of good. The morning air had a slight bite to it, the first real chill of autumn, and I was still in summer quick-dry clothes, so I told myself to comb the trading channel that evening for something reasonably priced, and start laying in winter gear. I warmed up, got the blood moving, then ran the Mystic Void Blade technique through once where I stood, and by the time I sheathed the blade, I was soaked in sweat with a faint wisp of steam rising off my head. The sun had climbed through the gaps in the fence and was lying warm across me now, easing my breathing, and I could feel the blood running through my body. I took a red fruit out of inventory, looked it over, and bit in. Juice ran down my chin, the flavor exquisite, sweeter and finer than anything I'd ever tasted, the best fruit of my life. Once I'd swallowed the last of it, a warm current welled up out of my stomach and rolled out to every limb and bone. I'd felt this exact thing once before with an energy fruit, so I didn't panic, just immediately launched back into the Mystic Void Blade technique, again and again. By the time the warm current finally dissipated, the sun was nearly straight overhead, and I was drenched and ravenous, my stomach burning and rumbling at once. The hunger was maddening enough that I didn't bother washing up, just bolted to the kitchen, found yesterday's leftover roast, and gulped it down in a few bites. It took the edge off, but not the whole thing, so I worked through 2 portions of dry rations until I was about 70% full. The more I practiced this blade technique, the bigger my appetite swelled, and dry rations clearly weren't going to cut it. I needed meat, premium meat or better. I glanced at the cabinet where 3 premium steaks still sat, remembering the chat channel claim that eating them could raise your physique. I figured I'd roast one that night and find out, though right now I cared a good deal more about whether it filled me than whether it buffed me. Fed and refreshed, I finally had the focus to deal with myself, since the morning's cultivation had soaked my clothes through several times over, and they reeked. I couldn't stand it another minute, so I decided to list the small round shields and take a bath. In the workshop, I put all 300 shields I'd made the day before up for sale, still pricing each at 20 wood, 16 stone, 4 iron blocks, or 1 glass, and I split the listing into 4 separate orders of 100, 100, 80, and 20. After that, I knocked together 5 wooden barrels, slid them into inventory beside the one I already had, pulled on my rattan armor, took the tang sword, and climbed the fence. The walk to the river went smoothly, no danger anywhere along it. My shelter sat fairly secluded with thin vegetation around it, and the lush grasslands and forests lay to the south, which was where the herbivores liked to graze, and where the carnivores followed. When I reached the river, I found it brimming with life chi now, a few small fish flashing past in the current here and there, and I made a mental note to look into a fishing net on the trading channel. I took a wooden bucket out of inventory, drew water, and stood there for a cold shower, since there wasn't another soul for several kilometers, and being exposed didn't cost me a thing. Afterward, I pulled out the rest of the buckets, filled them one by one, packed them all back into inventory, and hurried home. Back at the shelter, I spent 3 units of wood on a wooden ladder from the trading channel, climbed onto the roof, and emptied the buckets into the rooftop water tank. It took 4 round trips to fill it, and I looked at the brimming tank with real satisfaction, knowing I wouldn't run dry for a good while. With the water handled, I opened my personal trading channel to check on sales, and a wall of information flashed past, mostly purchase requests and completed transactions. Every last small round shield had sold. Weapons, armor, and food were the hot commodities right now, snapped up the instant they hit the market, so I never had to sweat moving them. The harvest came back as 2,000 wood, 1,600 stone, 320 iron blocks, and 20 glass. Riding the high of a bumper crop, I ran to the workshop and queued up 450 more small round shields. I wanted to milk the current window of fat margins to stockpile materials and push my shelter to level 3. As fast as I could, my basic materials were already enough for the upgrade. What I lacked were 2 blueprints. The resource building was no great worry since some survivors had already laid eyes on one, but the altar blueprint was the real wall, because not a single survivor had ever seen one. The alliances had posted enormous bounties for it in the chat channel, and supposedly nobody had ever claimed one, though it was just as possible somebody had and was sitting on it quietly rather than announcing it to the world. Pulling my thoughts back, the priority in front of me was still food reserves. Meat above all. I tidied up and climbed out the fence gate, planning to search the old thicket that afternoon and hunt anything small I crossed. Half a day burned away fast. The sun sank, and in the distance I walked toward the shelter with my face blank, climbed nimbly back inside, and felt my strung-tight nerves finally slacken, though my expression stayed grim. I sat down at the wooden table and muttered to myself that no wonder there were so few meat orders on the channel. I'd assumed everyone was hoarding it for themselves, but it turned out hunting in the wild was just this brutal. A whole afternoon and I'd found no treasure chests and bagged nothing, having badly underestimated how cunning wild animals were. I'd run into plenty of prey out there, but the small ones were wired tight, sensing me the instant I raised the crossbow and vanishing into the grass and brush before I could line up a shot. After enough of that, I'd switched to hunting materials and chests instead, and even then my luck had been miserable. Not one chest the whole afternoon. I composed myself, breathed out slow, and took careful stock of where I'd gone wrong. I'd been a shut-in before all this, rarely out the door, never once near hunting or combat, and the easy wins in fat trade halls of the last few days had quietly puffed me up into thinking survival in the shoe world was simple. Now reality had slapped that out of me. Today was the alarm bell, proof the shoe world was nothing as simple as I'd let myself believe, that this was no game where I could click a mouse a few times and watch materials pile up. Once the dust settled, the failure actually did me a favor, forcing me to take my own measure again. It would take entering the Lord stage before I learned to prepare thoroughly for every exploration and conquest, and that habit would quietly spare me a great many losses down the line. Calmer now, I found a piece of charcoal and started writing and sketching on a living room wall, mapping out everything that had to get done in the short term. First, food. I had to lock down enough to carry me through the acid rain trial. Second, clothing. The weather was turning. My summer quick-dried clothes were already going to tatters, and I needed warm gear, though the winter clothing on the channel was priced at an absurd 9,999 wood, which was less a price than a polite refusal to sell. Third, water. I wasn't short right now. The river ran clear and was safe once heated and boiled, but I worried that a long acid rain might foul it, so I'd haul in extra and store it indoors over the next couple of days. Lesser things like building up my strength could go step by step and couldn't be rushed. Looking at the list, my goals were sharp and clear at last, and I wasn't fumbling in the dark anymore. While I was sketching out my plans on the wall, Soil was tallying up her own day, and hers had gone far better than mine. She'd pulled in 150 units of cotton and turned up a bronze treasure chest besides, and cracking it open had given her a portion of food, a pair of fine boots of speed that boosted movement, and a blueprint. Buzzing with the win, she wanted someone to share it with, and one person popped straight into her head. My private messages lit up while I was tidying the barbecue grill. Soil told me she had good news and bad news, and asked which I wanted first. In my experience, she always spoke blunt and short. Blunt enough that I sometimes forgot she was a woman at all, so I figured she'd stumbled into something good. Otherwise, why so cheerful? I played along and told her to give me the bad news first, bitter before sweet. She turned impatient and said the bad news was she couldn't trade me cotton anymore, then paused, waiting for me to bite before she'd spill the rest. Honestly, I didn't think that was bad news in the slightest. Torches sat fixed at 3 wood on the channel, and my time was better spent on small round shields than on torches anyway, so I let her stew a moment longer, teasing her before I finally asked what the good news was. Soil had gone so long without a reply that she'd half convinced herself I was genuinely angry, and she was wondering whether she needed to explain herself when my question finally landed. She fired back at once that this was the good news, and sent me an item description. It was a fine cotton clothes blueprint, gear that ran warmer than ordinary cloth and was a must for winter, calling for 5 cotton or fur and 2 cloth or beast hide per set. This time I was genuinely floored. Just as I was nodding off, someone had handed me a pillow, and Soil really was my lucky star. I told her this wasn't just good news, it was an outright windfall, since winter clothes were the exact thing I'd been fretting over. Her eyes curved up in delight, proof of the old line that sharing joy doubles it. I congratulated her and envied her luck openly. After that, the two of us sat down and worked out how to squeeze the most from the blueprint. I mostly just offered advice, since it wasn't mine and I couldn't supply the raw materials. So this particular profit was never going to land in my hands. We settled on riding the high price of winter gear by trickling out a small quantity at a time. The scarcity play to pull in a flood of resources, then turning those resources around to buy up beast hide, cloth, and fur in bulk and stockpile them to sell once the cold really bit. Soil's near-term job was to harvest all the cotton around her shelter before the acid rain trial and stitch up a small batch of clothes to trade for basics. Before we wrapped, she traded me 2 sets of cotton clothes outright and messaged that a friend shouldn't refuse, so I couldn't very well turn her down. I looked at the cotton clothes on the table and sighed that more friends meant more roads, that I really did need to make more of them. Then I sprinkled a pinch of salt over the fine steak, opened my private messages, found Wang Jihyun, and realized I'd just had a good idea. I asked Wang Jihyun if he had a minute, and he came back instantly asking what was up. I told him I knew someone I'd traded with a few times, that she'd struck me as decent and resourceful, and that I wanted to bring her into the group. I gave him a quick rundown of Yusoil's shelter, leaning on the winter clothing blueprints, and he was his usual straightforward self, saying if I thought she was fine then she was fine, and to send her name so he could fire off an invite. Everyone in the shoe world went by their real name with numbers tacked on for duplicates, so there was no danger of adding the wrong person. I sent her name and number along, messaged Yusoil about the group, and she gladly took the invitation. I welcomed Yusoil to the group, and noted her shelter was rich in cotton and forage, then asked everyone to introduce themselves and reach out if they needed anything, keeping my own introduction of her light, figuring a few trades would let them get acquainted on their own. Yu Yang led with his usual welcome, said his resource was iron blocks, told her to call on him if she needed any, and then immediately asked whether she had an ability. I covered my face, because the man was as predictable as the sunrise. After a round of ribbing aimed at Yu Yang, everyone introduced themselves. Yusoil got the shape of each person, and they all friended one another. Wang Jihyun decided to start the day's exchange early since the whole group was present. He announced he'd picked up a water purifier blueprint that ran on plastic and asked anyone holding plastic not to dump it on the market, but to sell it all to him. Yu Aguk cheered that now they wouldn't have to buy purifiers off the channel and said he'd start watching for plastic. He wasn't wrong to be glad either, since I'd checked the channel before and a water purifier ran 1,000 wood. But the real problem wasn't the price. It was that they were out of stock. Yu Aguk added that he could make beast traps now, that he'd tested them that day and they only caught small animals at middling odds, and offered them at 2 iron blocks each to anyone interested. The rest of us perked up at that, since a trap could pull double duty in hunting, and a low success rate was fine, set enough of them, and even one catch was profit. I took 5 to try out, and Yu Aguk told me they'd work better with beast bait, but since he didn't have that blueprint I could just use wild fruit instead. Next, the group traded around some resources, Song Aru picking up several medicinal plant seeds, and Xiao Hu unloading a batch of beast hides that Yusoil bought wholesale, hiring her to stitch a fine set of winter clothes for everyone. I actually had a backpack blueprint that called for beast hide myself, but the market for backpacks looked thin, so I'd never planned to chase hides for it. What did surprise me was that Xiao Huo could move that many beast hides at all, which meant his ability really had let him drop a lot of animals, though he wasn't selling any meat steaks, which told me his own meat supply wasn't exactly overflowing either. By the time we finished trading, the steaks in my hand had cooked through, and that first bite confirmed everything the system had promised. The premium roast left ordinary meat in the dust, oily without being greasy, crisp and rich, and after I swallowed, a warm sensation spread through my stomach with a deep, lasting fullness behind it, like there was some quiet magic worked into the food itself. Where ordinary roast would have needed 2 full-size steaks to fill me, this one left me plainly satisfied. I moved around the open ground and felt the warm current run from my stomach through the rest of me, and I could even feel a faint bump in my strength. My physique sat at 6 already, above the average grown adult, so anyone with weaker fitness would feel it hit even harder. So this was how most people raised their physique, with the super energy fruits being far too rare to count on. If I hadn't had the red fruit, I'd have needed premium steaks or better just to cultivate the Mystic Void Blade technique. The shoe world wanted us to fight. That was the whole shape of it. Scavenging only kept you alive, while fighting was what made you strong. I was more and more convinced the place was breeding warriors built to fight under brutal conditions, and if that was right, then raw personal strength was about to matter enormously, and a lot of the low rungs in those survivor alliances were probably going to get culled down the line. One premium steak had me thinking hard, and I quietly resolved to put cultivation and hunting first and harden myself as much as I could. With the charcoal still hot, I roasted the other 2 premium steaks for tomorrow, deciding I'd fold one into every meal from here on. Once the steaks were stowed in the kitchen, I tidied up and remembered the Goo King Bee box should have finished evolving its horned bee queen by now. I picked the box up from the living room with some anticipation, and sure enough it signaled a new queen had been produced. The panel named her a horned bee queen, rank 1, boss quality, carrying paralytic venom and a 60% boost to swarm control. An ordinary horned bee that had clawed her way up through combat and taken a level from the box to become a queen. The system also laid out the quality ladder for wild creatures, running ordinary, elite, boss, hero, lord, with the first 4 lines coming with 0 to 3 attributes or skills, and lord creatures having no cap at all. Right after that, the box asked me to set the swarm's growth direction, and there were 3 roads. Reconnaissance sharpened the swarm's scouting, and stealth and let them grasp my intentions to a degree. Combat did what it said on the tin, pushing numbers, venom, and size. Logistics leaned the swarm toward honey collection, producing honey with different attributes, some of which granted abilities, and some of which even permanently raised stats. The choice wasn't binding forever, since a rank 2 box could hold 3 queens at once, and each could pick her own road. And only after all 3 were locked would changing a swarm's direction mean killing the queen and evolving a fresh one. What I needed most right now were scouts to find resources and beasts, so I chose reconnaissance without hesitation, since flying solo my search efficiency was simply too low. A scout-built swarm wasn't helpless either, the horned bee's natural paralytic venom still in place, just with future growth bending toward exploration and stealth. The box lid swung open on its own, and a horned bee the size of an adult thumb edged out, spotted me, flapped over to land on my shoulder, and started scanning the room warily. This was the queen. I studied her, 2 or 3 times the size of an ordinary horned bee, the 3 stingers at her tail glinting cold, and far longer than the common kind, her venom potent enough that no rank 0 beast could shrug it off. Around 1,000 elite horned bees filled the box besides her troops. Following the prompt, I picked a horned bee model out of the box, a thing about the size of a glass bead, which was the bee swarm controller. Holding it let me push my thoughts to the queen, who relayed them to the swarm, and through it I could vaguely read back what the swarm meant in return. I ordered the queen to lead the swarm in guarding and foraging around the shelter, testing the controller, and she took the swarm out and started patrolling at once. Tomorrow I'd take them hunting. I dropped the bee swarm controller into inventory and noticed it was nearly full. The more kinds of gear I had to haul out the door, the less 10 slots managed, so I figured I'd dig out the backpack blueprint I'd picked up and see if it bought me some room, until I learned whether inventory could be expanded later. No sooner thought than done. I fetched the blueprint and materials, fed the blueprint into the workbench where it dissolved into white light and surfaced the backpack option above the crafting list, and read off the requirements: 1 beast hide and 2 rope. I had 2 beast hides but no rope, so I opened the channel to buy some, and found rope was its own sprawling category: paracord and metal rope, and hemp and cotton and polyester. Some were survivor made like hemp and cotton, others came out of treasure chests like paracord and metal rope, hemp being cheapest at 1 wood per unit and metal rope dearest with prices all over the map. I didn't need anything fancy, ordinary hemp or cotton would do, so I tried 2 units of cotton rope for 8 wood, half certain the workbench wouldn't even recognize a backpack built from metal cable. I set the cotton rope and beast hide down at the workbench, the hide being the common quality leopard skin I'd taken the day novice protection ended, and confirmed the synthesis. A minute later, out came a common backpack, a double-shoulder leather thing patterned in leopard print, and about the size of a school bag. On Blue Star, that genuine leather would have fetched a fortune, but in the shoe world, it all came down to attributes. The panel called it crudely made with room for 2 cubic meters of items, no living creatures allowed, and warned that the volume might be small but the weight wouldn't drop. I dropped the stone axe in to test it and watched anything that touched the mouth shrink down automatically, so the bag didn't actually hold 2 cubic meters of space inside. It held 2 cubic meters of objects by crushing their volume. 2 cubic meters was the ceiling. Nothing more would fit, and the weight stayed put, so a full bag of stone would still be more than I could lift. I sent the backpack stats to the group for their read, and they all agreed it was useful for going out. No good for bulk basics like wood and stone, but solid for small light gear, which would free up some inventory. Once they heard I could make them, they all placed orders, since every survivor's inventory ran short, and I took the requests without charging a handling fee, only asking them to bring their own materials. Their analysis shifted my read a little, the backpack being more useful than I'd written it off as, though I still wasn't about to mass produce it as a commodity. The main material was beast hide, and I had none in stock and no intention of grinding the channel for hides and rope. And besides, small round shields were still printing money, and it wasn't time to change my lead product. Since I'd misjudged the backpack, I fed the reclining chair blueprint I grabbed yesterday into the workbench too, and spent 2 casual units of wood on one. Out came a solid reddish-brown wood recliner, identical to the ones back on Blue Star. No surprise effects on its panel, just an ordinary chair. I dragged it to the living room, lay back, and pulled up the chat channel, and the comfortable old feeling of scrolling my phone at home washed right over me. The description hadn't lied. Lying on the thing really did let you unwind. The channel was as rowdy as ever in the evening. One survivor crowed about a silly rabbit that had bolted straight into a tree out of fright. Photo of rabbit meat attached. Another cooed about bunnies being too cute to eat. A third offered to swap half a rabbit for instant noodles, and a fourth waved them all off. With a roasted lamb, between the clowns there were genuine experience shares too. One survivor laid out a careful theory on the gathering skill, that using it on prey made the whole carcass vanish and handed you meat cuts, hides, fangs, and fur of varying quality. He'd run a control test, skinning and butchering a beast by hand, and appraising the parts, finding the system would rate them but only as common quality. Then using gathering on the leftover bones and organs to get a unit of fine bones, pure bone with no scrap of meat. His read was that gathering condensed essence and raised quality, that if you just wanted meat you should butcher by hand for the larger yield, but if you wanted fine cuts and materials you had to use the skill. The channel lit up in amazement that they had a researcher among the clowns, and after Ji Yang thanked him for sharing and called it useful for the many survivors short on food, the comments fell into a unified line of thanks. I sighed too, since the shoe world had a way of blurring the line between game and reality, and I'd always gathered straight away without ever thinking to experiment. Still, it wasn't much use to me because I'd already settled on eating fine cuts or better, strength first. I trusted my read on this place. The shoe world needed warriors. After scrolling the channel a good while longer and turning up nothing else interesting, I closed the system, got up and went to the warehouse for my synthesis materials, since a bedtime synthesis was a fixed routine now. I told myself I hoped to pull something good tonight and started with a casual warm-up to heat the furnace. I'd use a crossbow bolt as the main material, with a warm stone as auxiliary, hoping for a burning arrow. And after testing ratios, I found wood plus coal as auxiliary gave the best success rate, though the mutation rate climbed high too, probably because the bolt and the warm stone were so different in nature. Higher uncertainty just made the blind box more fun. I summoned the furnace, fed it 1 crossbow bolt as the main material with 5 wood, 1 warm stone, and 1 coal as auxiliary, and the panel offered 80% success against a steep 60% mutation. I stared at it, wondering whether odds that lopsided could still kick out something useful, and confirmed. As my mental energy flowed in, the furnace lit slowly with the blue glow, and as it faded, a redstone-like object dropped into my hand. I probed it. An explosive stone, tier 0, fine quality. Its explosion radius boosted 50%, the panel calling it a stone packed with high-intensity energy that detonated on impact. The normal 1-meter blast widened by the fine grade to 1.5 meters. My face went a little pale, and I shoved the thing into inventory fast, because the instant I'd read the words extremely prone to explosion, I'd nearly flinched and flung it across the room. Watching it sit there quiet, I let out a breath and felt the joy seep back in. Wasn't this just a Xuanhuan-flavored grenade? I figured I'd run the exact same materials again to see if I'd get the same result, and pulled out an identical set, confirming without hesitation. A flash of blue, and it succeeded again. Another red stone, this one landing on the table. I didn't reach for it, just probed it from a distance. A burst flash stone, tier 0, fine quality, this one carrying exorcism +1. The panel describing the same impact detonation but bursting into a dazzling light. This time I'd made a flashbang, but what on earth did exorcism mean? Were there ghosts in the shoe world? The thought of every ghost and monster out of myth sent a chill down my spine, and I muttered to myself to believe in materialism and science. That exorcism in the description had better not mean what people usually meant by it. Though with transmigration already on the table, ghosts weren't exactly off it. I put the burst flash stone away and dug out the rattan armor I usually wore, planning a defensive piece next. I wasn't hurting for weapons, but my defense came down to a serpent skin shield and rattan armor, and the shield was only common quality, sure to fall short sometime. I'd try to strengthen the rattan armor with synthesis to make hunting safer, setting it as the main material with 2 black iron wood and 2 iron blocks for their good defense, plus 3 warm stones in the hope of getting a warming property tacked on. Testing put the rate at a respectable 75%, and while all wood pushed it to 95, all wood would barely improve the armor at all, so I figured a small improvement wasn't worth it, and I'd rather gamble. The panel reads 75% success against 40% mutation, and I confirmed and fed in my mental energy, without flinching. The furnace began drawing on me, and after this many syntheses, I had a feel for it. The mental energy spent tied to the quality of a successful result. A fine or below item costing 1 point and a rare item costing 2. With nothing higher in my experience yet. This one pulled a single point, which left me wondering whether it would land common or fine, and when the blue light flashed, I breathed easier and read it as fine. Not bad at all. But when the light died, the item on the table left me a little lost. It looked like an oval gem about the size of a pigeon's egg, entirely blood red, faintly glowing, genuinely pretty. I didn't touch it in case it was another explosive stone. My luck all day had been strange. Every synthesis a surprise, but with 2 already behind me, I wasn't rattled, and I calmly appraised it. A fire poison thorn vine seed, rank 1. Fine quality, with a 30% growth speed bonus, the panel calling it a rare transcendent plant seed and telling me to drip blood on it to claim ownership before planting. A transcendent plant seed. I picked it up and set it on my palm, warm to the touch, crystal clear on closer look, more a fiery red gem than a seed. Did transcendent plants come with superpowers? Were they the legendary spirit plants? I couldn't tell anything from staring, I'd only know once it grew. My rattan armor had turned into a seed, so not only was the armor not reinforced, I was now a piece short. I scratched at that for a second but didn't complain, because the seed was plainly precious, and rattan armor was just rattan armor, easily traded for another from Songaru tomorrow. I decided to keep going, this time using a useless raincoat as the main material, with lynx hide, 2 black iron wood, and 2 ice crystals as auxiliary, hoping to maybe synthesize a piece of clothing type armor. The panel offered 70% success against 50% mutation, and I told myself even a coin flip mutation didn't matter, since losing these materials was nothing as long as the synthesis succeeded, and any success was profit. I hesitated a beat, then confirmed, calm and not really expecting armor, given how unrelated everything was and how high the mutation odds ran. The blue light faded and a set of clothes lay on the table. I examined them curiously. A cat pattern combat suit, tier 0, fine quality, the attribute water repellent, the panel cheerfully calling it a trendy combat suit whose spotted cat pattern made it a fashion favorite. A pity about that attribute. I unfolded the suit with a look of distaste. It was a one-piece thing, faintly Spider-Man in cut, and when I pulled hard the material held strong, the whole thing gray and covered in lynx-like spots, so that wearing it I could fully cosplay as a lynx. Or rather lynx man. Mockable looks aside, the attribute was actually good. Water repellent meant the suit shrugged off mud and blood and never got wet or filthy, basically a built-in cleaning spell. The real question was whether it could repel acid rain, because if it could, the suit's value would jump, and I'd even be able to head out in the rain. That single thought turned the silly cat patterns adorable in an instant. By the time I finished the suit, my mental energy had bottomed out, so I had to call it there and put the leftover materials back in the warehouse. The shoe world nights were dead quiet. I'd been here 5 days and had mostly adapted to living alone and surviving, but the loneliness still pressed in after dark. And beyond the daily chatter on the channel, I planned to slowly improve my quality of life to take the edge off it. Tonight, a hot bath. Tomorrow, new clothes. The small round shields were still in production over in the tool room, and I couldn't sleep until they finished. And I'd listed them, because listing in the morning instead would burn half a day, and half a day could make a great many more shields. I took out charcoal, poured river water from a bucket into the kitchen pot, lit the stove, and got the bath water going. While it heated, I spent 5 wood on a single bathtub from the channel, and skimming the comments I found bathtubs sold briskly. Plenty of survivors buying them, women especially. I extracted the tub, hauled it slowly to the bathroom, then slapped my forehead, because low mental energy was apparently dulling my wits too, and I should have just extracted it inside the bathroom to start. After grumbling at myself, I rushed back to watch the water, and once it boiled, I ladled it into the wooden bucket, dumped that into the tub, and topped it with cold water from the tank until it sat around 42 degrees. Sinking into the bath, I felt my body slowly let go, and my mind finally unclench. The last few days had been crushing, more than one brush with death in there, and if I hadn't lived alone since childhood and learned to regulate myself, my head would have come apart long ago. Drowsy in the warm water, I forced myself awake and carefully scrubbed off the grime, lamenting the lack of soap or shampoo. I'd seen soap on the channel priced at 300 iron blocks, a flat robbery I had no intention of falling for. Once I was clean, I felt pounds lighter, and I tossed the ruined quick-dry clothes into the tool room, done wearing them, figuring I'd render them down into raw material someday. Pulling on the cat pattern suit I'd been mocking, the stickiness was gone and the water repellent kept it breathable, downright refreshing. It would be a mistake to underestimate a simple bath, because among survivors no more than half could even manage one, and for most it was a luxury. Ordinary survivors broke their backs all day chopping wood, breaking stone, and mining, came home spent with only enough harvest to scrape by, then had to haggle with their neighbors for a sliver of supplies, leaving their minds as worn as their bodies. Bone-tired and broke, they couldn't spare the means to heat bath water, and at best, scooped a bucket for a quick rinse. My luck was that I could sell rare items and never sweat the basics, so the things I cared about now, fine quality meat and practicing knife work, were luxuries an ordinary survivor couldn't even afford to think about. After I emptied the bath, the shields had finished, so I went to the tool room and split the 450 of them into 4 orders as usual. 150 at 20 wood, 100 at 16 stone, 150 at 4 iron blocks, and 50 at 1 glass each. Listing done, I noticed Wang Ro had sent me a few messages, the gist being a good harvest that day plus some fishing around for information on the Bloodfiend Alliance. I skimmed them, found nothing useful, tossed back a few words, and closed the box. Then I used the controller to set the Hornbee Queen on night watch, went back to my bedroom, shut my eyes, and dropped fast into a deep sleep. Tomorrow, I'd hunt again. Shoe World, Day 6, weather light fog clearing to sun, temperature 8 to 21 degrees, with a countdown of 4 days to the acid rain trial and a note for all survivors to prepare as soon as possible. I woke before dawn and caught the new weather reminder right away, a function I liked, though I thought it'd be even better as a full forecast. First thing, I opened the channel to check the shields, skipped the screen of trade notices, and saw last night's whole batch had sold out, so I pulled the harvested resources back with a satisfied face. A pleasant surprise to start the day, and a sign the rest of it would be loaded with rewards. After hyping myself up, I sent Songmaru a trade request, wood for a set of rattan armor, since I'd burned my old set in synthesis and didn't feel safe heading out to hunt without it. She didn't answer right off, probably still asleep, but I wasn't in a rush, planning to cultivate in the morning and stay in, so closing the trade before noon would be fine. After a quick wash, I had bread, an apple, and a glass of water for breakfast. And while I ate, I tallied my basics. 4,250 wood, 3,350 stone, 603 iron blocks, and a thinner 73 glass. Then I queued up 600 shields at the workbench, since time was money. Stepping out, the weather matched the system's read exactly, a faint mist drifting with visibility around 200 meters. In my cat pattern suit, I came into the courtyard, warmed up, swallowed a red fruit, and officially began the day's cultivation. It was monotonous work, but as the red fruit took hold, I sank fully into it. The Mystic Void Blade technique growing smoother and smoother in my hands, every move grander and stronger. The blade ran faster and faster, then the momentum paused mid-stroke and broke loose again, and anyone watching would have felt the Tang sword turn suddenly nimble, the technique shedding its old stiffness. When I finished the full set and stood with the blade sheathed, I pulled up my attribute panel and read that the Mystic Void Blade technique had crossed into mastery, sitting at 2%. Where I'd merely followed the instructions before, I'd now quietly reshaped some of the moves, adjusting force and angle to suit myself. Feeling the red fruit's warm current still in me, I didn't stop just because the technique had advanced, but kept on until its energy was fully absorbed and the fatigue and hunger washed over me. By then it was nearing noon, the mist long gone, the warm sun lying comfortably across me. Comfortable enough that if I weren't a survivor I'd have hauled out a lounge chair for a good nap. Back in the kitchen I reheated yesterday's premium steak and brewed a bag of braised beef noodles with hot water, since a technique breakthrough earned me something good. Savoring the steak, I took out the fire poison thorn vine seed from yesterday, deciding I needed to find a spot in the courtyard to plant it, and wondering how long it would take to grow. I'd never even seen a transcendent seed, let alone planted one, and it didn't come with instructions, so I muttered to myself, asking whether I just buried it in the ground, like an ordinary one. I didn't know if transcendent plants had special needs, but I did remember the part about dripping blood to claim ownership first, so I grazed my finger across the tang sword's edge and let a drop fall and seep slowly into the seed. The moment the blood soaked in, surprise hit me because I felt a faint connection form, a vague sense of the seed's needs, that it wanted to go into the soil and that it needed water. Suddenly, I understood why the shoe world hadn't bothered with planting instructions. Transcendent plants could vaguely express their feelings. I'd heard some plants could sense human emotion, but never one that could express its own, and certainly nothing this close to conscious communication. I didn't dawdle, digging a small pit about 5 centimeters deep beside the fence gate, setting the seed in, covering it with soil, and watering until the vine sent back a feeling of satisfaction. In my read, it was easy to care for. 2 or 3 days to sprout. Nothing required in between but keeping the ground moist. It was getting late, so after planting I got ready to head out and gather supplies as planned. I pulled on the fresh rattan armor I'd just traded from Song Aru, slid the Gyu King Bee box into the backpack, since it could still raise 2 more queens and I meant to look for suitable bee swarms along the way, then climbed the fence and headed east to the river, planning to work south along it this time. Animals wouldn't be scarce by the water, since they'd come to drink. I took out the controller and ordered the queen on my shoulder to send the swarm ahead to scout for beasts and report any she found right away, since the swarm might struggle to find treasure chests, but finding game would be simple. The queen took my command, drew a figure 8 in the air in front of me like a salute, then split the swarm in 2, the larger part fanning out to hunt for animals and resources, and the smaller part scattering close to guard the 2 of us. I'd walked south along the river barely any time before. Several horned bees came back and hovered in front of me, flying the same direction over and over to point me at something. Results already? My face brightened and I followed fast, and not far off I saw a cluster of bees gathered around something they seemed to have surrounded. What kind of animal was that small? Looking at the tiny ring the bees had formed, I half figured it was a false alarm, normal enough on the swarm's first job. But when I reached them and saw the figure trembling in the bee's grip, body entirely white, curled into a fist-sized fluffy ball, it turned out to be a little white. Compared to the horned bees, the thing did technically count as a giant beast. A little speechless, I stepped forward anyway, waved the swarm off, and gently pinched the creature up between thumb and forefinger. I set it on my palm, and just as I went to study it, it suddenly flopped onto its back as though scared to death. Dead already. Such a coward. Let's see if a sting brings it back. I reached to summon a few bees for a little acupuncture, and the little white jolted, flipped over, curled into a cotton ball, and trembled in pure terror. I knew it was faking. I couldn't help laughing at the thing's resurrection, since it was clearly clever and clearly funny, and I fixed my eyes on it to read its stats. A mutated little white. Tier 0, elite quality, attribute good luck, the panel saying it was a pet with extraordinary luck whose ancient bloodline was beginning to awaken under the shoe world's rules. An elite monster, no less. I stared at it, half stunned, thinking this might be the most useless elite I'd ever see. But the good luck attribute was genuinely rare, and I found myself eager to find out whether it could pass that luck to its owner as a pet, because I wouldn't say no to some luck myself. I forced the corners of my mouth into what I believed was a friendly smile, and told the little creature that finding it meant we were fated. I said surviving this broken world was hard, but that from now on it would follow me and I'd keep it safe as its owner, and that since it was all white, I'd call it Little White. Whether it understood I couldn't say, probably not, because the instant it saw my full set of bared white teeth, it fainted clean away from fright. I was a little speechless, given how kind I was being. I tucked it into the pocket of my combat suit, since I had no time now and would build a relationship later. Right then, several horned bees flew back, having found something again, and I followed them north about a kilometer, until I spotted my prey in the distance. This time something large. 3 adult zebras by the river around 200 meters off. 2 had their backs to me drinking while the 3rd stood guard facing away from the water. Since I was to their northwest and had dropped flat immediately, they hadn't caught me yet, but the moment I stood and approached it was only a matter of time. I couldn't close the gap now. Any big movement would give me away. The whole area was open grassland with a clear line of sight, so standing might get me spotted on the spot, while crawling would rustle the grass and alert the sentry, and my speed could never run a zebra down anyway. A direct attack was out too, the distance well past the ice pattern repeating crossbow's range, so I had to find a way to close it. As I turned the problem over, my eye caught my own shoulder and lit up. I had an idea. I held the controller and gave the queen her orders to swing wide around the zebras and use the swarm to drive them my way. Her little head bobbed, taking my meaning, and she lifted off my shoulder and led the swarm around to the zebras north. From a distance, I watched the swarm reach position with the zebras barely reacting, since the bees were small and the zebras weren't afraid of a few insects. Once the swarm was set, I focused on the controller and sent them charging the zebra drinking by the river. As they closed, that zebra jerked its head up, stared at the swarm, and began backing away, but the bees only accelerated straight at its face, several landing near its nose and driving their stingers in without pause. My swarm, raised in the Goo King bee box, ran far past ordinary horned bees in venom and stinger hardness, and the stings hit the zebra with excruciating pain. It reared and neighed, hooves kicking wild, and bolted from the swarm in my direction, the other two falling in uneasily behind the leader and running too. The queen led the swarm into an arc, boxing the panicked zebras on three sides and leaving the fourth open, herding all three straight at me. The frightened things ran terrifyingly fast, crossing into the crossbow's range within seconds, and I watched them come calmly and triggered the ice arrow built into the weapon, a deep blue light spilling off the body. My face went hard and my eyes darkened as I raised it, aimed at the two intact zebras out front, and pulled the trigger, reloading with my offhand and firing again. Two arrows trailing a blue chill flew out and struck the lead pair at once, frost flashing across their hides and the ice arrows stalling their sprint. With their limbs frozen stiff and their speed gutted, I rose fast and worked the trigger without pause, pumping arrows into their heads. The front zebra took several, its forelegs buckling until it knelt to the ground, and the second went down right behind it, head riddled with shafts, dropping 10 meters from me. With the leaders handled, I turned to the last one, still ringed by the swarm and screaming in terror, fear scattering its sense of direction while the paralytic venom went to work inside it and stiffened its movements. I stepped in, scattered the swarm, put 2 arrows into the wretched thing to empty the magazine, and ended its fear and its suffering at once. What a haul, I beamed, because this really was 3 adult zebras taken down with almost no effort. The only cost a handful of arrows. Looking down at the one at my feet, the swarm's combat power genuinely surprised me, and I figured the win owed most to them. Their fighting really was good, only their numbers a bit thin, so I'd send the queen out to recruit soldiers once I got back. She could go into the wild, draw hornets into the hive, and train them into the swarm, and this success pushed me to build the swarm up and grow the team, especially since the fight had cost more than 10 scout bees, and without fresh recruits the queen would soon have no bees to command. I ran the gathering skill across all 3 zebras, which gave me 24 blue steaks, 3 blue animal hides, and 3 blue bones. Bones, what were these for? Soup. I took one out and looked it over. Genuinely a bone, no flesh or blood, smooth and shiny. I tossed the hides and bones into the backpack, the steaks into inventory, then bent for the wooden treasure chest that had dropped and cracked it open without ceremony, pulling out a set of cotton pajamas, a saddle and rein set, and a bottle of vitamins. The pajamas weighed maybe 2 kilograms, very good quality. A 2-piece gray men's set sized exactly to my usual clothes, the system being humane enough to refresh clothing to fit just right. Cotton pajamas were hard currency now, the shelter already faintly cold at night, and winter clearly closing in on the shoe world, with every warm supply on the channel climbing in price as people wised up. I stowed the pajamas and picked up the vitamins, a bottle of 100 mixed tablets, basic B and C according to the prompt. In the shoe world, food and drink were a daily problem, and few people bothered supplementing vitamins, the better off ones just eating some wild fruit, and even I, surviving well by comparison, hadn't touched a vegetable in days. Only a few apples, never mind the survivors hovering at the subsistence line. I set the vitamins away with some care, then picked up the last item with a touch of resignation, an equipment set. A saddle and rein set, tier 0, ordinary quality. The panel clipping that clothes make the man and a saddle makes the horse. That this was horse fashion, but I'd need a horse first. Fine stitching, excellent work, superior materials, and entirely useless to me since I had no horse. Just one more deadweight piece of gear, so I didn't look closer and chucked the saddle into the backpack. After counting my gains, I cleaned up the battlefield fast, found 4 mostly intact arrows on the ground, pulled 11 more from the backpack, and loaded the whole lot into the magazine. That left only 2 arrows in the bag, one of them the fang armor piercing arrow I'd synthesized, so I muttered that arrows were running short and I'd have to make more back home. With things tidied, I sent the swarm out to scout again, since it was still early and I had stamina to spare and meant to keep searching. An hour later, the swarm had turned up no new resource points, so after a quick think, I redirected them toward the thicket to the east. During the search, I spotted plenty of animal traces, and where the rabbit and bird tracks ran obvious, I set down my 5 beast traps. I knew next to nothing about trapping, so I fell back on the crude method of planting traps where the footprints clustered, and baiting them with the wild fruit I'd gathered earlier, which had started to dehydrate, though the apples from the chest were still fresh. I set the last trap under a small tree at the thicket's edge, backed off clearing my tracks, and just as I went to find a place to rest, several horned bees flew over. A discovery. A smile crossed my face, and as more bees arrived dancing in front of me, they'd found a second prey too. 2 locations at once. The bees had handed me 2 pieces of good news in a row, and I stood up surprised, brushed the dirt off my backside, and followed them into the jungle. The combat suit I'd synthesized was genuinely good. I thought as I moved through the dense growth, not just water repellent but well armored, branches scraping across it without leaving a single mark. I wandered the jungle a long while, taking detour after detour, before I reached the first resource point the swarm had found. The area was choked with bushes, easy for the bees to fly over, but a wall for me. So I'd either hack a path through or take the long way around. After half a day of winding through, I finally saw it. A gigantic beehive with a radius near half a meter, bees streaming in and out even from a distance. My mouth curved up, because this swarm was perfect for raising the box's second queen. The panel called them mutated Chinese honeybees, Tier 0, ordinary quality. A diligent species whose queen's mutation had sharpened their nest building, lengthened their collection time, and let them produce higher quality honey. A perfect logistics species, and I told the queen most of this would be on her shortly. I surveyed the huge hive from a distance, unslung the backpack, took out the box, and dropped in the 500 grams of honey I'd saved earlier as bait, then cinched the cuffs and pant legs of my combat suit tight, betting the bee stingers couldn't pierce it. Under the swarm's protection, I meant to set the box down not far from the main hive. As I edged closer, the honeybees outside spotted me at once and reacted like they'd met a mortal enemy, some surging forward to attack. I didn't stop, only quickened my pace, strode in, set the box down, lit its drawing characteristic with mental energy, then turned and ran. Just as I'd expected, the honeybees couldn't pierce the suit, my head was shielded by my own swarm, and most of the honeybees died to the surrounding horned bees before they ever reached me, their combat power far too far below a box-bred horned bees. I broke free of them with only 2 bumps swelling on the back of my hand, the honeybee stingers, thankfully, venomless, just searingly painful. Sucking air through my teeth against the sting, I watched from a distance as the box's characteristic kicked in, and the surrounding bees, drawn helplessly to the honey inside like drunks to fine wine, flew dizzily into it, one after another. The box was a bottomless pit, pulling them in endlessly, and I even saw bees returning to their own hive veer off mid-flight to dive into the box instead. I stood off and watched a full half hour, until every swarm outside but the bees within the hive itself had funneled into the box. With almost nothing left outside, I moved at once, holding the controller and ordering the queen to lead her swarm into the hive and kill its queen. My horned bees were already braced, and the rank 1 queen led 1,000 elites straight in. I didn't wait long before she led them back out carrying a plump white grub, the honeybee queen taken alive. Seeing my swarm with the grub, the honeybees inside came boiling out as though their camp had blown open, bent on rescuing her, and I quickly ordered my swarm to turn and fly for the box. They closed on it fast and, on my command, killed the honeybee queen right beside the hive. The swarm trailing them, suddenly leaderless with their queen dead, broke apart in every direction and got drawn into the box right after. With the job cleanly done, I stepped up light-footed to check the box, finding nearly 100,000 honeybees inside, a dense vast field of them, the goo-rearing mode already triggered on its own. Then I turned and ran the gathering skill over the giant hive beside me, which gave me 12 caddies of blue honey, 1 caddy of blue royal jelly, and 300 blue bee eggs. 3 excellent quality items, and I checked each one. The honey was Tier 0, excellent, attribute nourishes mental energy, the panel calling it extremely sweet honey from mutated bees that, taken long-term, permanently raised mental energy and perception. A food that permanently lifted mental energy and perception. I shouted in excitement, because permanent stat items were far too rare, the kind of treasure you could never have too much of, and since my own talent ran on mental energy, the higher mine climbed the stronger my synthesis grew. The royal jelly was Tier 0, excellent, with a 30% chance to permanently raise a bee swarm's quality, a rare ingredient the panel praised as rich and never tiring to eat, able on consumption to lift a swarm's grade. I'd heard of royal jelly before, an old acquaintance once swearing by it for the weak and the recovering. Though what that old brother actually chased was a folk rumor that had boosted a man's vigor, which had him hunting wild jelly everywhere. I had no plans to eat my caddy of it, being young and strong and not in need, since I wanted to feed it to the queen instead. The swarm's value was beyond doubt, and the queen's own combat power was fierce, her venomous stingers able to drop most rank 0 creatures instantly, except she had only 3 of them and I'd always been loath to spend 1. What greeted me at the next point was a 200-meter clearing scored all over with giant snake tracks across the bare ground. The vegetation was sparse, only a few scattered weeds, and a giant snake lay coiled silent in the center, seemingly resting, its belly bulging like it had just fed. Its body ran a mix of white and green, the scales interwoven in each the size of an adult's palm, throwing off a metallic sheen, and coiled as it was I couldn't read its full length, though I put it past 10 meters with a head half a meter long alone. I crouched in the bushes and read it from the corner of my eye. A mutated python, Tier 0, Boss quality, raising its entanglement lethality by 50% and carrying Snake Dash, a skill that flung its whole body out in an instant to close distance and swallow prey. The panel named it a jungle overlord and cold-blooded hunter just shy of advancing to rank 1, with speed wildly out of keeping with its size. I couldn't beat it, not a chance. Cold sweat broke across my forehead the moment I read its stats, because I was honestly frightened. This python was far beyond me, and forget the skill, its sheer size and scales meant my crossbow arrows would barely sink in, scratching it at best. If I couldn't break its scale defense, I'd just be tickling the thing. I didn't hesitate, retreating slow, ready to turn and leave this dangerous place, and what I didn't see was the python sliding its gaze, after I'd turned, toward the very spot I'd been hiding in. I backed off 200 meters carefully before breaking into a run, since even that distance didn't feel safe. And after a fast kilometer, I stopped, panting, and released the swarm to find a way out of the brush and search for materials, while I rested and waited. This time took longer, a full hour before the swarm came back, the place sitting far from the jungle's edge. Through the controller, I gathered they'd found a way out and turned up a resource point along the route, and I hoped this one wasn't another scare, shaking my head with a wry smile since I was still rattled. The bees only knew a resource when they found one, the question of danger left to me. I set off anyway, following them to the new point, the fastest way out of the jungle besides, and the odds of 2 overlords sitting this close together were low. 10 minutes on, the swarm brought me to a tree only about 3 meters tall, where the scout bee broke off and circled the top, marking the resource there. I looked up and saw nothing but a bird's nest among the branches, and figured at most it held a few eggs, a little let down, but I climbed up nimbly anyway, careful not to fell the tree and break them. The nest sat on a branch 3 meters up, and I could only haul myself to about 2 before the wood wouldn't bear me, so I rose slow and peered in, pleasantly surprised to find not just eggs but a wooden box, a wooden treasure chest. A chest spawning up here, who could ever find it? Grumbling, I took the 3 eggs in the chest, slid down quick without opening it, stowed the eggs and pointed the swarm onward. About 20 minutes later, I finally cleared the jungle, glanced at the sun and put it near 4 o'clock with an hour of light left, and quickened my pace to make the shelter before dark, though by the time I saw it shrouded in fog, it had already gone full dark. Back inside, I set the box at the base of the arrow tower, where 8 square meters of space made a perfect home for the swarm, then had the queen arrange the swarm to forage on its own and guard the shelter, handing her the 300 bee eggs to replenish the ranks. I didn't rest once I was in the stone house, spending 2 wood on a wooden cage from the channel, and dropping Little White still in my pocket inside it. I told the little one this was its home now, and that I'd get it some food. Little White had woken long ago and spent the time trying to escape, but the mountain cat's suit was beyond anything it could chew through, and after a whole afternoon of being jostled along with me, the entire mouse was half dead. I took a wooden bowl from the kitchen, poured it half a bowl of water, and dripped in a few drops of today's fine honey, afraid the creature might die of my handling, and figuring honey water made a fine tonic for it. With Little White settled, I didn't linger, since there was a pile of work left. I stowed the day's haul in the warehouse and kitchen, packed the 600 shields I'd made into inventory from the tool room, then listed them all on the channel, 200 for wood, 200 for iron blocks, 100 for stone, 100 for glass, prices unchanged. Chores done, I lay back in the recliner and casually cracked the wooden chest I brought home, pulling out a 10-kilogram bag of rice, a box of 12 cold medicine tablets for wind chill colds, and a military overcoat, the overcoat a downright divine artifact for warmth though I didn't need it yet. There was also a bronze treasure chest, and those still held good things, so I stared at it eagerly and opened it slow. After a flash of light, 3 orbs of light sat in a box, and I picked one up and crushed it. An underwater breathing potion, rank 1. Fine quality, its duration up 30%. The panel saying that once drunk you could breathe freely underwater for 20 minutes. I knew this one well from games, a single-purpose potion, and after a moment I decided to shelve it in the warehouse, since I wouldn't need it for a while and had no plans to explore the river yet. I crushed the second orb, another potion, a bottle of emerald green this time, a plant growth fluid, tier 0, fine quality. Its effect up an extra 30%, the panel calling it a brew developed by a potion great master to ripen herbs and cut the growth time of any plant below rank 1 by half. The maker had later found, though, that ripening herbs with it cost more than just buying 2 portions of the same herb outright. Plants below rank 1, which was perfect for the fire poison thorn vine, where it would slash the growth time straight by 80%. The potion had come at exactly the right moment. I didn't bother with the last orb, grabbing the potion instead and running to the fire poison thorn vine, where I gently dug the pit open and dripped a single drop onto the seed first. I watched intently as the drop fell, and the seed drank it in, and a piece of information came back through our sensory link. The seed's consciousness still very dim, able only to grasp that it was wanted, the broken signal telling me the growth fluid had a strong effect on it. Relief washed over me, and sensing the vine's craving for the fluid, I slowly poured the whole bottle onto the seed. It burst out in a dazzling blue light, then sprouted and surged as though time had been sped up, throwing out vines that wound around the fence on their own and crept slowly outward along it. I half regretted it, wondering whether I shouldn't have emptied the bottle all at once, whether the seed could even handle that much. I kept running my detection skill on the vine but got only that it was still growing, so I focused my consciousness to sense its emotions. And what came back was happiness and excitement, and only then did I slowly ease up. Apart from the rapid growth, the vine seemed fine, no problems anywhere. I stopped waiting anxiously and went back inside, the system telling me this growth would still take a long while. Once indoors, I saw the leftover orb on the table and remembered I'd never opened it, so I walked over, picked it up, and crushed it. A blueprint, a toilet paper blueprint, common, that could make toilet paper and only toilet paper, calling for 1 wood attribute material. I figured toilet paper would sell well, humble but genuinely useful, since the agony of having no paper out in the wild was a thing the initiated understood all too well. I'd feed it into the workbench first, make 10 units, and hand them to Yu Yang and the others to hear what they thought, since giving survivors toilet paper as a gift ought to go over nicely. The group was already lively when I checked in, Yu Yang and Xiao Huo deep in something. And without scrolling back, I gathered Xiao Huo had hunted a mutated crocodile with his ability, and was showing off the fight while Yu Yang mostly just stewed in envy. Yu Yang had no ability and no cultivation method, no blade technique or breathing art, leaning on beast traps and pricey bows for defense, with no real way to hunt on the offensive, which was the same boat most survivors were in. Seeing them trade useless chatter, I cut in to say I'd gotten something good, and ask if anyone was interested. Yu Yang leapt on it, asking what good thing, whether it boosted strength, demanding a copy, since he badly needed anything that raised his strength. He watched the ability users hunt every day while he could only mine iron, and though his income wasn't bad, he always felt unsafe, wanting to be extraordinary himself, settling for buying high-quality steaks at a premium to nudge his physique up. Xiao Huo chimed in that I should just send it over, that if I thought it was good it had to be good, since he hunted daily, hauled in well, and had grown an aura over the last few days, shedding some of his old greenness. I didn't waste their time and sent the toilet paper's description straight to the group, asking if they thought it had a market. Yu Yang deflated that it wasn't an equipment blueprint, but Wang Jihyun popped up out of nowhere, clearly lurking, declaring it had a huge market and demanding 10 units, saying he genuinely had enough these past few days. He came from a wealthy family and had lived in luxury his whole life, and though he had the mindset to accept reality fast and fight to survive, he loathed life in the shoe world deep down, and the sight of toilet paper simply broke him. Xiao Huo cried that equipment couldn't hold a candle to toilet paper and that he wanted some too, that he really needed it, his backside about to crack, and Yue Guk asked for some as well. The 2 women in the group said nothing and just sent me private trade messages, probably out of embarrassment. I'd thought toilet paper had a market but hadn't expected this, though on reflection it made sense, since everyone in our little group had a specialty, survived comfortably, and had cleared the survival stage to start chasing quality of life. I handed everyone 10 units at cost, a small welfare for the members. Since the group was all present, we used the chance to start the day's material exchange. I asked Yueguk how much coal he had on hand, since I needed about 100 units, and he didn't ask what I wanted it for, just answered that 100 was no problem at 1 coal for 4 wood, and told me to send the order. It was a steep discount, since coal ran 5 to 6 wood on the open market, 1 unit burning for 6 hours against wood's 1, and at a higher heat besides. I didn't stand on ceremony, the mutual help in the group having built a good atmosphere, and sent the trade straight over to close the coal deal. Wang Jian then offered, seeing us finish, that he'd made a batch of water purifiers and planned to sell them once the acid rain test started in a few days, but anyone who needed one now could send a trade at 80 wood. The whole group jumped on it, me included, since with or without acid rain a water purifier was a necessity, and I sent my application along. The purifier came back as a 1-meter rectangular tower, water poured in the top inlet, a wooden bucket set at the bottom outlet to catch it, and a window in the middle working area for adding charcoal, the system's note saying ordinary materials, that it cleaned water quality and ran better with charcoal. The charcoal detail surprised me, though it tracked, since charcoal genuinely worked as a purifying agent. I set the purifier in the kitchen, poured in a barrel of river water to test it, and let the group's trades carry on. Song Aru announced she'd gotten a shelter facility today, a nursery she could plant herbs or food in, and asked anyone with spare seeds to trade them over. Then showed its stats. A nursery, excellent quality, 20 cubic meters of planting space, crop growth time cut 30%. Better with fertilizer. This was a resource building, exactly the thing I needed to push the shelter to level 3, and I looked at it with open envy, stuck as I was on both the resource building and the core altar. Som Aru went on that she'd brewed a few bottles of antidote, but, short on medicinal materials, could trade only 1 bottle per person, asking us to pay in stone at 150 stone a bottle. She showed the description. An antidote, tier 0 excellent quality, granting immunity to all poisons for 10 minutes after drinking, able to clear rank 0 toxins and suppress rank 1 ones. Yu Yang gushed that she was incredible to make even this. Wang Jihyun said he genuinely felt like he was living in a game, and Yu Soyol marveled that the world held too many supernatural things. I thought privately that they'd be even more shaken if they ever saw life water. Antidote was a lifesaver at the right moment, and everyone traded eagerly for the life-saving stock. With no new items left to trade, the meeting wound down, and we shared some discoveries, most of which I already knew, except Agik raised something new, that wild animals were evolving fast. He'd found a wolf pack near his shelter, whose alpha had been ordinary quality before but had risen to elite, the pack's speed and strength climbing across the board. My heart trembled at that, because I remembered the mutated python from today and the mountain boar I'd seen on the back mountain before, both larger and stronger than ordinary animals, which I'd written off as natural strength but now realized might be evolution since coming to the Shu world. The others were worried too, Yu Yang most of all, his shelter's surroundings still uncleared. It seemed the dangerous animals near his shelter needed clearing in time before they grew into a real threat, and I decided to head to the back mountain tomorrow, since it was time to settle scores with that mountain boar. Watching the group slowly go quiet, I exited the chat, since I had my own preparing to do for tomorrow. First, I went to the workbench and queued 2,000 units of toilet paper, since judging by the group's reactions, I didn't have to worry about moving it. I'd been going non-stop since I got back, and hadn't eaten dinner, so I grabbed the last piece of roasted civet meat and some dry rations from the kitchen, and filled my stomach, washing it down with excellent honey water. While I ate, I opened the channel, found the survivors who'd sold warm stone, ice crystal, and black ironwood before, and ordered 50 units of each, the prices having dropped hard to a total of 350 wood. These materials weren't worth much, and sold poorly, basically dead inventory now, future trades needing a pre-order. I was buying them as synthesis fuel, since I'd worked out a slightly stable formula the night before and meant to repeat the experiment. After dinner, I gathered the materials I'd laid out, focused my mental energy, and summoned the synthesis furnace, since I wanted to run a test before anything else. I pulled out the exact set that had given me the explosive stone the night before. 1 crossbow bolt as the main material, with 5 wood, 1 warm stone, and 1 coal as auxiliary. Fed them in one by one and confirmed without hesitating. A flash of blue light passed. A red stone dropped onto the tabletop, and the furnace told me I had a blue explosive stone again. It had worked, the rule clear at last, that if the synthesis materials were identical, there was a real chance of pulling the same item. And the excitement of it ran through me, since this was the first time I'd ever synthesized the same thing twice. One success proved nothing, so I calmed myself and ran the identical set again, and this time the blue light coughed up a plain crossbow bolt, an enhanced one rated fine with a 30% boost to hit rate. The main material had been upgraded instead, and I felt a flicker of disappointment, since the mutation clearly wasn't a flat 100%, both an enhanced result and an outright failure still on the table. I refused to leave it there and ran the experiment twice more, both times landing explosive stones, which confirmed it cleanly, that the same materials could yield the same item but the odds stayed random, the result swinging between a copy and enhancement of the main material, and a flat failure. After tucking away the stones and the bolts, my mental energy had bled down to 2 points, my hard floor, since I always left 2 in reserve. A man surviving alone couldn't afford to run his head dry, because dull reactions in a crisis got you killed. Better paranoid than dead. I cleared the table and picked up the cage with Little White inside, and the small creature still looked like it hadn't recovered, listless and limp on the cage floor. I wondered whether the little thing was sulking, and whether the system had some kind of beast-taming skill, because at this rate there was no telling when I'd ever bring it around. I'd never kept a pet in my life, and couldn't read what state it was in, and unlike the Horned Bee Queen, who came with a controller to talk through, Little White gave me nothing to sense its mood by. All I could do was feed it and wait until it warmed up enough to leave the cage. I set the cage by the bed, looked at the creature gently, told it goodnight, and reminded myself that whatever else, the shelter had one more member in it, and felt that much less empty. One more mouth, one less silence. Then I killed the light and slept. Shu World, Day 7, light fog clearing to sun, temperature 9 to 20 degrees. I woke before dawn and didn't go straight to my blade work, going first to check the fire poison thorn vine. Standing at the fence gate, I lost myself a little in the sight of it, because overnight the vine had crawled across half the front fence, its fiery red leaves swaying in the wind, and every hard wooden thorn turned outward. The whole thing fused with the fence into a thorned wall. Anyone who charged that wall would die on it. The security of that landed warm in my chest. As I stepped closer, the vine reached a tendril out to me on its own, and when I stroked it, a thought came back, a want for more nutrients so it could wrap the rest of the fence faster. I told the vine the growth fluid was spent, and it would have to grow slow now, then opened the inspection panel and read it back. A fire poison thorn vine, tier 0, boss quality, its fire poison boosted 50% and carrying a passive skill called mutation evolution, that let it adapt and evolve off the environment. And raw energy, the panel naming it a transcendent moving plant that snared prey in its vines, pumped in fire poison, and killed. I realized that the fence, the thorn vine, and the arrow tower together, once the vine swallowed the whole shelter, would let me say plainly that no rank 0 enemy frightened me, that however many came, they'd all die on the hedge. I pictured the shelter's future shape, a giant armored hedgehog, and the image cheered me considerably. The catch was feeding it, since the vine ran mostly on animal and plant corpses, fertilizer or agents like the growth fluid, and corpses were brutal to come by with every survivor chasing them, though growth fluid I might at least buy, since most people had no use for it yet. I went back into the stone house and made breakfast. 2 zebra steaks and some red umbrella mushrooms I'd gathered, boiled into something I generously called a stew, since salt was the only seasoning I owned. The ingredients carried it anyway, the flavor fine even plain boiled. Afterward, I opened the trade channel to collect on yesterday's small round shields, and my reeds soured fast, because half the batch hadn't moved and not one of the 100 priced in glass had sold at all. I dug into the trade listings and saw why. Several of the big survivor alliances having dumped enormous lots of small round shields, large square shields, vine shields, and leather shields onto the market all at once. The market had no shortage of shields now, mine drowned in the flood and priced too high besides, and the sales had cratered. The fat profit days for shields were ending. Nothing good ever lasts here. I'd cut the price to clear this batch, then watch before making any more. I dropped the remaining 300 small round shields to a flat 12 wood each, and listed the 2,000 toilet papers I'd run the day before at 2 wood apiece. By the time I finished, the sky had brightened, but the fog outside hung thick with visibility around 100 meters, so the mountain boar revenge I'd planned for the morning had to wait for it to lift. I shed my rattan armor, took the tang sword into the yard, warmed up, swallowed a red fruit, and ran the Mystic Void Blade technique. Each red fruit in session bought me roughly 8 to 10% of proficiency, and by the time the morning's work was done, the technique sat at mastery, 14%. The fog cleared toward noon. I washed quickly, ate the leftover stew in a cup of honey water, pulled my rattan armor back on, took the tang sword, summoned the horned bee swarm with the controller, and set out for the back mountain. With the swarm leading, I reached the gentle slope I'd climbed before, rested a moment, then sent the bees ahead to scout. The forest was still unfamiliar, but I moved through it steadier than the first time, retracing my path to the spot where I'd harvested red fruit, the marks of that old fight not yet swallowed by the undergrowth. The mountain boar's range couldn't be far from here, so I scattered the swarm to search, since spotting the beast early would let me set the battlefield before it ever saw me. Then a few bees came winging back, and I muttered in surprise that they'd already found something. I got up and followed the returning swarm at once, the bees able now, after their consciousness training, to roughly tell a real beast from a rabbit. No more mistaking small game for monsters. The thing sat about a kilometer ahead and hadn't moved, the swarm confirming when I sent them to recheck that the prey was still in place. I went serious, shield on my left arm, crossbow in my right hand, eased the branches aside, and held my breath. And what met my eyes wasn't the mountain boar I'd braced for, but a gray antelope. My gaze must have pricked its nerves, because it stopped grazing, lifted its head, stamped uneasily, and gathered to bolt. I was faster, pulling the trigger the instant I read it for an antelope, and the bolt took it in the hindquarters as it broke into a run, the creature seemingly unaware it had been hit, vanishing into the trees. I wasn't worried watching it flee, since my legs would never run it down, so I sent the swarm to chase by air and follow the tracks. The antelope slowed as it bled, and the bees, untroubled by the forest, closed fast, several landing on its back to drive in their paralytic venom. By the time I caught up, it was down, drained by venom and blood loss, a pool of red spreading under it, and I drew the tang sword, finished it with one stroke, and ran gathering, which gave me 4 blue steaks and 1 white animal hide. A decent take. I pocketed the dropped wooden chest, ordered the queen to keep hunting the mountain boar, and worked the nearby ground for resources while the swarm searched. I half-crouched behind a boulder, poked my head out, and fixed my eyes on a distant rock face, where sparse pines clung to the steep stone and a cave opened where the wall met the mountainside. The mouth ran 3 meters wide and 4 high, narrow at the top and broad at the base, a sheet of green vines hanging down to half-curtain it. The swarm had led me to 3 other spots already, all holding nothing but small game, and this cave was the 4th suspected boar lair. I'd all but confirmed it, the rock at the entrance furred with pig hair where the boar had rubbed itself, and listening close I caught a steady grunting from inside. The bees had flown in and reported a single beast within, and I calmed myself and thought it through, since I didn't know when the boar would leave the cave and couldn't wait around. If it only came out to forage at night, I'd lose my window today, which meant I had to take the initiative. My advantage was that the enemy lay exposed, while I stayed hidden, I reasoned, so I needed to read the inside of the cave and strive for a single decisive blow. I crept to the side of the mouth and eased my head in, and luck held. The cave shallow enough that bounced sunlight lit it. A mountain boar over 3 meters long, lying with its head toward the entrance, its snores rolling like thunder. I scanned the ground out front, a gentle slope, no cover but the boulder I'd hidden behind. The trees there likely cleared by the boar itself. An idea formed. I patted the horned bee queen's little head, and admitted I'd have to play my trump card. Time to cheat. I drew the controller and sent the queen drifting carefully into the cave, the boar dead asleep and paying a wasp-sized insect no mind at all, which was exactly my opening. The queen settled on the boar's neck and slid her stinger out, because I meant to spend one of her venomous stings to guarantee this, her paralytic load brutal against a rank 0 beast. The stinger pierced the neck, the small wound nothing to the boar. No reaction at all, and the queen pumped her paralytic venom, shed the spent stinger, and flew out fast. I pulled the rest of the swarm back from the cave, since they'd be no help in what came next, and ordinary horned bees probably couldn't even break the boar's hide. I took out 2 explosive stones, cradled them, and waited beside the mouth for the venom to bite, and then the boar's snoring cut off. It had felt something wrong in its body, I knew, so I moved at once, hurling both stones at the waking boar and dodging clear of the entrance, the ice pattern repeating crossbow already in my hand. Inside, the boar had only just registered the trouble, opening its eyes to 2 small red stones streaking at its head before they detonated on impact. I heard the blast from outside, felt the rock wall shudder at my back, dust and rubble sifting down. When the smoke thinned, I looked in and found the huge boar swaying upright, lurching for the entrance, one ear gone, one eye blinded, half its head a bloody ruin, the whole animal stunned senseless. I worked both hands on the trigger and rained bolts into its head, with its skull spinning and no way to dodge. Not one shot missed, every bolt sinking into the bloody pulp. No mercy for a thing that size. The boar shrieked, and I shoved the crossbow away, drew the tang sword, and stepped in fast, unleashing my mastery-level mystic void blade technique. A step, a lunge, a straight thrust, every ounce of strength riding the blade as it punched into the boar's skull from the side where the bolts had clustered. The head jerked up, a tremendous force stinging through the web of my hand, so I let go, leaped, and hammered the serpent skin shield down on the hilt to drive the tang sword fully into the skull. The boar cried out, staggered back 2 steps, and crashed down, its fatty flesh twitching. The system told me I'd beaten a formidable enemy and earned a silver combat treasure chest. And the instant I heard it, I knew I'd won, my taut spirit slackening, my body going soft because as short as the fight had been, I'd thrown every scrap of focus and strength into it. I breathed deep, steadied, and went to read the boar, the panel naming it a mutated mountain boar of leader quality, thick of skin and flesh, and immensely strong, though dead it showed only the description and no further stats. I gripped the hilt and pulled, and the sword wouldn't budge. It had sunk too deep to draw at all. I rubbed my head, distressed since this was my only blade, and I half feared the system would turn the sword into an iron block when I harvested the carcass. I muttered that probably not, since the shoe world wasn't an idiotic system. With no tools to butcher the thing, I bit down and ran gathering. Light swallowed the whole boar, the harvest seeming to drag a beat longer than usual. And as it faded out, I read my take: 25 blue steaks, 5 orange beast hides, 10 blue beast bones, and 2 blue beast teeth. 25 fine steaks, a glorious haul. And I beamed, since between this and what I had, I wouldn't run short of fine meat for a good while. The orange beast hides drew a sigh, because if only I could steer the synthesis talent, 5 orange hides could surely become an orange defensive piece. I stuffed it all into the backpack, then spotted the tang sword lying where the boar had vanished, and picked it up grinning, only for the grin to freeze. The tip chipped a little, likely cracked when I'd rammed it into the skull. I'd make do for now, since every survivor was short on weapons, and I'd find a way to a better sword later. I'd assumed the tang sword would carry me to rank 1, so much for that. It stung. The synthesis function wasn't reliable enough to risk on it either, since a mutation or a failure would cost me a sharp weapon I couldn't quickly replace, and the chip wasn't bad enough to gamble over. The hunt had a flaw, but it was done safely. A major threat lifted off the shelter. A success overall. Before leaving, I searched the cave and found only animal bones and wild fruit. The boar not long settled there. I didn't linger in the mountains, descending the same path, and since I'd already searched on the way up, I didn't stop, cutting the return short. At the foot of the slope, I detoured to check my 5 beast traps. 4 empty with the bait gone, only 1 holding a catch. A wild chicken. I reset the traps, lashed the chicken with vines, and hurried home without stopping, the dark already down by the time I reached the shelter. Fog had risen before nightfall, and only the swarm leading me kept me from getting lost in the dark mist and missing my way back. Next time I'd watch the clock far closer, the lingering fear of that black wilderness still sitting in me. The work piled up the moment I was inside, so I built a coop of wood for the wild chicken beside the thorn vine, set out food and water, and ordered the vine to mind it and not let it run. I wondered whether the chicken would lay eggs, since otherwise it was just emergency rations. I gave the horned bee queen 50 grams of royal jelly as the day's hero, hoping the jelly might even push her to evolve. Then ate 2 bowls of instant noodles with bird eggs. Too late to bother roasting meat. With my hunger handled, I pulled the day's 2 chests, 1 wooden and 1 silver, and cracked the wooden one casually, which gave me a latex mattress, a sportswear set, and an outdoor headlamp. No more sleeping on a hardboard. I'd loved a soft bed back on Blue Star and had been waking with a sore back for days. The sportswear was a welcome extra change of clothes, and the headlamp was a rechargeable type with a cable and a yellow forehead strap. I tried it on, the brightness leagues past a torch and a hand-free besides, and with my solar power bank I'd never lack a way to charge it. The wooden chest had been all practical, so I eyed the silver one hungrily, my second combat chest, hoping for an altar blueprint or a resource blueprint inside. It opened in a flash of light that left 3 orbs on the table, 1 blue and 2 orange, and I crowed at 1 fine and 2 rare items. Going low to high, I crushed the blue orb first and found a white box marked with a red cross, plainly medical. The panel called it a fine medical kit. Rank 0. Its effect boosted 30%. It was packed with 10 hemostatic bandages, 5 vials of disinfectant alcohol, 30 anti-inflammatory pills, 30 painkillers, 3 adrenaline shots, a hemostatic clamp, and bandage scissors. A survival essential. A real surprise. Nobody in the shoe world dodged injury forever, and listed on the channel this could fetch even an orange price, given it saved lives. A pity there was no cold medicine. I added, the weather turning, colds coming easy, and for survivors short on clothes and medicine, a cold could turn into a life or death thing. I set the kit in the bedroom and picked up an orange orb, puzzled since the shape inside looked like a basin. I crushed it, and what surfaced was a palm-sized model of a hot spring, lifelike down to the mist drifting off its surface, which left me more confused, not less. The panel named it a geothermal hot spring, rank 1, rare quality, recovery speed up 50%, and 1 drop of spiritual spring milk produced per week. The description explained that Earth Vein's spiritual chi had lifted an ordinary spring to a rank 1 rare spiritual spring, one that sped stamina and injury recovery and yielded a drop of spiritual spring milk every 7 days. A saint-grade healing item. So this was a resource building. I exclaimed it aloud, delighted. This was the very thing I'd been hunting for days, a rank 1 spring that gave both healing and water. The model worked like the shelter core, the shoe world having miniaturized the spring, so once I found a good spot to place it, the world's power would connect it straight to the earth veins. I looked at the black night outside, swallowed the excitement, and resolved to set the spring at first light. I dropped the model into inventory and crushed the last orange orb, a blueprint, hoping hard for an altar. It was a training ground blueprint instead, rank 1, rare quality. Focus in training up 50% and training injuries down 50%. The extra attributes only working for rank 1 and below, demanding 1,000 stone, 1,000 wood, and 200 iron blocks. Not an altar, and I sighed that altar blueprints were truly rare. Still, I adjusted fast. An auxiliary training building was well worth having, exactly the silver chess's caliber where every item earned its place. And I thanked the mountain boar for the gift. With only an altar left between me and a level 3 shelter, a compulsive itch took me. So I opened the trade channel on the off chance some fool had listed one. The toilet paper and shield records popped up first, reminding me I'd never checked the day's later sales, and when I opened my shop both the shields and the toilet paper had cleared. The toilet paper especially, since I'd capped no per buyer limit and several orders had run past 1,000 units. Toilet paper sold beautifully, a fine flagship product going forward, and I'd queue another 7,000 shortly. I'd been rushed during the day and hadn't looked close, so now was the time to work out why the small round shield price had cratered. I'd cut 8 wood off each shield earlier, which rounded up to a real loss, so I trawled the trade and chat channels for clues. After a long search I looked up with a sigh, understanding the whole shape of it, and finding I was partly to blame. The big survivor alliances like the Summer Alliance and the American Alliance kept experts studying the trade channel around the clock, not only chasing rare items but researching the profit and demand on bulk goods. My high-priced shields had walked right into their sights. Common materials, high demand, fat margins, and a huge internal need for shields of their own. So the alliances had launched a wave of recruiting and buying, paying heavily to corner blueprint holders and even the survivors who could craft shields. Someone had tried to reach me early too, but couldn't, since I'd found those people irritating and blocked the lot, though even reaching me would have gotten them nowhere. With the alliances in, blueprint holders bought out, and their vast base resources behind it, shield production soared. The market flooded, and once other alliances piled in, the price fell under the weight of the sell orders. That explained the crash, but one thing still stumped me. How had they jacked up their output so far, when even with endless resources a workbench could only make so many shields a day? A level 2 shelter came with a level 2 workbench, and a level 2 workbench ran only 2 tasks at once, each shield costing time, so a sudden glut meant either a flood of new blueprints or some way to boost workbench efficiency. And a sudden blueprint flood seemed unlikely. I found the answer fast in the chat channel, a kind survivor replying to my question with an item description and some notes. A shelter building expansion scroll, the reply read. Let us shelters built in buildings gain an extra function. So in a workshop, fireplace, or bedroom, the scroll could add 1 attribute, up to 3 per building. A workshop able, for instance, to gain a production boost attribute. I'd been too busy lately to comb the channels and had missed it, but it wasn't too late, and searching scrolls in the system turned up several other good items I'd never seen. A building upgrade scroll raised a shelter building's level for extra materials. A building quality improvement scroll lifted a building's quality for valuable materials. And a beast taming scroll tamed non-intelligent animals into obeying the survivor. The first 2 were only chat channel descriptions with no actual stock for sale, but the beast taming scroll, smaller in audience, had a seller, a rank 0 scroll listed at 500 wood. I messaged the seller that his scroll only tamed rank 0 animals and only ones that couldn't resist, that 500 was steep, and offered 300. He was clearly online, firing back at once that it was a mysterious power, and 400 was his floor. Less than that and he'd keep it himself. I haggled a few more rounds with no give, checked several other scroll sellers whose prices ran about the same, and finally took it for 390 wood. The scrolls panel confirmed it needed a rank 0 target unable to resist, after which the tamed creature could simply grasp the survivor's commands. This would work on Little White, I calculated. If the creature became a system-recognized pet, its good luck attribute ought to bleed over onto me. I was still eyeing that luck. I took the scroll and lifted Little White from the cage, still listless, and smiled at it, spinning a pitch about how dangerous wild survival was, living hand to mouth how following me meant safety and good food and comfort, asking where outside it would ever find honey water like this. I produced the honey water, dangled it in front of the creature, then put it away. Little White's eyes went wide, darting after the honey water, and when it vanished, the creature glanced at me and flopped back down to stare at nothing. I knew the little thing was clever, that forcing it wouldn't do, so I'd tempted instead, taking the honey water out again, adding a few extra drops of premium honey, and setting it down with the promise that if it didn't resist in a moment, I'd give it honey water every day from here on. I nudged the bowl closer and eased toward it, and Little White's eyes lit at the nearness of it, since it had tasted honey water the day before and knew how good it was for it. The instant Little White dove into the bowl, I quietly opened the beast taming scroll and used it, white light spilling from the scroll and washing over the creature, which never broke off its drinking, and the scroll slowly faded as the system told me the taming had succeeded. I focused my mind and could faintly catch Little White's mood now, thoughts of tasty drink and food coming through, and per the scroll's notes my sense of its consciousness would deepen over time, while its intelligence climbed, letting it grasp my words and its loyalty rise. The honey water had it visibly brighter, no more thoughts of escape, and it padded to my feet and lay down. I hoped aloud it would bring its master luck, truly wanting that blessing, then set it on my lap and went back to work. With the shield crash understood, I checked the trade channel for the current shield price, and a small round shield ran 11 wood now and still sliding, against a cost of 7 wood, leaving a margin of 3 or 4, a steep drop, and the sales were slow on top of it where they'd once cleared the instant they listed. I decided to drop small round shields for the moment and switch to a new lead product, since I had no intention of joining a shield price war my scale couldn't sustain. As I went to queue the toilet paper, a private message came in from Wang Ro, who traded me the recliner blueprint, sending some Bloodfiend Alliance intel and his general harvest for the day. I shook my head over the man, since it was as though my overwhelming presence had conquered him into insisting on being my subordinate, reporting his haul daily and gathering Bloodfiend Alliance intel on his own. A level of initiative to delight any capitalist. I had no interest in his harvest and no wish for an underling, but none of that dampened him, and since I couldn't well block an acquaintance who'd given me a good deal on the recliner blueprint, I answered casually a few times and traded him 5 wood as encouragement. After Wang Ro, I went to the workshop and ran 100 crossbow bolts first, since the boar hunt had scrapped my last batch, then queued 7,000 toilet papers, a job that would run until tomorrow. If only I had an expansion scroll, since the workbench felt painfully slow now that I knew what was possible. Back at the table, I rubbed Little White and pulled out the day's synthesis materials, deciding to make a few explosive stones first to restock, since the thing was simply too useful. Half my boar hunt success owed to its power. I summoned the furnace, loaded the materials and confirmed, and the panel handed me an enhanced crossbow bolt, which left me utterly bewildered. I ran it again, the blue light flashing into an explosive stone. The first had been a fluke, surely. I counted myself reasonably lucky, and certainly no unlucky man. To prove it, I ran one more. Out came another enhanced crossbow bolt. I stared at the thing on the table, feeling somehow personally insulted. I insisted my luck was only average right now, probably worn thin from all the chest opening earlier and not yet recovered, since I wasn't usually like this. I glanced at Little White and felt distinctly looked down upon, so I reached over and rubbed its head hard twice, begging it to lend its master some luck, explaining that master had burned too much luck opening chests for the family. Little White gave me a faint look, squeaked, and stretched a small paw out to touch my hand, as if to say I'd still have to rely on it. Whether it would help I couldn't say, but the interaction cheered me, and I declared it a bad night for explosive stones and decided to try something else. For the main material, I'd use the saddle and reins, which I had no use for and wouldn't miss, with 8 units of bone as auxiliary, and the panel offered 75% success against 70% mutation. Average success, high mutation, but good either way, since an enhanced saddle would do me no good, so I confirmed. My mental energy flowed slowly into the furnace, the familiar blue light rose, and the system handed me skeleton reins. It had worked, and I was glad even though the materials were worthless, since waste was shameful, the saddle gone and only a set of reins left. And I read its panel at once. Skeleton reins, tier 0, excellent quality, carrying the added skill charge, which on activation doubled linear movement speed for 10 seconds, with a chance to stun. The description saying a wave of the reins summoned a skeleton horse mount, tireless, lasting 2 hours, summonable once a day. A summoning piece. I called Little White my genuine lucky charm and told it to eat some honey and refuel. This turned me from infantry into cavalry, my mobility and combat power jumping in a stroke. I had to try it, too keyed up to sleep otherwise. Pitch dark outside be damned, and the day's single summon would be wasted if I didn't burn it. And waste was shameful. I hurried outside the shelter, took out the reins and summoned, and a swirl of black mist opened in the space ahead of me to leave a bone horse over a meter tall and 2 long, built entirely of snow-white bone. I leaned in and studied it, its eyes 2 flickering black flames giving off a cold, desolate chill with no warmth at all. The vanished saddle now on its back but turned to bone itself and fused with the horse. I swung up, reins in hand, found I could steer the horse by thought alone, and with a thought set it galloping. I trotted it once around the shelter, and felt not a single jolt, the bone saddle oddly comfortable. The only drawback that the thing was a touch terrifying, since anyone who saw me riding a bone horse at midnight would wonder whether I was man or ghost. The ground around the shelter ran clear and open, but I didn't let the horse run fast, just circled a few more times to drink in the feel of riding, then dismissed it, the horse dissolving into black mist, and put the reins away. It had gotten late. I'd accidentally played until now. I washed quickly and lay down in the warm bed, sleep taking me fast, though just before it did I felt as if I'd forgotten to do something. Shoe World, Day 8. Mist clearing to sun, temperature 7 to 15 degrees, with a 3-day countdown to the acid rain trial and a fresh warning that beasts in the mist would be more savage and the kill drop rate higher. The mist, the fiercer beasts, the looming acid rain swept the sleep out of me at once. Reading the notice carefully, I understood the mist would thicken today, the beasts growing more aggressive under it. Going out riskier, but the Shoe World had sweetened the drop rate to push high-risk, high-reward fighting. The chat channel was as expected, all speculation and field testing of the notice. One survivor warned visibility outside ran under 100 meters, and getting lost was easy. Another begged for help over a blurred shape stalking near their shelter that they didn't dare confront. Others snapped that those who refused to fight would simply die while wealth came from risk. Cutting through the panic, one survivor crowed that a fat rabbit had charged him stupidly in the mist, dropping to a single slash and even coughing up a treasure chest, and the channel filled with envy of his luck. The mist was thickening by the day. I shook my head, deciding overthinking it was pointless, that I'd eat, train hard in the morning and judge the afternoon by the conditions. Breakfast ran hearty, a bowl of instant noodles, a portion of dry rations, a cup of honey water, an apple after for the vitamins, and I gulped the honey water and sighed that for clearing the mind it beat coffee, that back on Blue Star people would have paid a fortune for it. Before my blade work I needed to build the training ground, and after some thought I chose the open space in front of and left of the stone house, room enough there and a clear line on the outside while I trained. I checked the storeroom, 2,468 wood, 5,000 stone, 393 iron, 73 glass. Enough to build, though I noted I'd have to trade Yu Yang for iron blocks tonight, since the build would gut my stock and I needed reserves in case an altered blueprint let me upgrade the shelter outright. I took the blueprint to the living room, summoned the shelter core, laid the blueprint above it, and confirmed the familiar 3-dimensional overhead view of the shelter rising up. With practiced ease, I set the training ground spot in the front yard, the warehouse materials melting into white light and draining away, and at the chosen spot a phantom slowly hardened into form. A shelter notice told me why the build had eaten so much, since I'd used all common quality materials, and high quality stock would have cut the quantity sharply. The materials vanished entirely, and the phantom snapped solid, and I walked over to a 10-meter square plaza paved in bluestone, split into areas, plum blossom piles for footwork, wooden dummies for strikes, and a martial arena with a weapon rack holding all 18 classical arms, sabers and spears and swords and halberds, and axes and the rest. I picked up an iron saber, slightly heavy in the hand, and the system offered to reshape a weapon into a familiar form, the first change free and later ones costing materials. With a thought, the saber became the horizontal saber I knew, and I swung it a few times, the feel good. Then a thought struck me and I carried it out of the training ground. The instant I crossed the boundary, the saber crumbled to dust and vanished, a horizontal saber reappearing on the rack inside. No loophole to exploit. I'd been testing whether I could walk a weapon out for free, good for trade and personal use both. But the Shoe World left no gaps. Worth a shot. After touring the ground, I went to install the hot spring. Simple enough, the placement already chosen, directly behind the shelter against the rock wall, where nearly 2,000 square meters of unused space waited, a field I meant to farm later, the spring doubling as a backup water source. I set the model under the rock wall, stood clear, and watched it bloom into a virtual image of about 20 square meters that quickly hardened into a hot spring pool. I'd never seen a hot spring before, so I studied it with curiosity. A ring of bluestone wrapped the edge, a thick bed of pebbles showing through the water with the spring eye surely hidden beneath, and at the center a round stone pillar broke the surface, its top dished into a shallow bowl that held a single drop of milky white liquid. Per the build notes, the pool self-cleaned and the pillar gathered the spiritual spring milk. That white dropped the milk itself. The Shoe World was generous for once, even tossing in a free drop. I pulled off my shoes but kept my clothes, wading in wearing the cat pattern combat suit, since its water repellent meant I needn't fear the wet. The pool about 1.1 meters deep, and waded to the pillar and dropped the spiritual spring milk straight into my item bar. A life-saving medicine to carry always. My slots worried me a little, the load growing heavier and the tent increasingly tight. Heading back to the front yard, passing the arrow tower, the sight of the horned bee queen jolted loose what I'd forgotten the night before. So I went into the tower's ground floor, where the Gu King bee box sat quietly in a corner, since I'd never checked the honeybees or set their evolution direction. I read the queen, a Chinese honeybee queen, rank 1, rare quality, swarm control up 50%, and honey quality up 50%. The panel naming her a gladiatorial victor who commanded more bees and lifted honey quality under her influence. Then the box asked me to pick the swarm's direction, and I chose logistics without hesitation, since the queen's attributes bonus logistics hardest, undeniably the right road. As I confirmed, the box fed back that it still lacked one swarm to fully activate its ability, which stunned me, since I'd assumed the current function was the whole of this rank 2 equipment, not realizing it only unlocked fully at 3 swarms. I picked up the controller and told the queen to build a nest somewhere around the shelter, and rather than fly off she chose the arrow tower's ground floor, sturdy and roomy and well suited to them. Exactly right. Before leaving I checked the counts through the box, the horned bee swarm at 1,200 and the Chinese honeybee swarm at 11,000. I went back to the training ground, stretched, and ate a red fruit, and the moment I began my blade work, I felt the ground's worth, since normally I had to run the Mystic Void Blade technique through twice before my mind cleared enough to immerse, while here I dropped into a self-forgetting state effortlessly from the first stroke. In that state, flashes of insight kept rising, my grasp of the technique deepening, and then I came awake with a jolt, muscles trembling, bones crackling, my whole body tightening as a wave of exhilaration rolled through me. I calmed my ragged breathing and read the changes, my muscles cut clean and smooth and powerful, rippling with speed and strength, and I'd grown taller besides, my upright bearing and the battles behind me giving me a sharp, capable air, a man wholly unlike my Blue Star self. The iron saber weighed noticeably lighter in my hand, so I opened the personal panel I hadn't checked in ages, reading my name, Jin C, rank 0, physique 7, spirit 6, perception 5, energy 0, the Mystic Void Blade technique at 27% proficiency, and my talent skill synthesis at level 1. No wonder the blade felt light. My physique up a point and proficiency climbed nicely. This training ground genuinely good. My technique not far now from major achievement. And a perfected Mystic Void Blade technique would add 2 physique, leaving me close to the 10 I needed for rank 0. I was about to glimpse the scenery of rank 1, when the joy settled it was already noon, and hunger struck, my strengthened body unable to ignore the emptiness. So I took the grill out, laid on charcoal, lit it with flint, picked 3 prime antelope steaks, seasoned them with cumin and salt, and set about real grilled lamb. Waiting on the meat, I absently chewed through a portion of dry rations. Gone the instant it hit my stomach. My appetite swollen and my gut a shredder now. I lifted a piece of fragrant grilled meat and chewed slow, each bite satisfying and filling, and noted that prime steaks ran high in energy, one piece already leaving me 8/10 full. My physique gain today owed in no small part to them. I grilled the rest and stowed it for tonight, rewarding myself with honey water, deciding I'd drink premium honey water regularly too, since one day my spirit or perception might just tick up. Eat well, hit harder. I liked this method of growing stronger. The fog hadn't fully lifted by noon, a thin haze still dulling the distance, but visibility ran around 200 meters now, far better than morning, so I geared up to head out, since the fog would only thicken later, and I couldn't sit idle. Just then a private message came from Song Aru, saying she'd made a batch of fertilizer, low yield, only 10 units to spare for me, the rest hers. I'd wanted growth fluid to feed the fire-poisoned thornvine into covering the fence faster, but found none for sale, and thinking it over I've remembered Song Aru grew medicinal herbs often, and might have a way to get plant-promoting items, which was this fertilizer. I replied that any amount was fine and asked her price, since something beat nothing, and she answered bluntly, 100 stone, and though I didn't know the raw cost, the fact that nobody else on the whole channel sold it made it worth 100 stone, scarcity its own value. We closed it fast, everyone busy by day, no need for chatter. I applied 5 units of fertilizer to the vine and told it to stay sharp and guard the shelter, promising more when I returned, and the vine swayed a tendril at me as if it understood. I meant to range further today, out to a distant forest, the skeleton rains guaranteeing a fast trip home. Leaving the shelter, the swarm scouting ahead, I struck straight south, checking my beast traps along the way and finding nothing, resetting them for some destined animal. 3 hours later, I reached the forest edge, the farthest I'd ever traveled. The trip not wholly empty since the swarm had turned up a nest of rabbits, 4 of them paralyzed limp by the venom so I could twist their necks, all 4 into the backpack. I didn't gather them, since plump as they were only ordinary wild rabbits unlikely to yield prime meat, better kept whole to sell other survivors for materials. I'd misjudged the time badly. Only the forest's outer edge in reach now. The distance underestimated, the journey longer than I'd planned. In the dense forest, the sky shattered into strips between the tall trees, mottled light scattering through the leaves, the thin fog turning the place mysterious, and I walked it grave-faced, the swarm already spread around me to flag distant danger. Bird calls echoed through the canopy, and as I went deeper, occasional rustles marked insects fleeing in fright, and even with the swarm clearing my path, I took every step careful, mind locked tight, since this was a remote primeval forest where anything could happen. Not far in, I found a resource spot, a patch of hemlock trees glowing enticing blue under my detection skill. The panel calling hemlock a prime wood for bows and arrows, far tougher than the black iron wood I carried and an excellent material for bow staves. I hadn't brought logging tools and had no time, so I only marked the location, knowing I'd come back for it. I kept on, casting detection as I walked, the most convenient search, the light dimming the deeper I went, the forest fog thickening as the sun fell. My face brightened when a few scout bees winged back, since they'd found a resource point. I followed them carefully, circling some 10 great trees, closing fast on the beast the swarm had found. When a wolf howl rolled out of the distance, my steps paused, my expression darkening, and I wondered whether the beast had stumbled onto a wolf pack. The swarm couldn't judge danger, so 1 or 2 wolves I'd not fear, but 3 or more could finish me, and after a long hesitation, I decided to abandon the prey ahead. Since wolves ran in packs and rarely alone, the odds of a pack greater than a lone wolf. My life not worth the gamble. Then the sound of a beast running carried over. If I heard right, it was swelling, closing on me fast, and my face changed hard. The wolf pack had found me. Panicked but not chaotic, I shoved the crossbow into inventory, scanned around, and scrambled up a large tree hand and foot, and just as I reached halfway, the running sound arrived nearby, a gray wolf with bared teeth and a pointed nose breaking into view below. It was injured, I caught it once, so maybe not hunting me, several wounds on its back staining the gray fur red, and as I weighed that, 2 more figures chased out behind it. The pair ran smaller, dog-like, with short round heads, small eyes and ears, brownish-red fur dappled dark brown, and crouched on a thigh-thick branch. I read them for hyenas. Not after me, but hunting the gray wolf. As I watched, the gray wolf out front stopped short, wheeled, and sprang off its hind legs straight at the trailing hyena, which clearly hadn't expected its prey to counterattack and took a paw across the face with a muffled shriek, the wolf's fanged mouth opening to follow up. The other hyena arrived just in time to bite at the wolf's neck, forcing it to drop the kill and dodge aside, and with the second hyena pressing its advantage, and the head-wounded first one rallying bloody to join, the 2 ganged the wolf together. I watched the 3 tangle below and drew the crossbow calmly. A one-sided fight made poor viewing, so on an opening I triggered the ice pattern repeating crossbow's ice arrow straight into the injured first hyena, which never saw the third party and took it full in the rear, shrieking again as it spun to find the shooter. Before it found anything, the gray wolf seized the moment, leaping to bite the back of its neck, the second hyena biting the wolf's belly to force it off. But a red light flashed in the wolf's eyes, and it took the gut wound without dodging and bit the first hyena's neck through. The first hyena had spotted the pounce and fought to dodge, but the ice arrow had gutted its speed by half, so it died with grievances. With its belly torn, the wolf kicked hard with its hind legs, striking the second hyena off it, a wolf howl breaking out as the hyena ripped a chunk of flesh from its abdomen, and the kicked-away hyena steadied, spat the wolf flesh, and pounced again, the 2 rolling together, tearing at each other. The gray wolf, badly hurt, was on its last breath after a few exchanges, so I raised the crossbow in the tree, drew with both hands, and worked the trigger without pause. 6 bolts streaking at the dominant hyena. The agile thing sensed danger and dodged. 2 took the third with a momentary stagger, then 8 3 more and dropped. My face didn't change as I aimed steady at its eye and put a final arrow in clean. I wasn't coming down to find out it was playing dead. With the hyena dead, my top muscles couldn't keep the grin off my face as I scanned the spoils, and I stowed the crossbow, slid down the tree, set the swarm on alert all around, and ran gathering over the 3 beasts. The wolf gave 5 blue wolf meat, 2 blue wolf fangs, 5 blue wolf fur. The hyenas, 6 blue hyena meat, 4 blue hyena fangs, 2 blue beast hides, and besides that pile of high-quality materials I picked up, 3 wooden treasure chests. The fight had run long enough to maybe draw other carnivores. So rich as the haul was, I cleared the battlefield fast, packed it away, recalled the swarm, and pulled out at once. A while later, in a grassy stretch near the forest edge, I squatted over a small plant in my hand. After withdrawing, I changed course and followed the swarm out, casting detection on the strange flora as I went. And this was what it had turned up. A blue glow on the ground so sudden and bright it had nearly dazzled me. A quick look had shown 40 or 50 of these high-quality herbs across a patch maybe 10 square meters. Reading the panel, I couldn't help beaming. So this was what picking money up off the ground felt like. A mutated agrimony, rank 0, high-quality potion effect up 30%. The description naming it a medicinal herb good as raw material for hemostatic, antitoxic, and stimulant potions with a certain insect repellent effect besides. Confirming it a treasure, I started gathering at once, hand on each plant, one by one. The steps cumbersome, my only regret too few herbs. And I worked it diligently, finishing in about half an hour with 58 mutated agrimony and 5 mutated agrimony seeds. The seeds plantable and able to reproduce. The 5 seeds were an unexpected gift, since reproducible seeds meant a whole field of agrimony someday if I planted them right. I stowed the agrimony and seeds carefully and hurried for the forest edge, the sky already dark by the time I cleared it. A thick fog under 100 meters visibility swallowing the sun and dropping the dark faster. I stood in the open outside the forest, took out the Goo King bee box, waved all the horned bees inside, kept only the queen on my shoulder to guide me, swung the skeleton reins in my right hand to summon the horse, and mounted. Reins gripped right, the bee box carried left. A thought sent the skeleton horse galloping for the shelter, and maybe because the horse ran too fast for the beast to catch me, I made it home without a single scare. Back at the shelter, I set the Goo King bee box in the arrow tower, took out 50 grams of royal jelly for the queen, the Chinese honeybees inside already settled and busy at their nests, and the fire poison thorn vine reached a tendril out to touch me as if in greeting. I applied the last 5 units of fertilizer beside its main stem, having learned through our mental link that fertilizer helped the vine and sped its growth, though I told it plainly that as huge as it had grown, the scrap of fertilizer was like a cup of water on a fire. The vine was a growing boy getting 1 meal of meat, useful but no real growth from so little, needing constant feeding I couldn't yet supply, so I'd have to let it grow on its own, which only underscored how precious that bottle of growth fluid had been, worth tens of thousands of units if converted to fertilizer. I soothed the vine, went into the stone house, shed the rattan armor and combat suit, changed into sportswear, and felt my body and mind ease considerably. After a brief rest, I went to the workbench, withdrew all 7,000 finished toilet papers, and listed them at 2 wood each, noting that as the scale grew, the production time stretched, 7,000 units now eating a full day, more than that and it would run past a day. 7,000 was the limit for a level 2 workbench, exactly a day. Order at night and sell the next night, no room to push higher, since hoarding too long left me unable to react to the unexpected, the shield crash still nagging me off any urge to overproduce. With the toilet paper listed, I went to the kitchen, took out the day's roasted lamb chops, and lit the stove to heat them. Since I'd come back late, I'd just eat simple tonight. Lamb chops, instant noodles, and honey water. I didn't realize how much hatred those words would draw if I posted them in the channel, since even the Alliance big shots probably couldn't enjoy gourmet lamb chops with gourmet drinks. Full and content, I teased Little White that it hadn't even greeted its owner home, grabbing the creature unceremoniously from its nest, ignoring its flailing short legs, and rubbing its head hard. The little thing had adapted fast, near death yesterday and thoroughly comfortable now, only lifting its eyelids when I came in before sleeping on. And a glance at its food box showed a good amount of food and honey water gone. A healthy appetite, a life of abundance, far cushier than its owners. Unable to resist the big hand, Little White went limp and adopted an air of not caring at all. And after teasing it a while, I carried it to the table, grabbed the backpack and poured out the day's haul. 3 treasure chests still to open. I told Little White to share its luck, promising good food and drink and plenty of honey water once the chests were open, and waved a grand hand, the creature dancing with excitement at the mention of honey water, whether it understood or not. All 3 chests were wooden, no telling which was best, so I stroked Little White and cracked them one by one. The 3 chests gave me a cashmere quilt, a set of thermal underwear, a thick leather hat, 20 plastic, 20 glass, 20 compressed biscuits, 20 canned beef, 10 blue winter wheat seeds, and a solar streetlight, the pile stacking high in a flash of white light, the feeling of a harvest wonderful as I counted it. The plastic and glass were basic materials, into the warehouse and the cashmere quilt too, for now since the temperature still ran above freezing and I didn't need so thick a quilt yet. The thermal underwear and thick leather hat were winter clothes, to set with the cotton clothes Yu Soyol had given me. The compressed biscuits and canned beef were long shelf-life strategic supplies, or dry rations for long trips. Into the kitchen they went, and the solar streetlight I'd install at the fence gate at first light, so I could see what moved outside at night. The only premium item was the winter wheat seeds, and I checked them first, the panel naming them cold-hardy winter wheat able to grow through the shoe world's bitter winter, plantable and propagable. I read the seeds carefully and felt an overwhelming joy. Long live Little White. This was incredible, priceless, since propagable seeds meant that managed well, after a few generations of planting I'd never worry about food again, a stable food source no longer hanging on hunting expeditions and chest luck, and unparalleled security. I put the seeds away carefully, wishing I could go plant them right then, but I knew I lacked farming experience and would need a professional to ensure a good harvest, and someone came at once to mind. Perfect, since I also needed to show that someone the agrimony I'd harvested. I sent Song Aru a private message with the agrimony's description attached, and a moment later her reply came, asking how much agrimony I had and what materials I wanted, that she'd take all of it. Agrimony was clearly useful to her, since I'd rarely seen her so eager, Song Aru having mostly struck me as calm and collected, unshaken if a mountain fell in front of her. I didn't tease her, answering straight that I had 58 stocks all premium. Song Aru, calmer now, came back without circling and asked for all of them, since the system had just told her both life water and detoxification potions could use agrimony as a main ingredient. With this agrimony plus some auxiliaries, she could make 8 bottles of life water and 6 a detoxification potion. I couldn't help showing a moved expression, since I'd used life water before, an instant heal for minor injuries, an extra life in combat, and I dropped my nonchalance and asked seriously whether she was sure she could make 8 bottles, whether she was joking. She replied with an odd feeling that of course she wasn't joking at a time like this, asking where I'd found so many premium herbs when she'd only gathered enough raw material for 3 bottles in all this time. The batch had clearly rocked her since she'd hunted the main ingredient non-stop since getting the life water blueprint, and scraped together only 3 portions, and I'd produced 10 at once, enough for 10 bottles if she hadn't lacked auxiliaries. Song Aru paused, then offered that she'd supply the auxiliary ingredients, keep only 2 bottles of life water, and give me all the detoxification potions, asking how that sounded, and I hesitated. No objection to the price, my hesitation only whether it was wise to hand all this agrimony over, whether I could trust her. Reading my silence as displeasure over the 2 bottles, she explained that her auxiliaries had taken a long time to gather, no less in value than 2 bottles of life water, her main purpose only to practice her craft, and the private message chime startled me out of my pondering. Recalling her selfless help before, I chuckled at myself, wondering aloud when I'd started prizing outside wealth so much. I sent a trade request 58 agrimony for 1 wood, agreeing to her terms and telling her we'd do as she'd said. It was only 58 units of agrimony, a loss I could well afford, and dealing with people meant giving your heart. Song Aru was stunned by the trade request. She'd been so flustered and excited by the agrimony that she'd overlooked its value and forgotten to settle on collateral to secure the rest of the deal. She quickly said to wait, that she'd buy a contract scroll on the trade channel, too excited a moment ago to think of the contract. I smiled faintly and told her no contract was needed, that I trusted her since trust took mutual effort, give and take, and without her earlier selfless gift of medicine I'd never have reached this complete trust. Song Aru was deeply moved at my message that I believed in her. But the strong heart she'd built working in a hospital quickly steadied her, though the smile in her eyes wouldn't be suppressed. She murmured that I believed in her, and she wouldn't let me down. Then she curved her lips and replied that all right, she'd go make the potions now and reach me when they were done. Without waiting for my answer, she took the agrimony and hurried off toward the workshop. I caught the message and said quickly to wait, that I had one more thing to ask, then waited and got no reply, my expression falling, my smile freezing, wondering aloud whether she was really that impulsive. After a long pause, certain no reply was coming, I shelved the question about planting seeds and turned my energy to other things. I sent Soil a private message to check her preparations, learning she'd spent the last 2 days harvesting cotton from the cotton field and expected to clear the whole field tomorrow. Her food and water prep thin from energy limits, but planned to be filled by buying food off the trade channel tonight. Water needed no rush since I'd told the group earlier I'd fetch water on the last day, and she had to keep watching the channel for food, so we traded information fast and ended the chat. Then I replied to Wang Ro, a persistent man who messaged regularly to report his situation, his message already sent given how late I'd returned. I paid it little mind at first, but my brows slowly drew together, since the end of it said the Bloodfiend Alliance meant to make an example of him, to kill him so others on the regional channel would see the cost of betraying the Bloodfiend Alliance. I thought a moment and asked Wang Ro directly what was going on with the Bloodfiend Alliance wanting him dead. Wang Ro had clearly been waiting on me, replying instantly, begging Brother Jin for help, saying the Bloodfiend Alliance's enforcement hall had threatened him that day, that they'd teach him a lesson to show others the consequence of crossing the Bloodfiend Alliance. I was puzzled and asked how they'd found him and how they could even reach him, and he had no answer for the first, only the second sending me an item description for what they'd shown him. A one-time teleportation gate, the panel read, opening a gate to teleport to a specified location marked in advance, and reading it I found it tricky indeed, that such an item existed and sat in the Bloodfiend Alliance's hands. Wang Ro kept messaging, pleading that I had to save him, think of something, or he was dead, since the Bloodfiend Alliance would surely kill him once they found him. A headache bloomed in me. What good idea could I have? I could only comfort him first, that an item like this had to be valuable and rare, that the Bloodfiend Alliance wouldn't own many or waste it on him, that at most 1 or 2 people would teleport in, that he wasn't without a chance. Then I asked when they were coming. He replied at once that he couldn't beat even 1 or 2, that they hadn't said exactly when, but that he'd heard from a friend inside the Bloodfiend Alliance that they'd stop recruiting for now and plan to take new members after the trial, that they'd likely use him as a sacrifice then. I pressed him to prepare fast, to set traps inside his shelter, asked whether he had ranged weapons, and offered to back him with a repeating crossbow if not, since with enough preparation killing 2 Bloodfiend Alliance members shouldn't be a problem. Wang Ro thanked me quickly, swearing he'd try his best to prepare and rely on me, saying it would be great if I could come too, that 2 against 2 would surely win, and at that message my heart stirred, a strange feeling welling up in me. Wang Ro sent another asking how to build traps, and with my train of thought broken, I told him the trap methods I knew, then ended the chat citing things to do. Wang Ro ended the chat expressionless, his manner turning suddenly fawning. He looked behind him and reported with delight that Brother Jin was almost hooked, that a few more asks and he could trade me a hearthstone, claim he'd bought it at a high price, and lure me over. Before his fawning smile sat a burly man half reclined in a wooden grandmaster's chair, in a black training uniform stretched like a leotard over bulging muscles. His coarse features fierce, 2 scantily dressed young women half kneeling beside the chair massaging his thighs with smiles. Hearing Wang Ro, the burly man cracked his eyes and glanced at the bowing man with indifference, calling him Four Eyes. He noted that this Jin Si had a large stock of supplies, that Four Eyes had guaranteed he could trick me there, and even asked for an extra blueprint. If it fell through, he wouldn't be punished given his recent contributions, but without my supplies, some of the people outside might starve, and he didn't know whether they'd blame Four Eyes. Then he shut his eyes without looking at the trembling man and went back to the 2 women's service. Back at my table, I pondered a long while but couldn't catch the fleeting inspiration from before, the effort yielding nothing, though the matter did remind me that the shelter's internal defenses needed to move on to the agenda, since if someone could teleport straight inside, fences and arrow towers were useless. I muttered that I didn't know where a teleport could land within the shelter and couldn't dig traps everywhere, deciding internal defense couldn't be rushed, that without understanding the teleportation mechanism, targeted defense was impossible, and that the present priority was getting through the acid rain trial. Thinking of the trial, I opened the trade channel and found the toilet paper sold out, mostly large bulk buys that had to be Survivor Alliance work. The more such big customers, the better. The harvest 14,000 wood. I collected it, queued another 7,000 toilet papers, and remembered wanting iron blocks during the day. So I opened Yu Yang's private message and asked straight how many iron blocks he could sell and what he wanted for them. Yu Yang, a deep internet addict who never left the channel, came back calling me brother and offering to just hand it over. And I took a breath, black lines on my forehead, and asked seriously whether he had 500 units. Unembarrassed, he chuckled that he'd been joking, that he had 300 to spare, and I didn't stand on ceremony, taking all 300 and asking his price. Discussing it, Yu Yang turned serious and answered earnestly, market price, 1,000 wood, and 400 stone. And though he liked to play around, the price was fair, since on the open market 1 iron block fetched 5 wood or 4 stone, but the reverse trade ran harder and often demanded a premium. I sent the request without another word, took the 300 iron blocks, and told Yu Yang to come straight to me with any more later, since I'd be a long-term buyer. I stretched and sighed that I was finally done, not idle a moment since returning, that I'd synthesize a few things and then sleep, wondering how long this around-the-clock grind would last. Lying back on the recliner, I scrolled the chat channel in comfort. People adapted to life here now but inevitably lonely alone at night, the channel easing that loneliness and staying lively every evening. Time slid by until it was deep into the night, and I told myself I couldn't get hooked, that I'd rest after the synthesis and the card draw, and reluctantly left the channel, lowered my head, and stroked the little white creature on my leg, telling it to come, that it was time to contribute to the family again. I stroked Little White for luck, and laid out the synthesis materials I prepared earlier. I'd warm up on the explosive stone recipe I already had down cold, a crossbow bolt for the main material with 5 units of wood, 1 of coal, and 1 warm stone for the rest. I gathered my mental energy and summoned the synthesis furnace, set the materials in one by one, and confirmed the synthesis without bothering to check the success rate. It completed on the first try. The panel told me I'd gotten a single bursting flash stone. A good start. My luck ran good today, so I'd keep going while it lasted. With the flash stone tucked into my inventory, I drew out another crossbow bolt. This time I wasn't after an explosive stone. My blade work had come a long way, but the ice pattern repeating crossbow was still my main weapon, since close combat invited injury and finishing a fight from a distance carried the least risk for the most reward. So I wanted to try synthesizing some stronger bolts. I'd stumbled into a fanged armor-piercing arrow once before and been too reluctant to ever use it. The auxiliary material that time had been beast fangs, and as luck had it, I'd harvested a few good ones today. I tried to recall the old formula, a crossbow bolt for the main material, then 3 beast fangs and 3 units of black iron wood, and checked the rate. The panel gave me an 85% success and a 25% mutation. Numbers that high, I confirmed it at once. 1 point of mental energy drained away, and the synthesis furnace bloomed with bursts of blue light, a sure sign of success, and when the glow faded, a bolt lay on the table, giving off a cold gleam. I read it as an ironwood armor-piercing arrow, rank 0, premium quality, with an attached repel skill, made from premium black ironwood and premium beast fangs to drive an armor-piercing knockback into whatever it hit. Armor-piercing and repel both, stronger than the old fanged armor-piercing arrow. I hadn't even expected the extra skill on top of the pierce. That gave me far more room to maneuver against an enemy. With one more set of materials left, I narrowed my eyes and ran it again, since more trump cards never hurt. I set the same materials into the furnace, fed it mental energy, and confirmed. The panel reported a second ironwood armor-piercing arrow, two of a kind. I rubbed Little White's small head, telling the greedy little thing it had done the family a great service today. Both arrows went into my inventory, since trump cards were meant to be carried. One last synthesis, I murmured to it. This time something new, and I hoped it would lend me its luck again. The creature let out a contented squeak from my arms. My spirits lifted at the answer, and I set the next main material on the table. The main material was the backpack I'd been hauling around on my outings. Decent on space, but worthless on the two things that mattered, since it couldn't reduce weight and couldn't hold living creatures. I wanted space equipment that solved one of those, and changing an item's nature meant chasing a mutation rather than a reinforcement, since even a reinforced backpack would carry the same two flaws. I'd already burned through my stock of materials testing combinations, finally settling on 5 units of black ironwood and 4 of ice crystal for the highest mutation chance. The panel offered 75% to succeed and 70% to mutate after, which was exactly the gamble I wanted. A good chance the thing would turn into something else entirely, and I confirmed. When the blue light faded, the furnace had already slipped back into my sea of consciousness. What sat on the table was no longer my battered backpack, but a sky blue box about the length of my forearm. The shade of a treasure chest, its material neither wood nor stone, but exquisitely worked and strikingly colored. I didn't waste effort guessing and just used an investigation skill on it. The panel named it a sky blue fresh keeping box, rank 0, premium. With a double space attribute, a 4 cubic meter space that couldn't hold living things, but kept any food inside fresh and unspoiled as long as the space held intact. I read it as an enhanced refrigerator, not the zero weight or creature holding gear I'd hoped for, but no loss at all, since it solved a problem that had started gnawing at me. Food storage had crept up on me. Meat used to be so scarce, I ate it the moment I had it and never thought about keeping any, but the recent flood of meat cutlets had forced the question. I had 60 units of premium meat cutlets now, half a month's eating even at my appetite, and no idea how long premium cutlets lasted before they spoiled, which meant another round of hunting the moment they turned. I got up, set Little White back in its nest, carried the box to the kitchen, and loaded in every premium meat cutlet, the red umbrella mushrooms, the apples, all of it, tallying as I went. 2 antelope cutlets, 22 zebra, 25 mountain boar, 5 wolf, 6 hyena, 25 apples, 56 red umbrella mushrooms, plus long-keeping rice, flour and instant noodles, enough to keep me well fed for a month. Just like that, the food crisis was behind me. While I sorted it, I noticed the 4 rabbits the horned bee swarm had paralyzed during the day, each about 3 kilograms, and I listed them all on the trading channel at 5 units of glass apiece, following my earlier scheme. I wouldn't have parted with rabbit meat at all if wood and iron blocks could still be exchanged for glass, but they couldn't now, so the rabbits paid the toll. I killed the light and dropped back into bed. I started laying out the next day's schedule in my head, drifting into a dream before I'd finished. In the dream, I half heard a scream. Out in the shelter yard, the fire-poisoned thorn vine had stretched 2 of its limbs slowly past the fence, dragging a dark figure back to the main stalk. Several thinner vines piercing into the figure like tentacles, and a soft rustling suck faded away into the night. Morning came with a system line telling me it was Shoe World Day 9, heavy fog, 3 to 15 degrees, with the acid rain trial countdown sitting at 2 days. I rose early as always, pulled on my sportswear, and went to make breakfast. I cooked a pot of rice porridge with a lamb chop for the main course, wishing aloud I could steam a basket of white flour buns, since it had been so long that just the thought set my mouth watering. Anyone who's ever dieted knows that after a long stretch without carbs, the craving for steamed buns rivals a bodily need, which is precisely why the people who actually lose the weight have top-tier willpower. I carried my food to the living room and set the bowl on the wooden table, and the instant I sat down I felt a tug at my pant leg, looked down, and found Little White had crept under the table. I asked if it was hungry too, bent to scoop it up and set it beside me, then fetched its bowl and poured in some rice. But it just glanced at the rice, stood upright, and worked its 2 front paws at me without stopping. I had no idea what it wanted, since I didn't speak mouse. The only thing reaching my consciousness was a vague insistence on wanting to eat. It got anxious at my confusion and squeaked loudly, then suddenly bolted off and came back having knocked over the wooden cup I usually drank from. And only then did I understand it wanted honey water, the little glutton having picked out the good stuff. I poured a touch of honey water into its bowl and stirred it through the rice, and this time it didn't refuse, eating with relish, a truly greedy mouse. After breakfast, I walked into the training ground, the courtyard so misted over that the stone house looked like the humble hut of some reclusive sage. From the channel chatter over the meal, I'd learned the visibility outside was under 50 meters, a distance that for some of the big ferocious beasts was no different from standing nose to nose, so the danger of hunting it spiked. My supplies were still ample. I'd wait for the fog to lift rather than risk it. I shook off the thought, warmed up, swallowed a red fruit from my item bar, and took up my iron blade. Under the pull of the internal energy in the training ground, my mind gradually cleared until I slid into a state of self-forgetting. Half the day vanished in a blink. The training ground made the self-forgetting state almost too easy to reach. Shelter buildings truly were a marvel, and I stood with the blade sheathed and exhaled a long, turbid breath, every open pore on my body weeping sweat until I was drenched. The panel showed my Mystic Void Blade technique proficiency at 34% toward mastery, and I wiped my face, excited, since if I held this pace I'd reach Major Achievement in another 7 days. Major Achievement would hand me 2 points of physique, putting me at 9. At 9, the Diamond Breathing Method, that ultimate technique, finally became something I could cultivate. I felt suddenly close to rank 1, wondering what changes that rank would bring. Lost in it, I went back inside, peeled off my soaked sportswear, and changed into the cotton pajamas I'd pulled from a treasure chest earlier, since I didn't own much and had to make do. A morning of cultivation had left me starving for fuel. I went to the kitchen, took a pork chop from the cold storage box, cut it small, dropped in 3 red umbrella mushrooms, and stir-fried it with a pinch of salt. I tasted a piece, good ingredients carrying the dish with almost no seasoning. I plated it, rinsed a bowl of rice, and set it to steam over fresh charcoal. And while it cooked, I opened the trade channel to collect the previous day's toilet paper earnings. 14,000 wood harvested, the record showing it had sold out by morning. This time there were far fewer bulk orders and a lot of single-unit buys from individuals, which told me the test was bearing down and the alliances were funneling their energy into food and water rather than something as skippable as toilet paper. Ever since the survivor alliances sprang up, it had grown harder for lone survivors to find anything good on the market, even basic resources changing hands with difficulty. The big alliances, sitting on vast stockpiles, traded heavily among themselves, some forbidding their own members to trade outside at all, so a lone wolf who wouldn't join up had to brace for jacked-up prices just to swap wood for iron blocks. It was a small mercy that the alliances were as numerous as they were scornful of one another, since otherwise individual survivors would have had it far worse. The largest alliances were the great nations carried over from Blue Star, forever undermining and hating one another. That infighting left a sliver of room for everyone else. It hit me too. The torch and small round shield blueprints I owned had already fallen into the big alliance's hands, and they mass-produced both, drove the prices into the floor to crowd the trade channel, and ordered their members to buy in-house first, building trade walls everywhere. Lucky for me, they didn't have many toilet paper blueprints, or I'd be scraping pennies a day. Since I had no power to break their barriers, I just sidestepped anything they could mass-produce and stuck to high-burn disposables like toilet paper, which everyone needed and nobody hoarded. A system chime cut into my thoughts, and a glance showed it was from Song Aru. My heart jumped, wondering if the work was really finished that fast. Her message came straight to the point, that the life water and antidote potions were all done and she'd trade them over. The panel laid out the request, 6 life water and 6 antidote potion for 1 wood, and I confirmed it on the spot. Then I asked why she'd been so quick, and whether potion making was that simple. Song Aru, by the sound of it leaning against her headboard in pajamas, with dark circles ringing her eyes, rolled them at me. She snapped weakly that quick was not the word, that she hadn't slept a wink all night and was done talking to me, that she needed to crash because she was wrecked. She'd received the mutated agrimony the day before, and lost herself in the work the second she had it. The whole process so serious and so focused that she forgot the hour entirely. Only when the last potion was finished did she surface, see stars, and nearly faint where she stood. But the haul had been worth it, and before she dropped into a dead sleep, she'd checked her panel, her mental attribute now sitting at a striking 9 points. I saw her winding the chat down and rushed to ask her to hold on, that I had one thing to ask, but after a while of staring at an unanswered window, I realized she'd already hung up. My mouth twitched. Since she'd vanished so fast, I'd have to corner her another time. I took out the new life water and looked it over. The attributes identical to the bottle I'd used before. An instant heal for minor wounds and a strong mend for serious ones. Sold off. Those 6 bottles alone would be worth every asset I currently held. I couldn't keep the grin off my face. This time I genuinely struck it rich. I tried to slot both potion types into my item bar only to find it full, and had to pull my earliest fanged armor-piercing arrows and load them into the ice pattern repeating crossbows magazine, just to free a single slot. The bar held exactly 10 items now. Life water, antidote potion, ironwood armor-piercing arrows, explosive stones, flash stones, red fruit, ordinary crossbow bolts, bone reins, spirit spring milk, and the crossbow itself, while the tang sword, serpent skin shield, and vine armor could only ride outside. I shook my head, a little distressed, wondering when I'd finally get an item bar expansion scroll, since I was already overloaded and any new treasure would have nowhere to go. A happy problem at least. I breathed in the long mist smell of cooked rice and couldn't stop the saliva from coming, since who could blame me? I hadn't had a proper staple food in almost 10 days. I scooped up my rice and dishes and sat at the wooden table to dig in, and it was only halfway through that I remembered I'd forgotten Little White entirely. Full, I decided I'd rest a bit and then take the hot spring to restore my physique, since the premium spring sped recovery, perfect after a hard morning of cultivation. I bought a bath towel off the trade channel for 50 units of wood, Modern treasure chest goods running expensive but coming through in real quality. Then walked around the stone house toward the geothermal hot spring in the distance, white mist curling soft and warm above it. As I neared, it felt like stepping into a kinder world, the spring steam mingling with the dense fog of the shoe world until everything around me blurred into something mysterious. I'd just checked the wilderness through the fence, and the fog still hung thick. Visibility outside the shelter under 50 meters and stubborn, no telling what tomorrow would bring, though I held out little hope since the trend ran toward less sight by the day. I'd test whether this geothermal spring lived up to its description. At my current physique, I could only push the Mystic Void Blade technique for half a day before my body started to break. But if the spring scrubbed the fatigue clean, I could try a second session in the afternoon. I sank my whole body into the hot water with a groan of pure comfort. The current flowed past me, the mist landing on my cheeks like soft feathers, some power in the water seeming to cradle me until I went loose and easy. The warmth spread fast and deep, gentle hands kneading my sore muscles, the morning's fatigue dissolving and the ache healing under it. Half an hour in, I picked up the honey water at the edge and drank it down, parched from soaking so long. The coolness running through me like a clear stream and bringing me back to life. This spring really did restore physique and lift fatigue, every trace of tiredness gone. It lived right up to the name of a spiritual spring. I climbed out and fetched the solar streetlight I'd pulled from a chest the day before. It would go in the gap between the arrow tower and the fence gate. I dragged a ladder over, took up the long idle stone axe, and hammered the light into the wood above the fence. Then stood there looking out across the shelter, and found the fog hadn't thinned at all, but was thickening, my sight now reaching maybe 40 meters. Today's fog wouldn't clear, and the afternoon would only be worse. But my material reserves were already enough to weather the challenge, so there was no need to risk going out. Only a small pity about the 5 beast traps I likely wouldn't be able to keep. I gave up the supply run, since in fog that heavy the danger climbed, and the odds of finding anything cratered, and resolved instead to keep grinding the blade through the afternoon and push for major achievement as soon as I could. By evening, the training ground lay smothered in fog. As the red fruit's energy ran dry, I could no longer hold the self-forgetting state, body and mind spent. So I stopped and weighed the afternoon's gain. The panel showing Mystic Void Blade technique proficiency at 42% toward mastery. 4 red fruits left, and once those were gone, I'd be grinding it out the slow way in the training ground. I returned to the stone house and stripped off my filthy sportswear into a wooden basin to wash after dinner. Dinner was roasted meat, the last lamb chop grilled with a few pork chops, and I tucked the leftovers into the fresh keeping box so I wouldn't have to set up the grill every time. On a day this draining, I wouldn't have cooked at all without ready food. Eating meat every single day, I complained around a mouthful. When did I get a vegetable? Since I was sick of meat. Good thing nobody else lived in my shelter to hear that and roll their eyes clean out of their heads. How many survivors got to eat premium meat cutlets at every meal? I opened the chat channel as I ate, browsing with my food the way I always did, and found Yu Yang and Xiao Huo bickering again the moment I dropped into the small group. Yu Yang was painting his outing as high drama, insisting nobody knew how terrifying the thick fog was, that on the way back he'd felt something dogging him step for step, and that the rest of us couldn't imagine that kind of horror. Xiao Huo scoffed that it was probably a wild rabbit, and he was just a coward, that in his place he'd have turned around within a few steps and bagged himself another slab of fatty meat. The two were the liveliest in the group, and bickered as a daily ritual. Yu Yang shrugged it off and answered cheerfully that caution was the parent of safety, that the first rule of survival was care, and that a reckless brute like Xiao Huo would pay for it sooner or later. Xiao Huo shot back that a 1,000-year turtle might live long but would never see anything exciting, and Yu Yang told him proudly that teenage edginess was a bad look, that he was young and green and didn't yet grasp that staying alive was everything. Yu Aguk stepped in to break it up, telling the two to knock it off with the clowning and asking after their material reserves. He saw Xiao Huo as about his own daughter's age and cut from the same rebellious cloth, so he doted on the kid and slipped into treating him like one without meaning to. Yu Yang, who'd only been ribbing for fun, turned serious the instant Yu Aguk asked something real, reporting his prep was nearly done, food and water no problem, only his combat power weak, so if danger came he might need everyone's help. Xiao Hu piped up that he was the same, food and water fine, combat even less of a worry, unlike the feeble Yu Yang. Yu Aguk went on that anyone still short on prep should say so in the group, that they'd pool their heads and aim to get everyone through the test without a scratch. I joined in, telling everyone to speak up if they were missing anything, since I had basically everything ready. Wang Jiyan answered that his supplies were also enough, warning Yu Yang to stay flexible and alert these next few days, and to shout for help in the group the moment something happened. Yu Soyol tagged me and asked me to prepare some water for her tomorrow, since there was no water source near her, which we'd agreed on before and I wouldn't refuse, telling her it was no trouble as I needed to fetch water myself. Wang Jihan asked whether Sister Rui was still offline, and whether he should private message her, and I was just about to explain Song Aru's situation, when the Shu World cut in with a global announcement. The system addressed all survivors, and its message ran in 5 parts. First, that tomorrow was the last day to prepare for the acid rain trial, and everyone should seize the time. Second, that the trial would last 3 days with evaluation rewards issued afterwards based on each survivor's performance. The top reward, a gold treasure chest. Third, that those rewards would be judged across 4 areas: shelter safety, shelter comfort, the quality and quantity of shelter materials, and personal strength. Fourth, that under some unknown energy the wild animals and plants would evolve and demonize, so everyone should explore with care. Fifth, that after the trial a merit shop would open, its goods bought with merit points, and that we'd have to work out how to earn those points ourselves. The moment the announcement landed, the chat channel fell into an eerie hush, the endless scroll of messages stalling cold, everyone reading it word for word since it touched their own life and death, and no one dared skim. I read it grimly too, breaking it down section by section to deepen the impression and keep from missing anything in a careless glance. The first section was simple on its face, only a reminder that one day of prep remained. But its placement mattered, since the shoe world had both pushed a message and parked it first, stressing it, which meant this trial was anything but simple, and would likely cost heavy casualties if taken lightly. The second section carried news and a warning both. The good news was that the system would hand reward packages to survivors who passed safely, and even unknown, those rewards shouldn't be poor. The warning was that the trial ran 3 full days, unlike ordinary rain that ended in half a day, so I might not leave the shelter for 3 days and had to prepare for the long haul. The third section explained the second, naming the reward criteria so we could work the angles in the days left, comfort especially since pushing it might lift the final payout. The fourth said the wilderness was about to turn brutal as animals and plants changed, and whatever the system meant by demonize and evolve, the lesson was plain, that without enough combat power I'd find the wild impassable. The last teased a system shop opening after the trial, and what hung in the air was the question of what it would even sell once it did. I wondered how exactly one earned merit, since the usual sense of the word meant killing enemies and doing deeds, which begged the question of whether the shoe world had enemies at all. Wang Jian floated an idea in the group that we could fan out across the world channel to gather information and copy anything useful, back to the small group, far more thorough together than one person stewing alone. My eyes lit up, since limited by our own knowledge none of us thought broadly, and the world channel ran so dense that one reader would miss things 10 of us could catch, so I agreed at once and the others followed. We split up and headed for the world channel, which had already shaken off its hush and was refreshing faster than ever. It was an avalanche of voices, someone marveling that the system clearly prized this acid rain, someone panicking they hadn't stored 3 days of water, someone confessing their shelter was still level 1 and getting roasted for it. The whole feed was a churn of dread and bickering and self-pity. A streak of it I skipped without a second look. The internet celebrity hawking her photos to any big shot who'd private message, the men crowding in to add her, the talents begging for a wealthy patron. It was the same trade that never dies wherever people gather, and in a place this oppressive and this lawless, with survivors unable to meet offline, it had probably caught on long ago. I could tell the important from the worthless and burned no time on it, since barely a day of prep remained. The useful pieces I copied straight to the small group, and there was plenty in my blind spots, things I'd never have thought of. The survival expert Ji Yang posted measures for surviving acid rain caught in the open, which struck me as genuinely useful. Others posted self-rescue methods for poisoning, burns, illness, soaking, and hypothermia to warn their countrymen, since the instinct to rally when one side is in trouble ran deep even in a world this strange. The one that hit hardest came from a former crisis management expert, who wasn't warning about acid rain at all but about flooding. Prolonged rain could swell rivers and lakes to drown nearby shelters. Low-lying shelters might go under, and anyone near a mountain should watch for flash floods and mudslides. He laid out countermeasures too, digging drainage ditches in a hurry, raising flood walls, setting water level monitors, planning an escape. It lit a fire under me, my shelter sitting at the foot of a mountain on ground high enough to shrug off river flooding. But flash floods and mudslides were a different beast, and too close to the slope I could be buried outright. Rack my brain as I might, I had no clean solution, since the shelter couldn't be moved, so I could only follow the expert's advice and dig drainage ditches, or throw up a flood wall. I copied the flood information to the small group, where Wang Jian and the rest found it as useful as I had. The ones on low ground already planning their ditches, since with a single day left every choice needed weighing. I read through the intel the others had gathered too, much of it duplicates but some of it new, and came away genuinely the better for it. Far smarter about disaster protection than I'd been an hour before. With the key points noted, I closed the chat and opened the trade channel, since I wanted to buy in early for comfort, while survivors were still buried in information, and hadn't yet woken up to how much comfort might matter. Comfort, as a modern person understood it, ought to mean convenience and ease in daily living, which was probably close enough since livability was just the word real estate agents used. I started with furniture, room by room, beginning with the bedroom, and found the prices hadn't climbed yet. A wardrobe for 10 wood, which I bought even with little to hang in it since an empty one still beat none. I took a pair of bedside tables for 5 wood, and picked up a simple dressing table for 3 food, just to store or resell later, since what use was a vanity to a grown man. I snapped up 5 rechargeable small yellow lamps for 15 wood, one for each room so I'd stop hauling a desk lamp around. The prices held reasonable and I didn't haggle, clearing the bedroom fast before turning to the kitchen, where one item caught me at once. A seasoning set for 20 food, practical whether or not it touched comfort, though the price ran a little high. So I pinged the seller and asked why seasonings cost that much when you couldn't eat them as a meal, offering 10. He was clearly online and answered instantly that the set held prickly ash, star anise, chili powder, pepper, and 5 spice, 4 food per type and not expensive, and that it would surely lift comfort. I wasn't surprised he leaned on the comfort angle, common knowledge by now, and figured I wouldn't get a steal. So I told him comfort was a thing for Alliance big shots to fret over, and not much use to the likes of us. That I just wanted to try something new, and floated 12 food. He wanted the deal too, his food reserves thin and badly needing topping up or he'd never have sold seasonings at all, since what good was high comfort to a starved man? And he held firm at 15 as his floor. Seasonings were rare enough that I nodded, agreeing to 15 and offering it in flour. After pocketing the seasonings, I went looking for a 50-kilo barrel of cooking oil priced at 100 food, only for it to trade away before I could even make an offer. A second item slipped past me the same way. That was when I clocked that kitchen goods and food were being swept up and prices were climbing. I shifted to bathroom supplies and managed 2 deals, a shampoo paste for 3 dry food and a bar of soap for 4, then stopped trading. Survivors had caught on and started buying daily necessities by the armload. Holders were sitting on stock to sell higher, and prices across the board had bent into the unreasonable, the big alliances hoovering up goods on top of it. I wasn't about to be played for a fool, since comfort was only one slice of the assessment and its real worth unknown, so the current prices weren't worth it. What goes up must come down, the thought struck me. Daily necessities were soaring, so what about raw materials? And I jumped over to basic materials and found their prices barely budged while some premium materials had actually slid. The premium cold iron mine, which used to cost 8 ordinary iron blocks per unit, now went for 5, and could even be traded for wood and stone. My eyes flashed at the bargain, since the seller plainly lacked premium construction facilities, and didn't know premium iron blocks counted as 10 ordinary ones when building premium structures. I pinged him and asked his cold iron price in wood, and he answered flat, 28 units, no bargaining, which was fair enough given iron blocks ran 25 to 30 wood on the open market. I asked how much he had, since 1 or 2 units meant nothing to me, and at the smell of the big customer he warmed right up, telling me he had 510 in stock and would round it off at 14,000 wood for the lot. A quick check of my warehouse showed I had just enough, and I closed it, the panel crediting me 510 cold iron mine. The seller eagerly added me as a friend and told me to come to him for any more ore at a favorable price. And after that big buy, my wood was nearly gone. But no matter, since the toilet paper had finished production and would refill it once sold. I ran to the workshop and listed all 7,000 fresh units at 3 wood each. The price bumped up since today's would sell no matter what, because what improved comfort more than toilet paper whose backside was comfortable without it? As I'd expected, riding the daily necessities wave it sold fast, no survivor refusing to test 3 woods worth of comfort, and I figured it would clear before I slept so I could cue the next batch the moment it did. No time to waste. I leaned in toward Little White and smiled, telling it to come, that Master would pet it and it was needed to contribute to the family again. And the little thing, well used to this by now, lay lazy in my hand as I carried it to the table. I set out the synthesis materials and decided to warm up on 2 stones as usual to get a feel for the day, summoning the furnace, feeding it the materials, and confirming. The first run produced an explosive stone cleanly, but the second failed, the materials collapsing into black smoke. I didn't think my luck was bad, only turned a stern face on Little White and told it that it wasn't pulling its weight today, that it had better work hard or I'd dock it a day's honey water if it failed me again. Its eyes went wide, staring at me like an employee watching a shameless boss pin a failed company investment on the staff. It squeaked frantic protest as if to swear it had nothing to do with it. I was secretly delighted, since it seemed to grasp my words, the honey clearly doing it good. But I kept a straight face and warned that this family didn't raise idle mice, that if it wanted its honey water it had to earn it and its next synthesis was being watched. It rolled its eyes, but a rat under the eaves had to bow its head, so it nudged itself closer to my hand, looking the very picture of diligent slacking. I stopped teasing it and sent up for the 3rd synthesis, deciding the day wasn't ripe for explosive stones and I'd try armor instead, using a piece of clothing as the main material. The unwashed tracksuit that happened to be in the basin where I saw it. I absolutely wasn't doing it to dodge laundry, it simply happened to be there. For auxiliaries, I'd used premium beast hide and warm stone, hoping for defense or cold resistance, and after testing the ratio, I settled on 4 units of blue excellent beast hide and 5 warm stones. I fed the dirty tracksuit and the materials into the freshly summoned furnace, and the panel offered 80% success and 60% mutation. It's up to you, I told Little White, patting its head. My eyes locked on the furnace until the blue light bloomed, and inwardly I called it done. The light faded and the furnace slipped back into my sea of consciousness. On the table lay a half-body leather armor guarding the front of the torso, the hips, the sides, and the waist. Its exterior several gray leather pieces with the plates arranged horizontally so they shielded the vitals without choking movement. Across the chest sat 5 ruby-sized gems in a 5-pointed star, fine lines threading out from them to every part of the armor, and I stared with real joy and checked it at once. The panel named it Starfire Leather Armor, Rank 0, Premium, with a Physique Burst attribute. It was made of premium materials with excellent defense, auto-fitting to the wearer's body, carrying 5 bursts that temporarily raised physique by 5 points to a maximum pseudo-rank 1, lasting 5 minutes and not rechargeable. I told Little White it was a marvel and admitted I'd been wrong to blame it, then filled its honey water, since good employees deserve rewards. I put the armor on directly, and it adjusted its size into a snug, unhindering fit, and I tested it with a crossbow bolt at 70% of my strength, leaving only a white mark. Sturdy and comfortable both. My eye caught the vine armor by the door, rough to wear and stiff and a chore to put on, and I judged the vine armor near useless now. Only a drag on movement unless I enhanced it with something practical. So I gathered a few materials and went to the fire poison thorn vine to borrow some lengths, meaning to put the waste to use, since whether I kept it or sold it a successful enhancement would jack its value. The success rate came back acceptable. Vine armor for the main material with 3 thorn vine tendrils, 3 ice crystals, and 2 units of black iron wood. The panel reading 67% success and an 80% mutation. I muttered that the mutation rate was the highest I'd ever seen, meaning success all but guaranteed a transformation, though I had no idea what it would become. A rare experiment, and if it worked I could rerun it with duplicate materials later to test whether I'd get the same result. And seeing the familiar blue light I knew the synthesis had taken. The vine armor, stone, and wood all vanished. What the synthesis left was an oval, ice-blue, cold-breathing seed, named on the panel as an icy gourd seed of premium quality. A gourd that grew in cold places and could be planted, its vine withering on its own once the gourd matured. Not reproducible. The description baffled me with its vagueness, since beyond knowing it was a gourd seed I couldn't read a single concrete attribute off it, so I decided I'd plant it when I had time, and learn what it was at maturity. It struck me then how many seeds I'd been collecting lately, with no clue how to plant any of them, since random sowing surely wouldn't cut it. Song Aru would know, since I remembered her growing all sorts of medicinal herbs, and I resolved to corner her tomorrow and ask properly, leaving her be today given how late she'd been refining potions. While I was lost in thought, the toilet paper on the trade channel had already sold out, cashing in 21,000 wood, since I'd caught the trend and the price would slide tomorrow once survivors calmed. I drew out 7,000 wood, queued another 7,000 units of toilet paper, and stored the rest in the warehouse. Finally done. I carried Little White's nest back to the bedroom, where the few new furniture pieces had taken the empty bareness out of the room and left it cozy. I set the nest on the bedside table, killed the new small yellow lamp, and told the little thing softly that tomorrow was the last day, and good night. Shoe World Day 10 came heavy with fog, 1 to 15 degrees, and after breakfast dressed in my combat uniform, I stepped out of the stone house and stopped cold, unable to see even the shelter's fence, the whole world a vast white blank. Once the shock passed, I griped that fog this thick left me no options. How was I supposed to find my way back if I went out? The dense soup had killed my plan to fetch water and dig drainage ditches. I wondered whether it was like this around every shelter, and whether there was any way through it, ducking back inside to open the chat channel. As expected, the screen was a flood of complaints about the fog. Someone could see only 5 meters. Someone had braved it and nearly couldn't find his way back. After 200 meters, someone whimpered they had so much left to prepare, and felt the world was forcing them to die. I nodded along. Going out in fog like this meant getting lost for certain, the wild beasts thrown off too and likely starving. And getting lost at a moment like this was nothing but suicide. Thinking of getting lost, my expression changed. I suddenly wondered whether the honeybees had gone out to forage. Ignoring the messages, I rushed to the base of the Arrow Tower, laid my hand on the bee control box, and checked the 2 colonies. The good news was the hornbee swarm was fine. I'd ordered the hornbee queen to guard the area around the shelter, and with food now supplied by the honeybees, they'd cut their foraging trips sharply. The bad news was that while the honeybee queen was safe, the system showed the colony down to a little over 9,000, meaning nearly 2,000 bees had been lost over the last 2 days. Since colonies bound by the bee control box wouldn't betray or flee, those 2,000 could only have died out in the fog. I issued the command at once, telling the honeybee queen to recall the colony and gather honey near the shelter without straying. I'd been negligent these past 2 days, too caught up in other matters to mind the honeybees, but it wasn't too late and the loss was still manageable. The hive construction was moving fast, taking shape in just 2 days, so before long I'd be eating my own honey. I gave a portion of royal jelly to both the hornbee queen and the honeybee queen, hoping one day they'd evolve. I found a bit of good news too, since the bee eggs I'd handed the horned bee queen earlier had all hatched into a batch of elite horned bees with stronger paralyzing venom, sharply raising the swarm's combat power. Problems handled, I went back inside and kept browsing the world channel, turning up a few coping tricks along the way. Someone with an infrared device from a chest, someone with a pathfinding ability, none of it broadly useful. so I stopped wasting time on it. While I gathered information, I'd sent Songaru a private message and just gotten her reply, an apology that she'd been too wrecked from refining medicine to see my message before she crashed. Then too busy this morning to remember to answer. I didn't mind and went straight to my reason for reaching her, that I had some seeds and wanted to consult her about planting. Attaching the attribute information for the blue winter wheat seeds, the mutated agrimony seeds, and the new icy gourd seeds. Song Aru, out clearing weeds in her yard and getting ready to dig drainage ditches, was floored when she saw the message. Ever since awakening her Heart of Nature ability, she'd been collecting plant seeds, later buying many off the trade channel once resources were flush. Most were common ornamentals like pothos and Confederate jasmine, with a few food or medicinal seeds like tomato and honeysuckle that could be planted but never propagated. The blue winter wheat she could accept, a crop that existed on Blue Star, surprised only by its quality and its propagable trait, but the mutated agrimony and the icy gourd ran past her imagining, plants she could only call extraordinary. It took her a while to gather herself, and she asked, curious, what I wanted to consult about, whether it was planting precautions, calling them very precious seeds, and me very lucky. I'd been waiting a good while, wondering what Miss Song was up to now, when her reply finally came. I fired off a string of questions, that I knew nothing about planting and wanted to ask how to choose land, how to plant, what to watch for, and what differed about growing things in the shoe world versus Blue Star. She weighed her words and said her ability was Heart of Nature, that for now she could sense plants' emotions and use certain methods to help crops grow, which left me a little muddled, connecting it to something I couldn't quite pin down. She didn't dance around it, explaining that on Blue Star she'd known little about farming, but after awakening she could sense what plants needed as they grew, how to speed their growth, and even how to push their quality and yield to the maximum at harvest. I was struck, since her ability was enormously useful, maybe no help to combat power in a pinch, but easily one of the best survival abilities going. She went on, that I might not know it, but premium system seeds planted in ordinary soil might not get enough nutrients, dropping both yield and quality, and that to raise either I'd need to plant them in the spiritual fields or nurseries the system provided. Then she laid out an idea, that she had a nursery, that we could sign a contract, that I'd hand over the seeds and she'd handle the planting and fertilizer, and I'd take 90% of the first harvest. She'd been turning over how to get a few seeds from me from the moment she saw their attributes, willing to pay for the privilege as long as she could keep a couple in the end. That was why she offered 90%, holding back 10 only because she didn't know how many seeds the mutated agrimony would yield, though in truth even one seed would let her cultivate new ones endlessly. I weighed the proposal carefully and found it genuinely good for me. Planting it myself meant time I didn't have, no nursery buildings, and no real knowledge, so forcing it would likely net me less than the 90% she offered. Hand it to her and I'd waste no time or energy on it, free to hunt for nursery buildings, with a generous harvest at the end, and on safety she was willing to sign a system notarized contract, so why not? I told her I had no objection and asked her to wait while I checked the trade channel for a contract scroll, but she headed me off, saying she just traded for one and I could use hers. That left me a little embarrassed. I was getting the better end and still letting the lady pay, awkward to say aloud, so I told her to count it as something I owed her, deductible straight from the future yield. She had no objection, and we signed quickly, the terms plain, that I entrusted the planting to her and would take 90% of the matured yield with her keeping 10, and I traded her every seed. The instant she received the seeds, Song Aru set down her work and ran her ability over each one to confirm viability, since the dozen-odd seeds were all precious beyond replacing and left no room for error. In her eyes, the winter wheat was hope itself, and she was certain farming would be her future, hunting only a temporary stopgap, the agricultural instinct of her people too deep in the bone, since farming was an inevitable stage of any civilization. The same in the shoe world, where clothing and food ran scarce and beasts roamed and sickness and injury were routine. The medicine for mutated agrimony could meet exactly those needs, to say nothing of how making it sharpened her ability. When she reached the icy gourd seeds, her expression shifted subtly, and she raised her hand to send me a trade request. Just as I was about to start a synthesis, I saw Song Aru returning the gourd seeds, which baffled me, until her private message followed. She'd checked and the gourd seeds were very easy to grow, needing no spiritual field, only a cold environment, so I should just pick any spot in my shelter, plant them, and water and fertilize on a schedule. I understood and put the seeds away, planning to plant them after the acid rain trial so they wouldn't be scorched to death by the rain, which would be a waste. Then I continued the synthesis I'd interrupted. The item I wanted to strengthen was a shovel I'd just bought off the trade channel, an ordinary one. Digging drainage ditches for a shelter this large was an enormous job, impossible to finish in a day with bare hands, leaving me no choice but to lean on my talent. The auxiliaries were 5 units of cold iron mine and 3 of black iron wood, the most successful plan for my earlier tests, and the panel returned to 90% success with only 10% mutation. Seeing a rate that high, I let my mind wander, wondering whether synthesizing a low-quality item with high-quality materials of the same makeup granted a success bonus, since if so, I'd want to pick matching premium materials whenever I strengthen something in the future. And what if I used ordinary iron blocks as both main and auxiliary material? What would I get? The question lighting me up like a blind student who'd stumbled on a brilliant point, since the answer would reshape how I understood my own ability. But there was no time to experiment. The drainage ditch is the urgent thing, so I confirmed the synthesis. In the moment I fed in my mental energy, I felt something off, since it had cost 2 points this time. I wondered if it might be a rare item, and as I pondered it, the furnace gave off bursts of orange light, confirming the guess. I examined the shovel left behind. Its shape barely changed, only its color gone black and giving off a metallic chill. The panel named it a cold iron shovel, rank 0 rare, with 2 attributes: that it saved half the stamina to dig and carried a passive soil softening that auto-loosened the ground as I dug for faster excavation. My mood went complicated since I'd finally landed a rare item, only to find it was a shovel whose every ability was about digging dirt, and why had my luck exploded here of all places, when a weapon would have been so much better? No amount of grumbling changed that I now owned a rare quality shovel. I shrugged, shouldered the orange grade thing, and headed for the yard to dig the ditches that would keep the shelter from drowning. Following the Crisis Expert's ditch digging guide from the channel, I plotted my route and started digging. After just a few strokes, I felt the difference, the soil turning loose under a single swing, tilling effortless where Blue Star digging had been a slog. The shovel was genuinely a marvel. Hours later, I wiped my forehead and looked up at a sky still foggy, judging it around 11, having dug a full 4 hours. The shelter was so large the planned ditches made for an enormous job, even with the orange shovel saving me 2/3 of the time, or I'd have been at it deep into the night. The ditches were done, but I lacked the materials and the time for a flood wall, so I gave that up. I had stones but no cement and no hours to spare. I could only pray I wouldn't be unlucky enough to catch a flash flood. After a quick wash, I went behind the stone house, took out wood and laid 3 crisscrossed layers over the chicken coop, with plastic between for waterproofing, hoping the reinforced coop would keep the wild chickens safe. I told them I'd leave more food and water and the rest was their fate. I had no plan to keep the chickens indoors. They were unhygienic and laid no eggs. Only a reserved food source not worth such precious space. Only the hornbee swarm and some honeybees would move into the bee control box inside the stone house, while the others held the base of the arrow tower to guard the hive. With the coop reinforced, I tightened the rope on the wild chicken's leg to kill any chance of escape, then checked the front yard and found nothing else needing to come indoors. The training ground and hot spring were beyond worry, and the fire-poisoned thorn vine was far too big to move, though I'd rigged a rain shield above its main stalk and noted the streetlight needed one too. By the time the odds and ends were squared away, it was noon, and I stood in the yard and told myself quietly that everything that could be done was done, that now I'd take the trial calmly and hope it all went smooth. Since it was the last day before the trial, I figured I had to eat well, so I made a hearty lunch, stewing a pot of mountain boar with plenty of seasoning, the aroma overflowing before the meat had even finished. Rice for the staple since I hadn't prepped dough for buns. Honey water to drink, since I'd wanted a bottle of wine, but the tobacco and liquor prices on the trade channel were so absurd even I winced and gave it up. Sitting at the wooden table with the fragrant stew over rice, I felt about as comfortable as a man could, and I wondered idly whether the others had finished their work. I dropped into the small group and found it dead silent, even Yu Yang absent, and figured they likely hadn't finished their ditches and were just resting at noon, when Wang Jihan and Yu Yang filed in one after the other. I chuckled at the timing and asked Wang Jihan how his prep was going. He complained, rare for him, that he still had 2 hours of digging left and that this was no work fit for humans. His usual polished, rich young master persona clearly cracked by the morning's labor. I held back a laugh and told him my ditches were done and I'd handle the rest in the afternoon, then asked after Yu Yang. His reply dripped smugness, that he had just a bit left and that Wang Jihan needed to adjust his mindset and find the joy in labor, that he'd been tired too but was very happy, and he asked us to guess why. Wang Jiyun, curious, asked whether his ideological awareness was just that high, or whether he simply liked feeling exhausted, and Yu Yang boasted that he gained a little physique from the morning's digging. I nearly spat out my food, since you could gain physique from digging a hole, and Wang Jiyun was clearly rattled too. Xiao Hua, who'd slipped in at some point, retorted that gaining it from a hole was nothing, that with all the fine meat ribs Yu Yang had eaten, he'd have gained that physique long ago fighting outside. Yu Yang shrugged it off, saying it came to the same thing eventually, so why risk a fight when he could raise it safe, and that he'd dig more in the afternoon for another bit. I felt a private pang of envy, since I'd gained only 1 point through all my battles and cultivation, then told myself there was nothing to envy, that once my blade reached major achievement I'd gain 2 points outright, and I hadn't even bragged about it. Yu Soyol joined to say everyone was so fast, while she'd only dug half and didn't know when she'd finish in the afternoon, and something tugged at me, so I private messaged her, concerned, asking why her progress was so slow, and whether the workload was huge. She didn't hide it, saying her shelter sat lower so she had to dig a few extra ditches. More work, but it was fine since she finished half that morning. In truth, she'd softened the picture to spare me worry, having only finished a third and weighing whether to abandon some ditches, certain she couldn't clear the planned load today, though dropping any would hurt the drainage. I told her plainly to accept a trade request, that I'd lend her a digging divine artifact, since I didn't need the orange shovel right now and it was just sitting there, the others in the group nearly done, and only needing to wrap up. She didn't know what I meant by a digging divine artifact, and from anyone else she'd have declined, but she wouldn't refuse my kindness, since in her heart, I'd already become something like family. The trade went through, and Yu Soyol looked at the orange tier shovel in her hand a little shocked, since it really was a literal digging divine artifact, and she remarked that my hand was wickedly lucky, thinking I'd pulled it from a chest. I'd been eagerly awaiting a touched reply and got that instead, and suddenly felt terrible. She let me sit in it a moment, then said thank you, feeling better for the teasing. On receiving the thanks, I reminded her to hurry, to tidy her shelter once the ditches were done, since it was very likely none of us would leave our shelters for 3 days or longer. Then I thought of something else and told her to send me the containers she'd prepared for water, since I was about to fetch some. She declined, saying I needn't go out, that she had enough. The fog too thick and someone on the World Channel already lost and unable to find his shelter, not wanting me to risk it. I wasn't going out just for her, since my own water tank needed topping and I'd planned to do it before the trial, only not expecting the fog this thick. It wasn't truly a risk though, since I'd asked the Horned Bee Queen that morning and confirmed it could find the way. Seeing my mind made up, she gave in and traded me her wooden buckets, 18 of them, and I went to the workbench, crafted 10 more, and loaded them all into my inventory with the rest, planning a single trip, every bucket filled, all carried home in my inventory. Wearing the Starfire leather armor, holding the serpent skin shield and the Tang sword, fully armed, I told the Horned Bee Queen to lead the way, leaving the ice pattern repeating crossbow behind since in fog, this poor crossbow served worse than a sword. Not long out of the shelter I looked back and could no longer see the fence, visibility under 10 meters, so I told the Horned Bee Queen to fly closer and lead from just ahead, not daring to let it out of my sight. I followed it at a crawl, a walk that normally took under 20 minutes stretching past an hour, though the trip stayed uneventful with no accidents. Standing on the pebbles by the river, I gazed across at a wall of fog planted in the middle of the water. The stuff strange enough that it didn't even drift. I wasted no time, took the buckets from my inventory, filled them one by one, packed them all away, and turned straight back without a pause. Midway home, a faint sound crunched out of the fog ahead, and I stopped at once, alert, sending the Horned Bee Queen forward to scout, and soon it returned to report a wild beast about 20 meters on. I didn't act rashly. In fog, this heavy both sides were blind, and my nose was no match for a beast's, so the best play was to hold where I stood and stay sharp. I didn't wait long before I dimly felt the beast easing closer from ahead, and I sent the Horned Bee Queen up to track its position, and keep me from being ambushed. I gripped the Tang sword and crouched slightly into a defensive counter stance, ready to meet an attack the moment it came, since in fog like this, I'd have struck from the blind side myself. Sure enough, the beast drifted to my front, then silently shifted around behind me, thinking it had fooled me, never guessing the Horned Bee Queen had it dead in its sight from the air, so the moment the beast saw it, I saw it too. I played wholly oblivious, waiting to hand it a surprise, and when the warning came that it had crouched behind me to pounce, the beast burst forward and leaped, the whole motion silent and fluid. But warned early, I twisted from the waist into a bow stance and swept the Tang sword back the instant it sprang, the blade flashing into a streak of white light toward its neck. It hadn't expected a counter that fast, and seeing the light close in it, snapped its mouth shut, dropped its head and tucked its front paws to guard, and through a mournful howl the Tang sword severed one foreleg and laid a bone-deep gash across its face. One clean strike and I moved to press the advantage, but the beast was fierce too, enduring the savage pain to bolt despite the wound. I called the Horned Bee Queen off the chase, glanced at the severed paw on the ground, and muttered that it had been a lone wolf. I vaulted back into the shelter, the rest of the way smooth without another scare. Since used to combat now, I didn't dwell on the skirmish, or imagine I'd meet that wolf again soon. I filled the roof tank, sealed the lid, and private messaged Yu Soyol to be ready for the water buckets. And she'd clearly been watching her messages, answering at once to trade no pleasantries, the deal done fast. After she had her water, she asked whether the run had been smooth, and whether I'd hit any danger, and I kept it light, saying it went fine, only that the fog made it easy to get lost. Then asked how she liked the divine artifact. She said it was very easy to use, that with the iron shovel she was confident she'd finish her ditch before dark. She sent a photo, standing beside the ditch with a radiant smile, the dust on her unable to hide her features, my orange-grade iron shovel in her hand. She'd started using it while I was off fetching water, the night and day difference drawing the very same exclamation from her, that it was truly a divine artifact for digging dirt, that this shovel was amazing. I told her to get back to work and stop bothering her. I didn't waste my afternoon either, and after a simple lunch I turned up at the training ground, since I needed to put in work too. By dusk, leaning back against the edge of the misty geothermal hot spring with my eyes closed in comfort, the day's fatigue slowly draining off, I opened them to check the panel, which read Mystic Void Blade Technique proficiency at 51% toward mastery. Past halfway, I mused, and at this rate I'd reach major achievement in another 5 days. A pity I had so few red fruits left and that starting tomorrow the hot spring and training ground would be off limits, so proficiency growth was bound to slow. The interruption annoyed me, and the thought of cultivating one more time tonight took root, since I had no further preparations to make this evening, and once conceived it couldn't be suppressed, my heart suddenly overgrown with weeds. I got up fast, dried off, and ran for the fence, wanting to move the streetlight above the training ground, then silently warmed up under the light, loosening my body. I took a red fruit, swallowed it, took up the horizontal blade, and naturally ran through the Mystic Void Blade technique, and under the training ground's enhancement I slid gradually into the self-forgetting state. Cultivating at night for the first time, I felt exceptionally good. The quiet and the vast night sky ran strangely harmonious with the Mystic Void Blade technique, and naturally, some understanding of its philosophy surfaced in my mind. The technique I'd learned ran 36 moves in all, built on simplicity, directness, and grandeur, easy to grasp and quick to master. I'd always taken that for the technique's full outline, but in the state I'd just been in, a thought intruded without warning, that the outline was wrong. A vicious headache jolted me awake, my skull swelling, the pain unbearable, though it came and left fast, leaving only a throbbing brain and intermittent nerve pain to prove it had been real. I wondered what had just happened to me, and the instant I reached for the thought the pain struck again and tore a cry out of me. Even through the second wave I'd already recovered the epiphany, that the blade technique wasn't wrong but incomplete, that the version I knew was a stripped-down one, that the original Mystic Void Blade technique held more than 36 moves and a concept far deeper and more mysterious. I didn't know the original's specific moves, but I felt its founding concept ran in harmony with the heavenly Tao, a path that wandered uncertain between the real and the illusory, its changes impossible to predict. Thoughts clear, I couldn't help grumbling that the beggar's version and the complete version were opposite roads entirely. What I didn't know was that the 36 moves weren't a simplification at all. Whoever had learned the technique back then had only ever grasped those 36 by his own understanding and forgotten the rest. A first-rate blade technique somehow reduced to an easy entry-level one. And if it hadn't been cut down that far, I'd never have pulled it from an early-stage treasure chest in the first place. I habitually checked the proficiency and froze, then couldn't help shouting it out. 66%, jumped a clean 15% in one go. That had to have been the legendary epiphany, and I resolved to find the complete Mystic Void Blade technique when I got the chance, since with the simplified version as a foundation, getting started on it should be easy. I dragged my tired body back to the stone house, first listing the 7,000 finished toilet papers on the trade channel and queuing another 7,000, since this was my most stable income, and demanded daily attention. Without time to check the chat, I took synthesis materials from the warehouse and ran 2 explosive stone recipes. My luck was apparently good today, since both came out as explosive stones. Done. I rubbed my swollen head and lay flat on the bed, fully clothed. It was near midnight. I'd just nap a bit, since this state wouldn't do. Outside the stone house, the rain crashed down as if to swallow everything in the shoe world. The roar of it woke me. I had no idea how long I'd slept, but the throbbing in my head had much eased. I fumbled the small yellow lamp on, got up, and went to the window to stare out at a doomsday darkness, the deafening downpour like the world's final cry. My expression went grave, since if rain this heavy ran 3 days, there'd surely be flash floods and the drainage ditches wouldn't hold. I could see nothing past the dark glass, so I focused and opened the chat channel, hoping to turn up something useful. The first thing up was a system line naming it Shoe World Day 11, Heavy Rain, 1 to 10 degrees, telling survivors the acid rain trial had officially begun, not to go out unless necessary, and to take care not to get wet. The prompt offered little. Who would go out in rain this heavy? The one thing worth noting was that the temperature had started to fall, and I shivered and burrowed back under my quilt. What came after were hundreds of private messages, and my face went grim, fearing something had happened to the group, but opening a few showed it wasn't an accident at all. Only everyone checking on me since I'd been offline and silent so long. Yu Soyol had sent the most, dozens of them, the latest ones threaded through with open anxiety. Setting my worry aside, I replied to Yu Soyol first to report I was safe, then briefly thanked the group and told them not to worry. Before I'd even finished, she answered, complaining that I'd scared her to death, that a grown man ought to know to say something beforehand if he was busy, that vanishing at a time like this left people terrified. She'd been sitting in her living room in a pink warm loungewear set. The candle beside her burned halfway down over the stubs of earlier ones, having tried after dinner to reach me to return the orange iron shovel only to get no answer to her trade request. She thought little of it at first, figuring I was busy, but late at night with still no reply, the unease set in, and she kept messaging me and even asked others in the group whether they knew anything, my disappearance making her anxious past her own control. However much she told herself a man of my ability couldn't have come to harm, her thoughts kept sliding to the worst. When my report of safety finally came, a huge wave of joy surged through her. Unlike anything she'd felt, though she didn't notice the change in herself, and poured it all into scolding my unreliability. Facing the complaints, I rubbed my nose, a little embarrassed, and said I'd genuinely been too exhausted yesterday and just fell asleep in a daze. Between digging, cultivating, and the night's epiphany, I'd been wrung dry body and mind, my head already numb during the synthesis before bed, never even thinking to check my messages. Afraid she'd keep nagging, since I really couldn't handle this caring kind of complaint, I changed the subject fast and asked what the situation was outside now and whether there were any updates. She saw through the dodge but let it go, in too good a mood now that I was fine to care about anything else. She answered with some hesitation that she didn't know the specifics either, that someone on the World Channel claimed to have ventured out and been caught in the rain, that it wasn't as severe as the system warned, only minor burns and otherwise fine. But neither she nor Sister Rui had gone out, so she couldn't say whether it was true. By then I'd read through every private message. Soil's running every few minutes from last night to now without a break, which meant she hadn't rested, and the concern warmed my heart. Wang Ro had also messaged last night to report he was temporarily safe, and hope I'd back him once the trial ended. But I didn't reply. The two of us were nothing to each other. I'd help if it cost little, but I'd have to weigh whether he was worth any real danger. Noticing Soil still hadn't slept, since dawn wasn't far, and there was no telling what tomorrow held, and it would be too dangerous if she ran short on energy. Then I closed the chat with her and opened the World Channel, hoping for something useful. The first message was about getting caught in the rain, someone back from outside swearing the acid rain was harmless, just heavy, no danger. Then a doubter, then the man insisting it was true, that he'd left a window open and gotten drenched and only gone a little red and swollen with no pain or itch, that the shoe world had clearly oversold the rain's power. Someone advised caution all the same, not to let the acid rain reach the mucous membranes, and someone else marveled that they'd found a person unafraid of death, that they believed the shoe world wouldn't make a baseless claim and that you couldn't pay them to step out. Then several messages got pinned, plainly through some item the Survivor Alliance big shots coming forward. Ji Yang warned everyone not to go out lightly, since this wasn't Blue Star and the acid rain's components were unclear, telling people to observe more and act less. Another big shot called on his constituents to beware, since heaven wouldn't bless those who wouldn't mind themselves. And Ji Amin cited expert research that the rain held unknown substances and urged rain protection for anyone going out. I figured someone had to have gone out and been caught, since reckless and unlucky people were never in short supply anywhere. I wouldn't be going out since the shoe world had called this acid rain a trial, and it surely wouldn't be simple. And even if I'd guessed wrong, it would cost only 3 wasted days. I leaned back against the headboard, thinking it quietly over, and drifted off without realizing. When I woke, it was bright out and the heavy rain had thinned to a drizzle. I wondered how I'd fallen asleep and whether anything had happened in the night. In the chat channel, survivors stuck indoors today could only idle in the shelter group, and though the feed ran dense, a quick skim turned up no news from outside the shelters. That told me yesterday's celebrity warnings had worked, since life was one's own and nobody wouldn't care about it. I found nothing useful and was about to close the chat when the channel's whole flavor took a sharp turn. It flipped from a mutual support survival group into a lively entertainment one. It started when a survivor posted a picture, since the channel had no video or voice but could send photos. His was entirely ordinary, not the scant clothing kind the lewd perverts hungered for, but a shot of a wooden table set with his breakfast, the eye drawn straight to a huge lobster among the dishes. The space below the picture instantly became a scene of envy and clamor. Where it should have stopped, other survivors began posting their own breakfasts, the channel filling with food in every form. Seafood feasts, hot pot, whole roast lamb, steak, desserts, even someone's platter of vegetables. It broke the composure of a great many survivors at once. The lament rolled in. Someone who'd been a nobody on Blue Star turned out to be a small fry in the shoe world too. Someone said the gap between survivors ran wider than the gap between humans and dogs, and the survivor who kept whimpering for food begged for a scrap, claiming to be so hungry he'd shrunk. Where did you shrink? Someone shot back. Take a picture and post it, and if it's really that small, the big shot will take responsibility. The agreement's piling on top until the cow blew past 1,000. Against all expectation, the whimpering one actually posted a photo. It was indeed big and round, and since the shoe world had no photo editing software, the thing was almost certainly real. The space below it dissolved at once into wailing and howling. The seafood feast survivor immediately traded a large crab over to him, and the atmosphere hit a fever pitch. The whole channel tipped over the edge as photos began to flood in. Food first and then faces. Survivors of every skin tone and age and style dumping their pictures into one feed. The big chests and long legs piled up until the chat channel had become an ocean of them, looking for all the world like one of those popular short video apps back on Blue Star.